Merely locking eyes with Uchiha Shisui for over 5 seconds activated the Uchiha bloodline within me, awakening a power second only to the Manjiki Sharingan. This was not solely due to the overwhelming reality that Shisui cast upon me through potent genjutsu, compelling me to perceive the world's suffering. Rather, it was my own indomitable spirit that led me to this awakening. Simply by experiencing Shisui's oppressive aura in its Manjiki state, I was spurred to strive for greatness, opening my eyes and evolving into the tomoe form. Astonishingly, I even unlocked the innate talent for genjutsu immunity. With this resolute physique, I became a versatile ninja at the tender age of 8, mastering ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu, possessing chakra levels rivaling those of the Uzumaki lineage. It can be said that I had preliminarily amassed the capital to contend in the shinobi world. However, to survive in this later phase of the high-tech world, such abilities alone were insufficient. Thus, I set my sights on the forbidden techniques contained within the forbidden jutsu scroll. Yet given my current strength, pilfering the scroll stealthily beneath the vigilant eyes of the third Hokage and numerous umbu was nearly impossible. Reluctantly, I resolved to train in ninjutsu while awaiting a fortuitous opportunity. Soon, this chance presented itself with the signing of a peace treaty between Konoha and Kumogakure. Under the pretense of aiding Kumogakure, they arrived in Konoha, ostensibly fostering goodwill, yet their true objective was to be a Kugin of Hinata Hyuga, the heiress of the Hyuga clan. However, the sharp-eyed and astute Hyuga clan head, Hayashi, intercepted their covert maneuvers, decisively eliminating one of the Kumogakure envoys and promptly reporting the incident to the third Hokage. In retaliation, Kumogakure swiftly countered, threatening Konoha to surrender the corpse of the Hyuga clan member. This series of events left Konoha's higher-ups in disarray, yet it simultaneously granted me an unprecedented opportunity to covertly study the forbidden jutsu scroll amidst the ensuing chaos. The day of the peace treaty signing arrived, and Konoha was aglow with lights, resembling a grand festival. The streets overflowed with jubilant faces, both commoners and shinobi alike, celebrating the cessation of war and eagerly anticipating the forthcoming era of peace. Coincidentally, this day also marked Hinata Hyuga's birthday, and the Hyuga clan was adorned as if for a grand banquet. During the day, I dispatched several shadow clones to scout the village's security arrangements. By afternoon, the clones relayed their findings. The Hokage Tower was heavily guarded, with a contingent of ninja patrolling various fixed security points throughout Konoha. The outer defenses were managed by the Uchiha police force, while the core areas were jointly monitored by the Hokage's elite umbu and his personal guards. Notably, at least 10 umbu members were confirmed to be stationed around the third Hokage's residence. Although the majority of these individuals possessed moderate strength, the strongest among them, such as Kakashi, were likely still providing close protection to the third Hokage. As night fell, I deliberately arranged for several shadow clones, concealed around the Hyuga estate. My true form stealthily approached the vicinity of the third Hokage's residence. That moment, in the courtyard of the Hyuga household, 3-year-old Hinata, adorned in a delicate little dress, sat waiting for the commencement of her birthday celebration. Her face illuminated by a beaming, innocent smile. Suddenly, a dark figure appeared behind her like a flash of lightning, delivering a swift blow that rendered her unconscious before swiftly whisking her away from the Hyuga mansion. Meanwhile, Hyuga Hayashi, preoccupied with the arrangements for the banquet, seemed oblivious to the unfolding anomaly. However, the shadow clone concealed outside the estate immediately sensed the disturbance, noticing the figure hastily departing with Hinata. The shadow clone cast a bewildered glance around, pondering why Hayashi had yet to emerge in pursuit, but without further ado, it dashed forward to give chase. The pursuit led them to the outskirts of Konohagakure, and realizing that Hayashi had not yet caught up, the shadow clone could no longer contain itself. It leapt from the shadows, positioning itself directly in front of the Cloud Ninja. "Release the girl," the shadow clone shouted, fury igniting in its gaze. The Cloud Ninja merely scoffed, a derisive smile playing on his lips as he taunted, "Discovered again, are we? But what can a mere child like you do?" Suppressing its rising anger, the shadow clone replied with a serious demeanor, "I intend to stop you." In an instant, it began forming a series of hand seals, culminating in the fire release. Great fireball technique. A massive fireball erupted from its mouth, illuminating the surroundings with an intense glow, enveloping the Cloud Ninja in a wave of scorching heat. I watched intently, a cold smile gracing my lips. This was Konohagakure, even if I could not impede your escape. You shan't flee unscathed. The cloud ninja nimbly evaded the searing fireball, yet his expression shifted to one of concern. With a muffled grunt, he turned and fled, fully aware that if he were to be further delayed, the village's pursuit team would soon arrive, making his escape nearly impossible. Fleeing would not be so simple. My shadow clone surged forward within half a second, matching the speed of my true form, its chakra levels remaining impressively stable. I understood that this individual was merely of average Jonin caliber, and I was perplexed by his audacious confidence in abducting Hinata in broad daylight at the banquet hall. I fixated on his retreating figure, my steps closing the distance. Simultaneously, a sphere of chakra rapidly coalesced in my palm, forming a Rasengan, its blue luminescence strikingly vivid against the night. The immense chakra fluctuations sliced through the air like a razor, effectively sealing off his escape route. Realizing the danger behind him, the cloud ninja broke into a cold sweat, compelled to halt his flight. He hastily formed hand seals for the earth release. Earth wall technique, raising a sturdy earthen barrier before him in an attempt to shield himself and buy precious moments of respite. Yet, in the very next instant, the spiraling sphere, infused with violent chakra, struck the earthen wall with tremendous force. A resounding explosion echoed as debris flew in all directions. The heavy wall was breached, collapsing into a massive gap. Without waiting for the dust to settle, I swiftly bypassed the still intact remnants of the wall, closing the distance to my opponent in a single leap. Without a moment's hesitation, I unleashed a flurry of taijutsu attacks. The wind from my punches howled, causing a flicker of panic in the eyes of the hidden cloud ninja. He had not anticipated that a mere shadow clone could force him into such a desperate situation. While desperately shielding the unconscious Hinata, he struggled to fend off my relentless assault, finding even retreat a daunting task. His spirit was utterly suppressed. Each encounter left him feeling increasingly powerless. Damn it, how can his power be so overwhelming? He cursed through gritted teeth, sweat dripping down his forehead. Yet, the arrogance he once exuded had dissipated. As he fought to maintain his stance, he sensed several presences rapidly approaching from a distance. Pale with dread, the hidden cloud ninja realized escape was no longer an option, and anxiety consumed him. In a fit of rage, he transformed his fury into a frenzied assault, attacking the shadow clone with reckless abandon, as if resigned to his fate. After all, a shadow clone could only endure so much. It began to falter under his relentless barrage, revealing numerous vulnerabilities. Seizing the opportunity, he let out a furious roar and swung his blade down, aiming to sever the clone's head. He laughed maniacally, believing he had finally turned the tide. However, in the next instant, his smile froze as the clone erupted into a puff of white smoke before his eyes. What? It was merely a shadow clone? As he stared at the swirling smoke, fury nearly made his eyes bulge from their sockets, his chest heaving violently. He gripped his fists in a frenzied rage, realizing that throughout this encounter, he had been outmaneuvered by a mere clone, leaving him feeling utterly humiliated. Yet, before he could regain his composure, the sound of slicing air pierced his ears in swift succession. Several ninjas from the Hyuga clan surrounded him, led by the grim-faced Hinata Hisashi, whose expression was as foreboding as storm clouds, his eyes brimming with lethal intent. Meanwhile, I stood a distance away near the residence of the third Hokage, a faint smile gracing my lips as I absorbed the information relayed by the shadow clone. The moment had arrived. Clenching my fists, I surveyed my surroundings and silently began to eliminate the guard stationed near the third Hokage's abode. Though there were numerous Umbu operatives, most were merely elite ninjas of average strength, suitable for guarding but ill-equipped to confront someone of my caliber in direct combat. With a few deftly executed genjutsu, the guards quickly succumbed to unconsciousness, creating not the slightest disturbance. One by one, the watchful Umbu fell, and a sense of triumph surged within me as I prepared for the next phase. Sneaking stealthily into the residence of the third Hokage, I made my way directly to the study, intent on locating my objective. Shortly thereafter, I stumbled upon a legendary scroll of forbidden techniques. As I unfurled the scroll, the myriad of forbidden jutsus inscribed within ignited a fervent excitement within my heart. Time was of the essence. I needed to swiftly transcribe several useful ninjutsu techniques. If I were to abscond with the entire scroll, the third Hokage would undoubtedly summon the entire village of Konohagakure to conduct a thorough search. After a moment's contemplation, I retrieved a blank scroll I had prepared in advance and began to record hastily. Given the complexity of the content within the Forbidden Scroll, it was utterly unrealistic to transcribe everything in a short span of time. Thus, I selectively chose the most valuable techniques. The first to be inscribed was the Flying Thunder God technique, a spatial ninjutsu that stood as a pivotal target of my mission. Mastering it would equate to possessing a trump card capable of rivaling that of a Beto. Continuing my transcription, I noted down other techniques, such as the Spirit Transformation technique and the Impure World Reincarnation. Time was slipping away, and I had to forego certain details. Ultimately, I decided to record the City Defense Counterattack technique, another forbidden jutsu developed by the second Hokage. Hours passed, and I finally completed the transcription of the required ninjutsu. As my shadow clone dissipated, I received word that the third Hokage had vacated the Hokage building. With no time to spare, I swiftly restored the Forbidden Scroll to its rightful place and made my hasty retreat. Meanwhile, those members of the Umbu whom I had entranced with my genjutsu began to awaken, gradually realizing that they had been silently dealt with. Understanding the gravity of the situation, they hastily dispatched someone to report to the third Hokage at that moment. The third Hokage emerged from the Hokage office, engaged in a quiet conversation with Hinata Hisashi as they made their way toward the Hyuga household. Their effort at a discreet discussion was cut short when the third Hokage received alarming news about an incident in his study that a wave of foreboding washed over him as he realized that sensitive materials or forbidden jutsu scrolls had likely been coveted. Such items were vital to the safety of Konohagakure regardless of the intended target. Their theft could incite turmoil within the village. Reflecting on recent events surrounding the Hyuga clan, the third Hokage furrowed his brow, suspecting a conspiracy orchestrated by the village hidden in the clouds. Meanwhile, I had returned home unscathed, secretly reveling in the success of my mission, inadvertently placing the blame on the Cloud Village. Eagerly, I retrieved the newly transcribed ninjutsu data and immersed myself in study. Most of the techniques were classified as shrank, presenting an extraordinary challenge. Comprehension alone would not suffice. Mastery was imperative. Though the material was intricate and demanding, I held firm confidence in my innate talent to conquer it. After repeated study and diligent examination, a prompt resounded in my mind, signaling that the next steps would merely be a matter of time. Upon successfully entering an automatic training mode, I quickly recognized that the intricacy of forbidden techniques was unparalleled by ordinary ninjutsu, especially the Flying Thunder God technique and the Impure World Reincarnation, one involving spatial manipulation and the other concerning the control of souls. Even for a shadow-level expert, mastering these techniques required a significant investment of time. Fortunately, as these two techniques entered an automatic cultivation state, I gradually began to comprehend their essence through the feedback from my body. This essence lies in the ability to perceive both space and soul. Regardless of which aspect it pertains to, an exceptionally strong mental will is essential as a foundational support. While my mental will is commendable, it still falls short of true strength. To enhance my mental will, the Sharingan typically serves as an effective tool, capable of unearthing the latent spiritual power hidden deep within. However, its side effect is a susceptibility to negative emotions, which is the origin of the extreme personalities within the Uchiha clan. Thus, a more reliable approach may be to continuously hone my skills through practical combat, forging my mental will to be as tranquil as still water. Such formidable individuals cultivate their will through perseverance, thereby avoiding the influence of extremist ideologies. Yearning to swiftly elevate my mental fortitude, I pondered the possibility of achieving automatic cultivation of my spiritual will, allowing me to pursue growth without reservations. However, instigating this intangible mental will to cultivate autonomously is indeed no simple feat. It may require me to endure some genuine trials personally. I resolved within myself that over the years, I had adopted a relatively cautious and conservative method, hoping to steadily enhance my strength, yet I had neglected the elevation of my mental will. While this strategy is undoubtedly safe, it could be detrimental to true growth. After all, genuine strength is not only manifested in power, but also in the extraordinary state of one's mind. Time flies in the blink of an eye. Over 2 years have passed, and I have reached my 10th birthday. During this time, I relied on my physique and the continuous automatic cultivation of chakra to finally meet the conditions for mastering strength ninjutsu. Not long ago, I successfully broke through and initially completed the wind release, Spiral Shuriken. This technique allows for the integration of wind attributes into the Rasengan, transforming the formless blue sphere into a wind attribute white sphere. This white wind release, Spiral Shuriken, represents a transitional phase from the Rasengan to the wind release, Spiral Shuriken, boasting power 1 to 2 times greater than the ordinary Rasengan, yet still falling short of the latter's full potential. The wind release, Spiral Shuriken, has now become one of my most formidable weapons. In addition to my advancement in ninjutsu, I seized the opportunity to observe the training of my fellow villagers through my 3 tomoe Sharingan. Through repeated observation and careful consideration, I successfully replicated several wind and fire shield techniques. Of course, even with a perfect replication of these techniques, I could not overlook the necessity of my Bodis automatic cultivation as a foundation. After all, unlike the genius Kakashi, my talent does not classify me as an exceptional prodigy. Occasionally, these thoughts arise, and I cannot help but wonder when I will successfully cultivate the Flying Thunder God technique automatically. Over the past year, there's been little progress. I furrowed my brow in contemplation. In a month, I must register for the Chunin exams, where I have arranged to participate alongside friends, seizing the opportunity to engage in friendly competition during the tests. Fortunately, just 3 days before the Chunin exams commenced, a notification chimed in my mind. Your Flying Thunder God technique has, through relentless effort, finally reached the preliminary completion of the first stage. That a flurry of thoughts regarding the application of the Flying Thunder God technique surged through my mind. I had perfectly mastered the initial phase of its usage, which essentially involves teleporting oneself and any object touched to a predetermined coordinate. The crucial aspect of this is that the coordinate must remain fixed, otherwise the teleportation may fail, possibly resulting in being ensnared by a spatial rift. Seated in my home, I retrieved the specially crafted kunai I had prepared in advance. This kunai bore a resemblance to a standard one, yet its handle was enveloped in a unique material that allowed the caster's seal to persist indefinitely without degradation. I had fashioned a total of 5 such kunai, including one for my personal use, which was also wrapped in this special material. Subsequently, I inscribed the name of the technique's user upon the kunai, and then I hung the first kunai in my room. I traveled to an uninhabited area, precisely 100 kilometers east and west of Konoha village, where I meticulously boxed the second and third kunai, burying them in the wilderness. Thus, I established 3 teleportation points, each separated by at least 100 kilometers. The remaining 2 specially crafted kunai accompany my short sword, ensuring their accessibility for combat, though I vowed never to employ them unless absolutely necessary. Upon completing these preparations, I exhaled deeply, feeling as though a great weight had been lifted from my shoulders. I had finally secured a genuine safeguard for my life. Time flew by, and the day of the final examination arrived. On that day, I effortlessly advanced to the finals, where my opponent was none other than the prodigy of this generation, Uchiha Itachi. Gazing intently at Itachi before me, I urged him to unleash his full strength without holding back, warning him that failure would be instantaneous if he did otherwise. As I spoke, a spark ignited in my eyes, and I activated my single tomoe Sharingan. In an instant, Uchiha Itachi also manifested his double tomoe Sharingan, locking eyes with me. Though we shared a friendship, he had never truly engaged in combat with me. Until now, he had only heard from Shisui of my formidable prowess, but standing before me, he could genuinely perceive the overwhelming pressure I exuded. I shall give it my all, he declared, and with that, he leapt into action, drawing his kunai to strike at me. Amid the uproar around him, the examiner finally reacted and hurriedly declared, in the third match, Uchiha Sora wins. Uchiha Sora smiled slightly at the medical ninjas who were carrying the stretcher, saying, "This female ninja has only experienced some mental stimulation. She'll be fine once she wakes up." The medical ninjas looked at him with some awe and quickly nodded. Uchiha Sora then flashed back to the spectator stands. He had no interest in watching the subsequent matches and only paid attention until the end, when 10 people qualified for the upcoming finals. The finals were scheduled to take place a month later. At that time, the Hokage would personally watch the match, and leaders from various allied nations of Konoha, as well as feudal lords, would also be invited to attend. Chapter 15 Final Match, Uchiha Sora vs. Uchiha Itachi. Not only the third Hokage was paying attention to Uchiha Sora, but also Danzo was secretly monitoring him. He received the information immediately and promptly sent his subordinates to keep a close watch. Uchiha Sora was naturally aware of the higher-ups in Konoha keeping an eye on him. However, he had already prepared himself for this attention and did not mind it. because he needed to demonstrate some ability to make his entry into the umbu smoother. For a month, Uchiha Sora spent his time training in silence. Soon, the day of the finals arrived. Konoha village had become extraordinarily lively, with many outsiders filling the streets and alleys. The exam venue was in a huge coliseum, large enough for battles between ninjas, and the surrounding stands could accommodate at least tens of thousands of spectators. Before the finals began, Uchiha Izumi and her mother had secured seats in the front row. Coincidentally, Hirai Cookie, who was free, came to cheer for him. Yuzuki Yugao was on a mission and couldn't attend the match. Before the opening, the 10 lower ninjas who qualified for the finals, including Uchiha Sora, entered the arena under the watchful eyes of the audience, following the main examiner's arrangements. From a high vantage point in the stands, the third Hokage silently observed the exam. The participants of the Chunin exam had never experienced being under such intense scrutiny, especially with the Hokage personally watching. Except for Uchiha Sora, everyone else was somewhat excited, including Itachi. After the main examiner announced the rules, the first match of the finals began immediately. Those who could participate in the finals were all strong, essentially reaching the Chunin level. From the perspective of the ordinary spectators in the stands, the battles were quite exciting, and cheers erupted from time to time. However, Uchiha Sora watched with little interest, while Izumi beside him was chattering excitedly. As a mere student of the Ninja Academy, she felt a mix of fear and admiration watching the real combat between ninjas. Time passed little by little. The first, second, and third matches came and went without involving Uchiha Sora and Itachi. By the fourth match, it was still not their turn. Uchiha Sora and Itachi immediately understood that they would be the grand finale in the fifth match. Finally, the fourth match ended. The fifth match was about to begin. He immediately furrowed his brows and said solemnly, "Sora, there can only be one spot for the Uchiha clan to enter the Umbu in the short term, and I've reserved that spot for Itachi. I do not agree to you entering the Umbu, then there's nothing I can do. If you, the clan leader, disagree, I'll let the third Hokage make the choice," Uchiha Sora replied lightly. He was well aware of Fugaku's thoughts. Itachi was his son, and he could naturally control him. But his relationship with Itachi was merely that of clan members. Once his strength grew and he entered the Umbu, it would be easy for him to lose control. Just like Uchiha Shisui now, Fugaku, as the clan leader, could no longer dictate to Shisui. Uchiha Fugaku's face darkened as he said, "Sora, do you really intend to defy the will of your clan leader? Clan leader, you have your will, and I have mine." Uchiha Sora smiled slightly, "But no matter what, I will always remember that I am of the Uchiha clan." After saying this, Uchiha Sora snapped his fingers. In the incredulous gaze of Fugaku, the genjutsu space he had constructed shattered with a bang. The surrounding noise returned to its previous state. Uchiha Sora turned and gracefully entered the arena. Uchiha Fugaku sat dazed in place, his heart surging with turmoil. How deeply had Uchiha Sora hidden his abilities? Even he had not realized that Sora's strength had grown to this extent over the years. He had so easily broken his genjutsu? Such genjutsu ability. Perhaps even Shisui couldn't achieve it, right? Uchiha Fugaku was immensely shocked and filled with questions. What exactly did Uchiha Sora want? What was his goal? In the arena, Uchiha Sora stood in front of Itachi, smiling at him. They had been friends for 4 years, and Sora felt it was time to do something for him. "Itachi, bring out all your strength. Do not hold back at all, or you will fail in an instant," Uchiha Sora said. After finishing, a crimson hue appeared in Uchiha Sora's eyes. 3 tomoe Sharingan. Activate. Hearing Uchiha Sora's arrogant words, even the closest examiner was taken aback. However, when he saw Uchiha Sora's 3 tomoe Sharingan, he couldn't help but agree with his words in his heart. Meanwhile, the audience in the stands also displayed expressions of shock. Chapter 16. The Power of Crushing. The attention of the higher UPS Uchiha Kō is indeed a genius. His chakra is many times stronger than Itachi's. Engaging in a direct clash with Itachi's great fireball would only waste chakra, so once Itachi realized this, he immediately retracted the fireball and chose to dodge. This is the sharp thinking of a genius. After evading the attack, Itachi quickly raised his hand and launched several kunai at Uchiha Kō. These kunai were aimed at various tricky angles, blocking Kō's path forward. Kō had no choice but to dodge, but just as he was about to evade, more kunai suddenly came from behind him. These kunai were the result of Itachi's previous hidden weapons colliding mid-air, creating an attack route. This is Itachi's hidden weapon throwing technique. Kō had already learned this technique under the system's automatic training, so he was not unfamiliar with it. Seeing the situation, he chose not to continue dodging, but instead gripped his short sword tightly, gathering a surge of wind attribute chakra on it. This short sword had long been infused with special metal over the years, allowing it to attach chakra attributes. A whirlwind formed around the sword. And then Uchiha Kō spun his body, making the sword trace a circle around him, unleashing a burst of wind attribute chakra that shot upwards in a tornado. Sword technique, whirlwind slash. This was a sword technique developed by Uchiha Kō specifically to counter encircling hidden weapon attacks. Clang clang. Itachi's hidden weapons were instantly blown away by the fierce wind, falling to the ground. In the audience, the head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hisashi, opened his Byakugan and silently observed, exclaiming, combining wind attribute chakra with swordsmanship to achieve a similar effect to the heavenly turning. What a great idea. Moreover, this guy's chakra feels so familiar. Suddenly, he recalled that night when his daughter Hinata was abducted by the Cloud Village ninja, and someone seemed to have intercepted them. At that time, he activated his Byakugan and saw that the opponent was just a shadow clone, which puzzled him. Therefore, under the observation of the Byakugan, he had always remembered that feeling of chakra. The chakra from Uchiha Kō feels the same as that shadow clone chakra from that time. Could it be that it was him who intervened back then? Hyuga Hisashi thought to himself. The fog obscured the audience's view, but amidst the mist, Uchiha Kō and Uchiha Itachi were constantly clashing. The two used the cover of the fog to engage in a contest of taijutsu. Gradually, the mist began to dissipate. Bang! A figure was sent flying and landed on the ground. It was Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Kō's figure quickly followed, attacking the fallen Itachi. Itachi hurriedly rolled over to get up, blocking Kō's attack. Sweat dripped continuously from Itachi's forehead. The immense force he felt in his hands made his movements increasingly sluggish. In that moment, Itachi deeply realized the gap between himself and Uchiha Kō. He couldn't gain any advantage with ninjutsu, and he was completely at a disadvantage in taijutsu. None of his battle strategies had worked. As for genjutsu, Itachi never even considered competing in genjutsu with Uchiha Kō. In contrast to Itachi's struggle, Uchiha Kō remained relaxed throughout. His 3 tomoe Sharingan allowed him to clearly see Itachi's ninjutsu and taijutsu techniques. His chakra, boosted by the sage body and years of automatic training, had long surpassed that of an ordinary genin. His taijutsu and swordsmanship had also reached a professional level, rivaling those ninjas who specialized in taijutsu and swordsmanship. Uchiha Itachi was only 10 years old, and his chakra was at most comparable to that of an average chunin. The specific list of those promoted to chunin would be announced in the coming days. The audience gradually dispersed. Uchiha Kō took Uchiha Izumi and her daughter, along with Hirai Keiki, to a barbecue restaurant to celebrate. In the restaurant, Hirai Keiki laughed and said, "Kō, I knew you were amazing. During our missions, I've never seen you get hurt, so I suspected you were extraordinary. Now it seems my judgment was indeed sharp. And that time during the chunin exam 2 years ago, I could tell you were hiding your strength and intentionally got eliminated. It's a pity why Ka isn't in the village. Otherwise, she would definitely be very happy." Watching Hirai Keiki chatter away, Uchiha Kō felt a faint warmth in his heart. Meanwhile, Uchiha Fugaku returned home. Itachi sat with his head down in front of his father, while Uchiha Mikoto looked on with concern. "Fugaku, you can't blame Itachi for this failure. He has already done enough," Mikoto said, sensing the gloomy atmosphere at home. Uchiha Fugaku shook his head and said to Itachi, "Itachi, I'm not blaming you for your failure." Uchiha Itachi looked up in surprise at his father, who had always been strict with him. Fugaku explained, "I originally hoped you could join the Umbu to gain advantages for our Uchiha clan, but after this failure, the higher-ups in Konoha will likely have better candidates." "Father, are you talking about Kō? Does he want to join the Umbu as well?" Itachi asked in surprise. Fugaku nodded. Uchiha Kō is a determined person. He has his own ideas. Once he joins the Umbu, he certainly won't be under my command as the clan leader. So, Itachi, I have found another path for you. You can join Root and become one of Danzo's subordinates. You can still work for the benefit of our Uchiha clan. Chapter 17. Uchiha Sora enters the Umbu Danzo. "Are you still trying to compete with me?" The third Hokage said coldly upon hearing this. Danzo's expression changed slightly. "It seems that seeking your counsel was a mistake." With that, Danzo turned to leave. Watching Danzo's retreating figure, the third Hokage furrowed his brows deeply, tapped the table, and instructed his secretary, "Have Kakashi come see me." The secretary left, and not long after, Kakashi, dressed in Umbu attire, appeared before the third Hokage. "Hokage-sama, what can I do for you?" Kakashi asked. The third Hokage replied in a low voice, "Keep an eye on Danzo for me, and don't let him do anything extreme." "Danzo? Hokage-sama, what do you mean?" Kakashi was puzzled. "It's Uchiha Sora. I intend to recruit him into the Umbu to prevent Danzo from interfering. For the next few days, work closely with Uchiha Sora and keep watch over him. When I have some free time, I'll speak with Uchiha Sora personally." The third Hokage revealed his plan. "Understood, Hokage-sama." Kakashi responded. After the finals, Uchiha Sora noticed that his reputation in Konoha had risen to a considerable height. Walking down the street, he occasionally caught people pointing and whispering about him. "Look, isn't he the genius who crushed Uchiha Itachi from the Uchiha clan? I heard he's only 10 years old this year. He doesn't look like a child at all. Yeah, he looks so cool. I want to be his girlfriend." Uchiha Sora filtered out these discussions. His perception expanded, and he sharply sensed that there were quite a few special gazes on him. These gazes likely belonged to foreign spies and high-ranking officials from Konoha. It was a mixed bag. From this moment on, he was destined to live under the public scrutiny. "I have the Flying Thunder God technique, which puts me in an invincible position. However, that guy Danzo won't stay quiet. I need to be wary of him," Uchiha Sora thought as he walked down the street. In fact, he wasn't afraid of Danzo targeting him. He was more concerned about Danzo potentially harming those around him. After leaving Izumi's house, it was already quite late. Strolling under the night sky, Uchiha Sora felt an inexplicable calmness. His continuously growing strength gave him a greater sense of belonging and security in this world. 3 days later, Uchiha Sora received a summons from the third Hokage. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage personally awarded him the Chunin certificate, smiling as he said, "Uchiha Sora, congratulations on becoming a Chunin of Konoha. I hope you will continue to work hard and strive to become a Jonin soon." "Thank you for your encouragement, Hokage-sama," Uchiha Sora replied. "Haha, defeating Uchiha Itachi. In my opinion, becoming a Jonin is just a matter of time," the third Hokage laughed. "Speaking of which, it's really a waste to let you be just a Chunin. If you're interested, how about gaining some experience in the Umbu?" "The Umbu?" Upon hearing this, Uchiha Sora feigned hesitation. "I heard that the Umbu are all elite seniors. With my qualifications, can I really do it?" "I believe you can, and you definitely will. Bring out the momentum you had in the finals. You are absolutely qualified to join the Umbu," the third Hokage said. "Hokage-sama, you're overpraising me. I'll think about it and get back to you," Uchiha Sora mused. He indeed wanted to enter the Umbu, but facing the third Hokage's invitation, he wouldn't agree immediately. This was a psychological tactic. He couldn't let a cunning old fox like the third Hokage see through his thoughts so easily. "Yes, that's the way to go. After you've thought it through, come back to see me," the third Hokage sighed. "Konoha's great tree thrives because of strong leaves like you." Uchiha Sora took his leave. A figure appeared beside the third Hokage. It was Kakashi, wearing an Umbu mask. "Kakashi, do you think you will agree?" The third Hokage walked to the window, looking at the bustling village outside, and asked softly, "Hokage-sama, I believe that regardless of whether he agrees or not, he will uphold his identity as a Konoha ninja." Kakashi replied, "Kakashi, you may not know that the Uchiha clan has been quite active these past 2 years. The third Hokage shook his head. "The conflict between the Uchiha clan and me as Hokage has reached a critical point." "Hokage-sama, does that mean you want to recruit Uchiha Sora into the Umbu?" Kakashi was slightly taken aback. "Haha, no matter what, I don't want things to escalate to that point. If there's any opportunity, I will definitely seize it. Uchiha Sora is a very good breakthrough point," the third Hokage said with a wry smile. "If he joins the Umbu, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you even more in the future. As a bridge between the village and the clan, Hokage-sama, you've really given me a tough problem." Kakashi sighed. "Copy Ninja Kakashi. Any genius who stands before you is no longer a genius. I absolutely trust your abilities." The third Hokage patted Kakashi on the shoulder. Chapter 18 Support. Crisis approaches under Kakashi's leadership. Uchiha Sora met his 2 teammates from the Umbu. One of them was indeed a familiar face. With long purple hair, an exquisite face, and a body that had developed a feminine charm. It was none other than Yuzuki Yuin. "Sora, it's really you." Upon seeing Sora, Yuzuki Yuin couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "Yuin, it seems we're going to be teammates again," Uchiha Sora greeted with a smile. "Yeah, I should have thought of it. The genius teammate Kakashi Captain mentioned from the Uchiha clan must be you," Yuzuki Yuin said happily, then looked at a male Umbu beside her. The male Umbu, under 20, appeared to be of a similar age to Kakashi. He had an ordinary appearance and seemed somewhat taciturn. Upon meeting his new teammate, he merely nodded slightly at Uchiha Sora. "I'm Hawk. I'm Uchiha Sora. Please take care of me in the future," Uchiha Sora said with a smile. After exchanging greetings, Kakashi instructed, "Now, there's a task for you. The difficulty of this task is not high. Consider it an opportunity for the three of you to get to know each other. I will also participate in this task." "Yes, Captain," the three responded. In the Umbu, ranks were strictly enforced. As the captain of the Umbu, Kakashi must issue the tasks. This task was actually related to the previous Chunin exam. Ninja from the Sand Village in the Wind Country encountered an attack from other forces on their way back and are now trapped at the border of the Fire Country. Waiting for support from Konoha, the three nodded in response, donned their masks, and followed Kakashi to the task location. According to the task description, there were 10 ninjas from the Sand Village this time, including 1 leading J-Nin and 3 CH-Nin, while the remaining 6 were Genin. Among the attackers, there were at least 2 with J-Nin strength, along with several other CH-Nin. When the time comes, I'll be responsible for supporting the Sand Village's J-Nin. You three will determine the situation and resolve the others first. Kakashi explained tactics as they hurried along. After a swift journey, the four soon arrived near the Fire Country border, the task location. Fire release, Fireball Jutsu. A Doton ninja had nowhere to dodge and was hit by the fireball, igniting and rolling on the ground before quickly falling silent. Having taken down one enemy, Uchiha Sora aimed at another and charged forward. The man, shocked by his companion's sudden demise, hurriedly threw a smoke bomb and prepared to escape. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Uchiha Sora immediately created dozens of shadow clones, sending them all into the smoke, wildly slashing at it. Before long, a scream rang out. The ninja hadn't expected Uchiha Sora to employ a tactic of overwhelming numbers, and before he could escape, he was caught in a barrage of indiscriminate slashes. Losing an arm. Over here, following the sound, the shadow clones immediately pounced toward the source. Puff, puff, puff. Dozens of shadow clones thrust their short swords into the man. The ninja was instantly turned into a porcupine. As the shadow clones dissipated with the smoke, Uchiha Sora couldn't help but shake his head. Too weak. Enemies of this level don't provide any opportunity for me to train. At this rate, I might need someone like Kakashi, a renowned J-Nin, to bring me some pressure. Not wanting to think further, Uchiha Sora quickly headed in another direction. There, Uzuki Yuin and a Sand Village CH-Nin were facing off against 3 attackers. The Sand Village CH-Nin was clearly heavily injured, almost losing combat capability, making it difficult to resist with only Yuin support. Fortunately, Yuin was skilled in swordsmanship and had quick reflexes, managing to hold her ground against the 3 enemies, albeit slightly at a disadvantage. Just as expected of you. A genjutsu took them down. Yuin couldn't help but praise. "Let's go support another teammate." Uchiha Sora smiled and headed in another direction. However, when they arrived at Hawk's location, he had already taken down all 3 enemies. It was evident that Hawk's strength was also impressive. After the 3 regrouped, they continued searching for Kakashi's combat location. From a distance, they could sense a violent aura of lightning. Lightning cutter. When they found Kakashi, his hand was withdrawing from an enemy's chest, a trace of lightning still crackling from his palm. Uchiha Sora's 3 tomoe Sharingan focused on the flow of chakra in Kakashi's hand, attempting to analyze its principles. Unfortunately, his chakra attributes did not include lightning, and he was unfamiliar with lightning release. Even with the inside of the Sharingan, he couldn't learn Kakashi's jutsu in a short time. Beside Kakashi lay 2 corpses, 2 of the attackers from this assault. "We need to take these bodies back to Konoha for processing," Kakashi said upon seeing the 3 arrive. "You are all newcomers to the Umbu. Now I will teach you how to handle corpses." Under Kakashi's on-site teaching, Uchiha Sora and the others quickly learned the method for handling corpses in the Umbu. They took out sealing scrolls and neatly sealed the bodies within them. At this moment, the saved Sand Village ninjas came over to thank them. After some pleasantries, the Sand Village ninjas took their leave. The remaining 4, including Uchiha Sora, also prepared to return to Konoha to report on the mission. "All right, your performance this time was quite good. You all completed the tasks assigned to you very well, indicating that your abilities are sufficient for Umbu missions. I hope you will continue to work hard next time." Kakashi summarized the mission. Suddenly, footsteps were heard coming from the side. Chapter 19, Orochimaru. Spiritual energy automatically cultivates. Bikudu updates the latest chapter of Naruto. My Sharingan can automatically cultivate in real time. In just a few words, Kakashi's momentum was suppressed by Orochimaru. Uzuki Wang and Eagle both felt a great sense of danger. Among those present, It was probably only Uchiha Kō who felt the least pressure, as he had already set up a trump card with the Flying Thunder God coordinates. And Orochimaru's appearance posed no threat to his life. However, someone like Orochimaru is very purposeful, and his presence here is likely not a coincidence. At this time, Orochimaru had only defected from Konoha for a year or two, and according to the original plot, he should be in the stage of searching for subordinates and had not yet joined the Akatsuki organization. Just as Uchiha Kō was deep in thought, Orochimaru's gaze suddenly fell on him. If I'm not mistaken, this must be the genius of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Kō, right? A cold laugh echoed. Uchiha Kō instantly felt as if he was being stared at by a venomous snake, making him feel uneasy all over. As expected of senior Orochimaru, he can recognize me even while wearing a mask. I wonder what brings you here. Uchiha Kō gathered his chakra, secretly on guard, and said lightly. Although Orochimaru's aura was strong, Uchiha Kō was determined not to be suppressed by him. He activated his 3 tomoe Sharingan, unleashing powerful ocular power and chakra simultaneously. The air was stirred, forming a whirlwind. The sheer force startled Kakashi and the others, making them glance sideways. What a strong chakra. Uchiha Kō's chakra is probably much more than before. Kakashi thought to himself. Indeed, Uchiha Kō, no wonder you could defeat Itachi. Meeting you today truly makes this trip worthwhile. Orochimaru's eyes sparkled, his long tongue licking his lips as if he were admiring his prey. Hearing that Orochimaru's words seemed to imply something, Kakashi's expression changed as he said, Orochimaru, what do you want? Orochimaru chuckled. Don't be nervous, Kakashi. I just want to have some fun with Konoha's Jr. Orochimaru, don't do anything reckless. Kakashi immediately stepped in front of Uchiha Kō, forming hand seals as the sound of thunder echoed in his palms. It was Kakashi's famous technique, the S-rank lightning release, lightning cutter. Kakashi raised the lightning cutter, and his 3 tomoe Sharingan was already exposed, fixedly staring at Orochimaru. If you want to make a move on Kō, you'll have to get through me first. Me too. Yuzuki Yueing also jumped over, drawing her long sword and pointing it at Orochimaru. Although her hand trembled slightly while holding the sword, her tone was incredibly firm. Eagle also silently stood by. Only by experiencing battles of this level can one quickly gain sharpening. Feeling the immense pressure from Orochimaru, Uchiha Kō instead felt a surge of excitement within. Ding! Under Orochimaru's pressure, your spiritual energy has successfully entered automatic cultivation mode. It's both pressure and motivation. Your will is very excited. The automatic cultivation of spiritual energy accelerates. Spiritual energy instantly increases by 100%. Suddenly, a system prompt echoed in his mind. Kō couldn't help but feel delighted. Unexpectedly, the sharpening of willpower actually allowed spiritual energy to enter automatic cultivation. It's important to know that this spiritual energy is one of the 2 main components of chakra, but it is usually quite ethereal without a specific method to enhance it. Generally, for a ninja to increase their chakra amount, in addition to practicing chakra refinement techniques, they must also find ways to enhance their physical energy and spiritual energy. Otherwise, if they solely focus on chakra refinement techniques, they will soon hit a bottleneck. The most fundamental way to increase chakra amount is to enhance both physical energy and spiritual energy. However, improving these 2 types of energy is very difficult. Physical energy can become stronger through continuous exercise, but it heavily relies on one's bloodline, such as the sage body, which naturally has much more physical energy than ordinary people. As for spiritual energy, apart from the Sage clan, who can enhance it by constantly upgrading their ocular techniques through stimulation, others can only strengthen it by continuously sharpening their will, and the effects for ordinary people are quite limited. This is also why most ninjas can only reach the Chunin level. Most ninjas lack bloodline advantages, and their physical and spiritual energy lacks a method for rapid enhancement, which fixes their upper limits. Only true geniuses have the opportunity to break through this bottleneck. Uchiha Kō had already allowed his body training to enter automatic cultivation mode earlier, meaning his physical energy was continuously undergoing automatic cultivation, and he even awakened the sage body. Now, with his spiritual energy also entering automatic cultivation mode, this means Uchiha Kō no longer needs to worry about how to enhance the limits of these 2 energies. Without a doubt, Uchiha Kō's chakra amount will continuously rise without end. It may sound complicated, but after the sudden increase of 100% in spiritual energy, Uchiha Kō not only felt his spirit more invigorated, but the total amount of his chakra was also growing at an extremely rapid pace due to passive refinement. At the same time, the ocular power of his 3 tomoe Sharingan was also passively enhanced significantly due to the increase in spiritual energy. Although he had not yet reached the level of opening the Genjutsu Sharingan, his ocular power had already surpassed that of an ordinary 3 tomoe Sharingan. At this moment, the system spoke again. Ding! Due to the enhancement of your spiritual energy, your Sharingan feels very comfortable and very happy. During its automatic cultivation process, it is brewing new talents. Genius remembers the address, bikudu.com. If your browser shows no new chapters, please try clicking the menu in the upper right corner or lower right corner to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 20. I see through you. Faced with Orochimaru's confusion, Uchiha Sora appeared in front of him and slowly said, "My Sharingan can see that you are merely a fade. Your powerful chakra and your body seem to be in disharmony." "What? You actually?" Orochimaru's expression shifted. "You must have practiced some forbidden technique, transferring your original chakra and soul into another person's body, right? And your own chakra and soul are rejecting the original chakra and soul of this body, aren't they?" Uchiha Sora continued. His words were partly due to his knowledge of the original plot, knowing Orochimaru's secrets, and partly due to the observations made through his Sharingan. Orochimaru's Edo Tensei technique involves transferring his soul and chakra into another body, gradually consuming the other's soul and chakra. In theory, through continuous reincarnation, Orochimaru's chakra and soul should not diminish. Instead, they should grow stronger. However, as the number of reincarnations increases, without improving his method of consuming chakra and soul, his own soul and chakra become a chaotic mix. In fact, his chakra carries more than one will, which may not be apparent normally, but could lead to backlash at critical moments. Moreover, Orochimaru has other issues. He seeks immortality through cursed seals, continually dividing his own soul, will, and chakra in the process. With problems in these two areas, his power is naturally greatly reduced. Perhaps ordinary ninja illusions wouldn't trouble Orochimaru much. However, Uchiha Sora's genjutsu was released through his 3 tomoe Sharingan, and given the increase in his eye power, its potency was evident. Even the experienced and chakra-rich Orochimaru could not break free from this illusion. At this moment, hearing Uchiha Sora's words, Orochimaru's expression turned extremely ugly. He never expected that his reincarnation secret would be seen through by this 10-year-old child. Furthermore, his weaknesses had been discovered. This struck a blow to his confidence as one of the legendary 3 ninjas. However, Orochimaru was, after all, a seasoned warrior. Even in this illusion, he remained calm and smiled. "Uchiha Sora, the genjutsu is indeed powerful, but so what? Do you really think your illusion can trap me? You missed your chance to act against me." Suddenly, Orochimaru opened his mouth, and a hand emerged from within, followed by another Orochimaru crawling out of his mouth. Orochimaru's substitution jutsu. This is a technique that can evade almost all damage from ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu. In the illusion, Orochimaru decisively used his substitution technique, causing Uchiha Sora's binding technique to lose its effect. At this moment, Uzuki Yugao and Eagle also broke free from the snake's entanglement and regrouped. Both of them had only minor scratches and were otherwise unharmed. "Sora, I was so worried. You were targeted by such a terrifying person as Orochimaru. Are you okay?" Yugao said, nervously looking at Sora. Uchiha Sora shook his head to indicate he was unhurt. Only then did Yugao breathe a sigh of relief. Eagle suddenly asked Sora, "How did you block one of the legendary 3 ninjas?" "Orochimaru, with his strength, you shouldn't be unscathed, right?" "Eagle, what do you mean by that? Do you want to see Sora get hurt?" Yugao frowned at Eagle. "That's not what I meant. I'm just a bit curious." Eagle quickly waved his hands, realizing he had come off too eager. Uchiha Sora smiled lightly. "It's simple. Although Orochimaru is strong, I'm not weak either." Is that so?" Eagle chuckled awkwardly and fell silent. All right, let's talk about this later. Our priority now is to hurry back to Konoha." Kakashi interjected. The group set off, heading back to Konoha. However, due to Eagle's earlier behavior, there seemed to be a strange atmosphere in the team. Yugao and Uchiha Sora walked together, while Eagle was somewhat isolated. Kakashi, lagging behind, observed his 3 subordinates and fell into deep thought. From every aspect, Uzuki Yugao met the standards of the Umbu. But when it came to matters related to Uchiha Sora, she displayed strong personal emotions. Her reckless appearance when facing Orochimaru and later conflicts with Eagle to protect Sora indicated that her feelings for Uchiha Sora seemed to go beyond a mere teammate relationship. As for Eagle, his earlier change from a withdrawn demeanor to questioning Uchiha Sora raised some suspicions about his intentions. Regarding Uchiha Sora, Kakashi placed even more emphasis on him. Just like the question Eagle raised, Kakashi was also puzzled about the extent of Uchiha Sora's strength. How could he emerge unscathed from Orochimaru's grasp, survive until his support arrived, and even receive such an evaluation from Orochimaru before retreating? These details could not be overlooked. That evening, the group returned to Konoha Village. Chapter 21. Encounter with Hinata, additional update. After having barbecue with Yuin, Uchiha Sora returned home. His encounter with Orochimaru this time brought him significant gains. In terms of chakra, he had already surpassed ordinary Nin by many times, and with his further boost, he probably reached the threshold of chakra equivalent to that of a Kage. Moreover, with the automatic dual cultivation of both body and mind, his chakra growth would no longer have an upper limit. At the current rate of automatic cultivation, it wouldn't be long before his chakra volume could rival that of a typical tailed beast. In terms of experience, he had also gained combat experience against Kage-level figures, something that ordinary ninjas might never experience in their lifetime. However, amidst his gains, Uchiha Sora remained quietly vigilant against those who were secretly watching him. This time it was Orochimaru. Who would it be next? Danzo? Or Uchiha Obito? Therefore, he could not afford to be careless in the development of ninjutsu. Although he already had a considerable amount of chakra and some trump cards, these trump cards could only be revealed at critical moments. For everyday ninjutsu, aside from a few fire and wind techniques, it seemed he lacked other elemental jutsu. Earth release for defense, water release for versatility, lightning release for explosive power. The 5 basic chakra attributes can also be learned through practice, in addition to being innate. Uchiha Sora thought, Kakashi has mastered all 5 elemental changes due to his strong talent, and with the Sharingan, he has also learned release transformations. As for me, I not only have a Sharingan, but also Sage Body, so theoretically, I can master all elemental transformations. Uchiha Sora murmured to himself, starting tomorrow, I'll begin exploring some elemental changes. In the days that followed, Uchiha Sora continued to carry out Umbu missions while also seeking advice from Kakashi on elemental changes. However, due to Uchiha Sora's limited talent, even if Kakashi explained things clearly, he couldn't learn chakra transformations that he wasn't born with in a short time. With excellent ninjutsu, genjutsu, and swordsmanship, he could handle any task with composure. Sometimes, even opponents that Kakashi found tricky could be defeated by Sora. At Uchiha Izumi's home, Sora and Izumi enjoyed a lavish meal together. Half a year ago, Izumi had graduated from a ninja academy and became a genin, and recently she had been carrying out genin missions. Listening to her recount interesting stories from her missions, Uchiha Sora felt quite good. After dinner, he took Izumi out shopping and to a theater to enjoy the New Year's celebration programs of the Naruto world. After the show, Sora and Izumi strolled through the snow, their hands tightly clasped, feeling each other's warmth. Izumi extended her other small hand to gently catch a falling snowflake. Her cheeks slightly flushed and said to Uchiha Sora, Hey, Sora, when we grow up, can we still walk together like this and watch the snow? The girl spoke her confession with nervousness and anticipation in her eyes. Uchiha Sora raised his hand to gently pat her head. Yes, his simple word, without too many flowery words, brought Uchiha Izumi a sense of peace. Suddenly, cries echoed from ahead in the snow, mixed with children's shouts. Uchiha Sora frowned, and Uchiha Izumi rushed over quickly. It turned out that a few kids were throwing snowballs at a little girl, completely ignoring her tears. Hey, you guys stop it! Uchiha Izumi shouted as she rushed out to stop the bullying behavior of those children. Hey, why are you meddling? What, you're Hinata Hyuga? Uchiha Izumi showed a look of surprise and looked at Uchiha Sora. This was the daughter of the Hyuga clan leader. Her status was not ordinary. It was surprising that she was being bullied here, and if anything went wrong and caused a misunderstanding, it would be troublesome. It's okay, we'll take her home, Uchiha Sora said. He had already recognized Hinata's identity, and since they had helped, they would help her all the way home. After all, this could be considered fate. Uchiha Izumi nodded and took Hinata's small hand. Come on, sister will take you home. Hinata nodded gently, took Izumi's hand to stand up, and then pointed in the direction of her home and walked forward. Along the way, Uchiha Izumi asked Hinata about the reason she was bullied. Learning it was because of her weak personality, so she encouraged her. Girls need to be strong. As long as we become strong, we won't be bullied by boys. Hinata nodded gently, feeling Uchiha Izumi's kindness and warmth, and her face gradually broke into a smile. The three soon arrived at the Hyuga mansion. At the entrance, a branch family guard recognized Hinata and quickly ran to notify the clan leader. Moments later, Hyuga Hayashi personally came out to greet his daughter. To thank Uchiha Sora and Izumi for their kind help, Hyuga Hayashi invited them into the hall and served them fine tea in gratitude. Facing Hayashi's hospitality and thanks, Uchiha Izumi felt a bit nervous and awkward. After all, he was a high-ranking clan leader, and she was just a genin, not quite accustomed to interacting with such prominent figures. Uchiha Sora, however, remained calm and composed, saying, "There's no need for such formality, Hayashi-sama. It was just a simple effort." Chapter 22 Family Meeting, Fugaku's Hostility. Naruto. My Sharingan can automatically train. Please indicate the source. Bikadu. Calm after the new year. Uchiha Sora clearly felt that the vigilance against outsiders within the Uchiha clan had become severe. One time, when Yugao came to find Uchiha Sora to practice swordsmanship, she was driven away before she even entered the Uchiha clan. This made Uchiha Sora realize that Fugaku was probably unable to wait any longer to start the coup. If the plot developed according to the original storyline, Shisui's death would not be far off. Uchiha Sora had been silently calculating the time on this matter. The real clan extermination would likely occur in 2 years, led by the grown-up Uchiha Itachi, who had just been recommended by Fugaku to join Root as a spy inserted into the upper levels of Konoha, operating in secret. However, Uchiha Shisui's current reputation had reached its peak, and his position as the leader of Konoha's Umbu was deeply trusted by the third Hokage. In this situation, it was actually reasonable for Uchiha Fugaku to want to launch a coup. Once the coup succeeded, it would be a natural thing to nominate Shisui as Hokage. As for himself, he had no desire to become Hokage because, in terms of both strength and reputation, he, as the clan leader, was not as good as Uchiha Shisui. Therefore, Fugaku had been training Itachi, hoping that Itachi could take over Shisui's position and become the next Hokage. Of course, there was another person he could not ignore, and that was Uchiha Sora. Since that time he was rejected in the illusion, Fugaku's goodwill towards Uchiha Sora had been declining. Especially after Uchiha Sora joined the Umbu. He became even more independent, prioritizing Umbu missions and completely disregarding the words of his clan leader. In fact, Uchiha Sora had missed several family meetings due to missions. This made Fugaku increasingly disappointed in Uchiha Sora, and he had already labeled him as a traitor to the clan in his heart. On this day, Fugaku once again called a family meeting and notified the clan members to attend. Of course, only those with Chunin strength and above could attend the meeting. Upon hearing the news of the family meeting, Uchiha Sora frowned slightly. He hadn't attended the previous meetings indeed because he was lazy to participate due to missions. He knew that the content of the meetings was nothing more than stirring up the emotions of the clan members, deepening relationships among them, and increasing their dissatisfaction with the upper levels of Konoha, similar to a brainwashing speech activity. Since he happened to have free time this time, he decided to go take a look. Dressed in his usual white clothes, with a long sword at his waist, Uchiha Sora, who was nearly 7 meters tall, walked through the streets of the clan and arrived at the family shrine where the meeting was held. By now, many people had already arrived. Although Fugaku's words were harsh, Uchiha Sora's previous absence from the meetings did indeed raise suspicions that he did not care about the clan. However, this matter was not a big deal as long as it was not specifically pursued. But it was clear that today Uchiha Fugaku seemed to want to make an example of Uchiha Sora. He probably wanted to use this opportunity to warn those within the clan who were not firmly positioned. It seems the clan leader wants to express to me the idea that family is above all else, Uchiha Shisui thought helplessly. At this moment, Uchiha Sora also understood Fugaku's intention and could not help but speak. "Clan leader, what do you want me to do?" Fugaku replied indifferently. "If you still hope to be recognized by the clan, then resign from your position in the Hokage's Umbu and join the Konoha Guard." The captain of the Konoha Guard was himself. For someone like Uchiha Sora, who clearly did not take orders from him on a regular basis, having him enter a department managed by himself would make him feel at ease. "What if I refuse?" Uchiha Sora said lightly. "Then you can leave. I don't welcome you to participate in this meeting." Uchiha Fugaku said coldly. "All right, since that's the case, I won't attend this meeting." Uchiha Sora shook his head and turned to leave. The others looked at Uchiha Sora leaving, momentarily exchanging glances. "Okay, is everyone here? Let's start the meeting." Fugaku stood up and announced to everyone. As night fell and the meeting finally ended, the clan members dispersed one by one. In the shrine, Only Uchiha Fugaku and Shisui remained. Fugaku looked at Shisui in front of him and said earnestly, "Shisui, your reputation has now reached its peak. If you want to go further, you must become Hokage. Do you want to become Hokage?" Shisui smiled bitterly. "Clan leader, becoming Hokage is not that simple. Besides strength and reputation, you also need the recognition of the upper levels of Konoha. Becoming Hokage is almost a dream for every Konoha ninja. You have already gained the trust of the third Hokage. I believe your chances of becoming the next Hokage are very great. Moreover, as long as you always stand with the clan will definitely do everything to support you." Fugaku said, "If you become Hokage, the clan's position in the village will immediately become different, which will be very beneficial for the clan." Uchiha Fugaku continued, "However, there are several problems in front of us. One is that the upper levels of Konoha do not trust our Uchiha clan, and there are many historical reasons for this that we cannot change. This can only be altered through your efforts to change their views." Chapter 23. The secret conversation between Sora and Shisui. The death of Eagle kill you? You had a falling out with the clan leader today. If you die, the family will be even more unstable. Shisui shook his head. "That's true." Uchiha Sora smiled. The two fell silent. After a while, Shisui finally said, "Sora, just pretend I was never here tonight. Farewell." "Wait." Uchiha Sora suddenly called out to him. "What is it?" Shisui asked, puzzled. "Be careful of Danzo's Izanagi." Uchiha Sora said. He had been waiting for Shisui, and his main purpose was to inform him about Danzo. "What? Danzo's Izanagi?" Shisui was taken aback and lowered his voice to ask. "Izanagi is a forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan. Only the Sharingan can activate it. How could Danzo possibly? If I told you that Danzo has great ambitions and has been coveting the Uchiha Sharingan, would you believe me?" Uchiha Sora said slowly. "This." Shisui frowned slightly and began to ponder. As the most trusted captain of the third Hokage's Shisui naturally understood the personalities and thoughts of the other high-ranking officials in Konoha. Danzo had always given him a very dangerous feeling. His coveting of a Sharingan was probably not just a baseless rumor. "Sora, it seems you know more than I imagined." Shisui took a deep breath, looking at Uchiha Sora, feeling that the person before him had become incredibly mysterious. "Captain Shisui, I believe you have come to a conclusion." Uchiha Sora smiled. "Yes, I have indeed come to a conclusion." Shisui nodded. At this moment, Uchiha Sora looked towards the left side of the forest and said lightly, "However, it seems our conversation has been overheard." Shisui followed his gaze and nodded lightly. "Hee, I didn't expect you to notice as well. Indeed, I'm quite familiar with the aura of my teammate." Uchiha Sora raised his hand and shot out a kunai. The kunai embedded itself in a tree trunk. A figure slowly walked out from behind the large tree. "You see?" Sora said, looking at the figure that emerged as Danzo's subordinate. "You have to pretend to be my teammate to spy on me. You really have it tough. Unfortunately, your every move cannot escape my eyes." At this moment, the discovered eagle was sweating profusely and his heart was racing. He hadn't expected Uchiha Sora to have suspected him long ago. This guy truly had strong perceptiveness. This matter must be reported to Lord Danzo. Otherwise, Lord Danzo would definitely encounter serious trouble. But he forced himself to remain calm and explained, "Sora, what are you talking about? I'm your teammate. I don't know any Lord Danzo. I just accidentally overheard your conversation. I won't say anything." During the days of following Kakashi on missions, he had already learned Kakashi's Raikiri. After a period of automatic training by the system, he quickly mastered Raikiri. However, Uchiha Sora was not satisfied with this. He spent a lot of time studying deeper transformations and eventually activated the system's automatic training function again. With the system's help, he cultivated this skill. It was similar to the modified Chidori. However, Uchiha Sora modified the Raikiri, condensing its power into a beam and releasing it instantly. When used, it resembled a laser. The duration was short, but the attack range and lethality were significant. In fact, this ninjutsu was more like the Sage Art, Wind Release, Light Fong, but in a lightning release version. Its power was naturally not comparable to Wind Release, but it was much stronger than ordinary Raikiri. Uchiha Sora named it Lightning Release, Light Fong Sword. "It seems you have surpassed Kakashi." Seeing this ninjutsu, Uchiha Shisui remarked. Kakashi was a renowned elite genin and was one of the best in the second only to him. Shisui's evaluation clearly indicated that he now considered Uchiha Sora to be the second strongest in the Uchiha Sora smiled slightly and formed hand seals to release a fire release technique, incinerating Eagle's corpse, then said, "Danzo will soon discover that Eagle has been taken out. He should take action. You need to be careful. Shisui nodded. You should also be careful. Yeah. The two parted ways. Upon returning home, Uchiha Sora felt a temporary sense of relief. The reason he specifically reminded Shisui was to prevent him from walking down the path of suicide again. In the original storyline, Shisui chose to commit suicide because he was ambushed by Danzo, lost an eye, and was severely weakened. Coupled with being poisoned, he was unable to protect his remaining eye. With Danzo's treachery, even if he fled back to his clan, he would definitely not escape the chase. It might even drag the clan into a deep abyss, forcing them to rebel on the spot. If that happened, Konoha would likely face great turmoil. This time, if Shisui preserved his strength, not only would the high-ranking officials of Konoha not dare to act rashly, but Uchiha Kō's coup d'etat might not go as he wished. Although with my current strength, I can completely influence the direction of the situation. The internal issues of Konoha are far less important than the hidden troubles from outside, Uchiha Sora thought to himself. The opponents from within Konoha would at most be the third Hokage and Danzo. He did not take them seriously. However, he had to remain vigilant against external threats like Kurizetsu and Uchiha Bido. There was even a future threat from the Otsutsuki clan. I still need some time. As long as Shisui is alive, the current situation can still be stabilized, Uchiha Sora secretly planned. As long as I become a bit stronger, all problems will be easily solved. Naruto, my Sharingan can automatically train. Please indicate the source. Bikudu. Come. If the browser shows no new chapters, please try clicking the menu in the upper right corner or lower right corner to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 24. The Grief of Stopping Water. The empty kaleidoscope the death of the eagle has, invisibly, increased the rift between the Uchiha clan and Konoha. Uchiha Sora has also sensed that the Umbu missions assigned to him are mostly trivial tasks, indicating that the third Hokage has developed significant doubts about him. It seems he needs to make plans early, although he has been careful not to get involved in certain matters. The direction of the plot may no longer be as he imagined. On this day, after contemplating, Uchiha Sora went directly to Uchiha Izumi's house. The next day, Uchiha Izumi and her mother disappeared from the Uchiha clan. Although this incident aroused some curiosity due to the low presence of Uchiha Izumi and her mother in daily life, it quickly faded away. Meanwhile, the exclusionary behavior exhibited by Fugaku within the Uchiha clan became increasingly severe. However, he still maintained a harmonious relationship with the upper echelons of Konoha on the surface, and even Uchiha Itachi performed excellently in Danzo's root organization. The current situation has become quite delicate overall. Everyone appears to be fulfilling their roles and interacting harmoniously, but secretly, a storm is brewing, with countless uncertainties. Ding! Your Sharingan has finally brewed a new talent, the ability to awaken damage amplification by 100%. On this day, Uchiha Sora finally welcomed the talent brewed by his Sharingan. After more than half a year, my Sharingan has finally brewed a new talent. Uchiha Sora couldn't help but sigh. Damage amplification by 100%, as the name implies, means that when releasing any jutsu in Sharingan state, the power will be amplified by 100%. If this talent is applied to general ninjutsu, it may not have much effect, as it merely means the power of the ninjutsu is greater than that of others. However, if applied to genjutsu or some lethal ocular techniques, the power would be extremely deadly. For example, during the last encounter with Orochimaru under Uchiha Sora's genjutsu, the opponent could still speak, indicating that the genjutsu's power was not yet sufficient. But if he were to release the binding technique now, Orochimaru would definitely not even be able to blink. This is still under the condition of the 3 tomoe Sharingan. Once he awakens the Manjiki at that time, his Manjiki techniques will definitely be more powerful than ordinary Manjiki techniques. To take a step back, with the talent of damage amplification, the spiraling sphere using the same amount of chakra would be twice as powerful as before. With this talent, in the current situation, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. Uchiha Sora thought to himself, Ding! Your Flying Thunder God technique has finally completed the second stage of training through persistent effort. At this moment, another system notification sounded. Great! This is indeed good news coming in pairs. Uchiha Sora was overjoyed. The completion of the second stage of the Flying Thunder God technique means that his technique has finally reached a mature stage. This summoned Black Crow can obviously understand human speech. Although it cannot speak, within Shisui's four-cornered windmill kaleidoscope, a wave of ocular power suddenly emanated. Uchiha Sora made eye contact with it and was immediately pulled into an illusion. In this illusion, Shisui stood before him with his eyes tightly closed, his eye sockets sunken, clearly indicating that his eyes had been gouged out. "Is it you, Sora?" The Shisui in the illusion asked. "It's me," Uchiha Sora responded. He knew that the Shisui before him was merely an illusion program he had set up in advance. "Hey Sora, I'm sorry I was careless." Shisui shook his head and sighed. "I still underestimated Danzo's determination. Although I guarded against his Izanagi, I didn't expect that he had other helpers. One of my eyes was taken by Danzo. Sora, you must be careful. The person who helped Danzo injure me also has a Sharingan from the Uchiha clan and can use would release. His Manjiki has a strange spatial ability, which is very frightening. However, although the encounter was brief, I have already grasped his abilities. The next time you meet him, you must pay attention. His Manjiki can freely switch his body between the real world and the other space. When he is in the other space, you can see him, but you cannot attack him. But as soon as he attacks, he will completely materialize. So, if you encounter him, to defeat him, you must possess a body flicker technique faster than mine. This is the information regarding that person. Besides him and Danzo, I also sense the chakra of the third Hokage from a distance. Although he did not take action, his presence nearby makes it irrelevant whether he intervenes or not. Shisui smiled bitterly. I never thought that I, Uchiha Shisui, would one day be betrayed by my superior. After a pause, he added, Sora, you must promise me the following. This time, I fear I won't be able to return alive, but fortunately, I have kept the other Manjiki. Just as Danzo and that guy said, the abilities of my Manjiki should not exist in this world, but this time, I entrust this eye to you. I do not wish for you to avenge me, nor do I want you to rebel against Konoha because of me. I only hope that you can use this eye to protect the peace in your heart. Also, I have created a letter of intent. After you memorize it, please write it down imitating its content and handwriting and send it to the clan leader. In the illusion, Shisui manifested a letter of intent and its contents, presenting them before Sora. Uchiha Sora took note of everything. The content of the letter was very simple, expressing that Shisui had grown weary of the intrigues, caught between the clan and the upper echelons, and that for him, suicide was a form of liberation. At the end of the letter, Shisui also bid farewell to Uchiha Itachi. All right, Sora, the time for this illusion is about to end, and we must say farewell. Next, Shisui told Sora the method to seal the summoned Black Crow. After coming out of the illusion, Uchiha Sora took a deep breath. With the joint efforts of Uchiha Obito and Danzo, and the third Hokage lurking in the shadows, Uchiha Shisui was still able to take the opportunity to give away his other eye and analyze Obito's abilities. This strength truly deserves the title of the strongest Uchiha. Remember the address, Bikudu.com. If the browser shows no new chapters, please try clicking the menu in the upper right corner or the lower right corner to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 25, Obito. I will play with you slowly. The death of Shisui was almost a foregone conclusion. Uchiha Sora's only consolation was that Shisui had given him his last eye. The ability of this eye could only be used once at most, and the cooldown time was extremely long, which was not very useful for him. However, with this eye, he could use the impure world reincarnation to revive Shisui. What Sora was most concerned about now was that during this time after Shisui's death, Konoha's higher-ups would definitely take action against him. I want to see what else you can do. Uchiha Sora murmured. He could leave with just a thought, but he would never leave Konoha so easily. At the very least, he had to take some interest for Shisui's death, even if it meant going against Shisui's wishes and turning Konoha upside down. However, just as he was ready with his farewell letter and arrived at Fugaka's doorstep, a figure slowly walked out from the Uchiha Fugaka's house. That person was none other than Uchiha Shisui. The aura on him was exactly the same as Uchiha Shisui. But in an instant, Uchiha Sora realized that the Shisui in front of him was definitely a fake. It seemed that Shisui's corpse had fallen into the hands of Uchiha Obito. Otherwise, how could this imposter mimic Shisui's aura so closely? Uchiha Sora quietly left without alerting him. The identity of this person was beyond doubt. He was definitely White Zetsu, who had transformed into Shisui using the residual chakra from Shisui's corpse. The farewell letter could no longer be sent out. It was obvious that White Zetsu had impersonated Shisui to meet Uchiha Fugaku, and if he took out the letter now, who would Fugaka believe? Even if he produced Shisui's eye, the Kodoe Tsukumi, it probably wouldn't have much persuasive power, right? If it were Shisui, he wouldn't be able to avoid my move. Uchiha Sora said lightly. The expression on Shisui's face suddenly calmed down, and he sighed. As expected of Uchiha Sora, it seems the news Shisui released before his death must have reached you. It seems that Shisui's other eye is also very likely to be with you. Shisui slowly spoke, and his body gradually changed, transforming back into White Zetsu. Madara, it's your turn to make an appearance. White Zetsu suddenly chuckled eerily before falling to the ground. The next moment, a figure wearing a mask slowly stepped out from behind Uchiha Sora. A cold voice came from behind the mask. Uchiha Sora, I've been watching you for a long time. Uchiha Sora turned around, looking at the masked man with a calm expression on his face. Huh, you don't seem surprised to see me. The masked man chuckled lightly. Aren't you going to greet the ancestor of your clan? Uchiha Sora remained silent. The masked man continued. Do you want to know the whereabouts of Uchiha Shisui? Uchiha Sora simply looked at him with cold eyes. What an annoying junior. Uchiha Sora's prolonged silence made the masked man lose patience. At this moment, Uchiha Sora finally spoke, his tone mocking and cold. I was just watching a pathetic creature perform. You call me a pathetic creature? The masked man's tone turned cold. Do you know who I am? Without waiting for Uchiha Sora to answer, the masked man continued. My name is Uchiha Madara. Oh, and then? Uchiha Sora replied calmly. You're not surprised? Obito's body continued to charge forward, and Uchiha Sora stood in a large pit that was more than 10 meters deep, holding kunai. That was close. The masked man broke out in a cold sweat. Familiar, isn't it? This feeling? At this moment, Uchiha Sora's teasing voice rang out. You, how could you use the Sharingan and Flying Thunder God technique? What is your relationship with the fourth Hokage? The masked man spoke with a serious tone. The scene just now was exactly the same as that night 5 years ago. If it weren't for having suffered a loss that night, combined with the years of honing his Kimyui, he might have been hit again just now. You're not Uchiha Madara, are you? What's wrong? Just a mere Flying Thunder God and Sharingan, and you're so unsettled? Uchiha Sora continued to mock. He wasn't surprised that the previous combo didn't hit Obito. On one hand, it was because he had just mastered the second stage of the Flying Thunder God and hadn't fully integrated it into combat yet, and in terms of speed, he might not be as fast as Minato. On the other hand, the Obito before him was certainly not the same boy from 5 years ago. His strength had been continuously improving, especially since his ability to switch between reality and illusion had reached an extraordinary level. At this moment, only powerful illusions could restrain him. Winning through speed was no longer so easy. Nevertheless, that combo was enough to make Uchiha Obito relive the shadows of that year. Unfortunately, the Flying Thunder God coordinates on Obito were left by the fourth Hokage, and he couldn't rely on that coordinate to teleport directly. Otherwise, Obito would be no threat at all. Uchiha Sora, who exactly are you? At this moment, the masked man's heart was already in turmoil. He couldn't understand why this 11-year-old kid in front of him knew the Flying Thunder God and Sharingan. Nor could he understand why this kid showed no reaction to someone claiming to be Uchiha Madara. From the moment you teamed up with Danzo to kill Shisui, you've been on my kill list. Unforgivable. Uchiha Sora did not answer his question, but said lightly, You think you are manipulating this world, but in fact, you're just a pathetic creature being toyed with by others. The masked man trembled, letting out a roar. Who are you? Chapter 26, The Power of Emptiness. Space Eye Technique. After a long time, Uchiha Obito seemed to recover, speaking in a low tone. The plan to encircle Uchiha Sora has failed. We need to adjust our strategy for dealing with him in the future. A half-black, half-white figure resembling a pitcher plant slowly rose from underground. It was Zetsu. The black half expressed concern. This Uchiha Sora's background is definitely not simple. He actually knows our plans. It seems we need to be more cautious in our future actions. Obito nodded. What worries me now is what he will do next. I can't see through his thoughts. He has already exceeded my control. Obito, I see you're scared. Black Zetsu said solemnly. Don't forget Madara's plan. No matter what, we must complete that plan. Uchiha Sora, although a big trouble, is just one person. He can't fight against us. Let's hope so. Obito sighed. However, he recalled the image of the girl in his heart, his resolve strengthening again as he murmured, No matter how many difficulties lie ahead, I will definitely achieve that dream. After Uchiha Sora disappeared, when he reappeared, he was no longer in Konoha village. Instead, he found himself on a small island, isolated from the mainland, with picturesque scenery like a paradise. The island was home to a large number of plants and animals, rich in resources. At this moment, in front of a wooden house on the island, two striking figures, one big and one small, were practicing together. Izumi, Aunt Hazuki, Uchiha Sora's figure suddenly appeared near them, greeting them. These two were Uchiha Izumi and her daughter, who had disappeared from the Uchiha clan. Previously, sensing unease Uchiha Sora had moved them to this paradise-like island for safety. This island was one he had discovered during missions over the past 2 years, far from human habitation, making it an excellent place for refuge. Sora, has something happened with the clan? When can we go back? The two rushed over upon seeing Sora, with Uchiha Hazuki asking. Since Uchiha Sora had told them that significant events might occur in the Uchiha clan, they were very concerned about the situation. Uchiha Sora recounted the general situation to them, including the death of Shisui and the subsequent appearance of the masked man. After listening, both were deeply worried. Sora, I didn't expect things to have developed to such a dangerous level. Even a powerful person like Shisui was killed, and that Uchiha Obito is truly despicable. I remember he was once a hero who sacrificed himself for Konoha. Uchiha Izumi was both anxious and indignant. Yes, Sora, your situation in Konoha might be worse than Shisui's. The clan leader doesn't trust you, and the higher-ups in Konoha have ulterior motives towards you, plus that mysterious Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Hazuki sighed deeply. Hesitating, why not just stay on this island? We can live together, far away from the conflicts of the ninja world. Seeing the worried expressions of the two women, Uchiha Sora smiled slightly. Don't worry, the situation isn't as troublesome as you think. Although I am their target, aren't they also my prey? Uchiha Sora helplessly said, well, just know that staying here is very safe, and you don't need to worry about anyone coming in. I see. The two women finally understood somewhat. Sora, does this mean you created this space to protect us? Uchiha Izumi asked, touched. Uchiha Sora nodded, then shook his head. You could say that. But this mirror space isn't just for protecting you. It can also serve as a rear base during combat for me. Because this space is an independent mirror space from the real world, ordinary space ninjutsu cannot reach here. For example, the most commonly used summoning technique does not work here. This is because the summoned objects and summoning techniques exist in the real world, located in different places of the same space. The most important function of this mirror space is to isolate Obito's Kamui ability. Obito's Kamui also has its own alternate space. Strictly speaking, Kamui can transcend different spaces. From the original plot, Obito with dual Manjiki Sharingan could even open the alternate space created by Kagaya Tsutsuki. However, the current single-eyed Obito definitely does not possess that ability. Therefore, the existence of this mirror space can isolate Obito's Kamui tracking. In case of an emergency, as long as Uchiha Sora hides in this mirror space, even Uchiha Obito would be at a loss. Of course, treating this space as an isolated battlefield to deal with strong enemies is also a very good approach. Moreover, since this mirror space was created by Uchiha Sora himself, he can set up Flying Thunder God coordinates here. So even without using his Manjiki abilities, he can directly travel back and forth within this space. This is the ability of Uchiha Sora's Manjiki. He named it Heaven's Divine Realm. Essentially, it belongs to space-type ocular techniques, but also carries a hint of barrier techniques. Because besides creating this mirror space, these eyes also possess a weakened version of the ability, the space barrier technique. It can directly create one or more transparent space barriers at the original location. This barrier has effects like isolating perception and defending against enemy attacks. This weakened version of the ability is what Sora named Void Break. That's right, the same name as a certain Kido skill in Bleach. Chapter 27 Suppression. Attack on the root-based Naruto. My Sharingan can automatically train. Please indicate the source. Bikudu Bikudu. Calm hearing Uchiha Fugaku's words, Uchiha Sora's gaze sharpened. Yesterday, White Zetsu disguised himself as Shisui to find Fugaku. It seems the real intention was to sow discord between himself and Fugaku. Using Shisui's corpse and altering the information on it would leave him with no way to defend himself. It appears this was Uchiha Obito's backup plan to deal with him. Uchiha Sora, do you have anything to say, you traitor of the clan? Uchiha Fugaku said coldly. Why should I explain myself to you? Uchiha Sora replied indifferently. Before you question me, you should consider whether you have the strength for it. Truly arrogant. Capture him. Uchiha Fugaku waved his hand and commanded. The members of the Uchiha police force around them were filled with righteous indignation and surrounded Uchiha Sora. Uchiha Sora frowned slightly. He drew his long sword, and a surge of lightning chakra gathered on it. With a gentle wave, arcs of lightning scattered around. Those rushing forward were caught off guard, struck by the lightning, and fell to the ground, paralyzed and unable to move. In the next moment, Uchiha Sora's figure flickered, and he charged in, taking down the group with a few punches and kicks. Witnessing this scene, Uchiha Fugaku's face turned ashen. You dare to resist. Good. You truly are a traitor. He shouted angrily, drawing his kunai and activating his Sharingan to personally charge forward. Uchiha Fugaku's strength was quite formidable. As the clan leader, while his power wasn't as strong as Shisui's, he had reached the pinnacle of an elite Nin in various basic abilities, stronger than Kakashi. Even compared to the Hokage, he wasn't far off. He had thought he could easily subdue Uchiha Sora with a single strike. However, he didn't expect Uchiha Sora's strength to exceed his expectations. In terms of taijutsu, genjutsu, and various reactions, he found almost no openings. The two fought in close quarters for dozens of exchanges before finally separating. Uchiha Sora, with your strength, why are you still acting as a dog for the higher-ups in Konoha? Uchiha Fugaku shouted angrily. If you stood with the clan, and Shisui were still alive, how hard would it be to overturn Konoha? I can't be bothered to explain myself to you. Figure out on your own. Uchiha Sora shook his head. After saying this, Uchiha Sora vanished in a flash, leaving behind Shisui's letter, which fluttered to the ground. Anyway, he was about to take action against the higher-ups in Konoha, and he believed Uchiha Fugaku would soon understand. In the next moment, Uchiha Sora appeared outside the Roots base. The Roots base was not located in the center of Konoha village, but in a forest underground on the outskirts of the village. Over the past 2 years, Uchiha Sora had already planted flying thunder god technique coordinates at various important locations in Konoha. Naturally, he wouldn't miss the entrance near the Roots base. He came here to cause trouble for Danzo. However, since this was Danzo's stronghold, it wouldn't be easy to kill him on his turf. But if it was just about causing destruction and seizing some ninjutsu materials, he could certainly manage. Uchiha Sora had long since planned to leave Konoha, and before departing, he certainly wouldn't let the third Hokage and Danzo off easily. He split off a shadow clone to attack the entrance of the root base, drawing the attention of the sentinels. Soon, a conflict erupted between the two sides. Enemy attack. It's an enemy attack. The members of the root organization immediately sounded the alarm. Shadows of root members rushed out, surrounding Uchiha Sora's shadow clone. Although Sora's shadow clone only had half of his chakra, it was still much stronger compared to these root members. Even as a shadow clone, the power of his various ninjutsu and skills had not diminished much. The clone was engulfed in explosions. Those root members who had approached to attack the shadow clone were inadvertently caught up in the chaos. However, these individuals were elites, and they still had ways to deal with basic explosive tags. In times of crisis, they all unleashed their best defensive ninjutsu. Earth style, earth wall, water style, water barrier, and various other secret defensive techniques. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Sora couldn't help but laugh. This wasn't an ordinary explosive tag. This was the mutual explosive tag he obtained from the sealing book, originating from the second Hokage. The tags released by the shadow clone numbered in the dozens, and each represented an immense explosive power. By summoning explosive tags, as long as the quantity was sufficient, even the strongest defenses would be of no concern. Over the past 2 years, Uchiha Sora had spent almost all his money on explosive tags. This time, he had prepared at least over 10,000 tags. With such a large number of explosive tags for targeted detonations, the defenses of those root ninjas simply couldn't hold up. Perhaps they could withstand 10 or 20 explosive tags, but there was no way they could withstand the continuous bombardment of over 10,000 explosive tags. Boom, boom, boom. The violent explosions accompanied by blazing flames shook the entire underground hall. The air was filled with the strong scent of explosives. Under such intense explosions, those root members who had previously hoped to rush towards Sora were forced to lie on the ground, not daring to show their heads. And those who were closer had long since turned to ashes in the explosions. Chapter 28, Battle with Danzo. The failed Kotoa Mitsukami Danzo, are you ready to die? Uchiha Sora responded coldly. Danzo laughed in anger. I have truly never seen such an arrogant person. Uchiha Sora. Even Uchiha Shisui wouldn't dare to act wild in my base. You still have the face to mention Shisui? Uchiha Sora's hands lit up with lightning. Without saying another word, he charged directly at Danzo. Lightning release. Lightning cutter. Danzo didn't expect Uchiha Sora to attack directly. By the time he reacted, he hurriedly drew the long sword from his cane and thrust it towards Uchiha Sora's body. Uchiha Sora twisted his body to dodge the sword, and the lightning cutter struck straight at Danzo's heart. Danzo was instantly pierced by the lightning cutter. Bang! But the next second, Danzo's body transformed into a puff of white smoke and vanished. It was a shadow clone. Attack! Danzo commanded, and his real body along with the other root members unleashed ninjutsu to surround Uchiha Sora. Uchiha Sora quickly formed hand seals and slammed both palms on the ground. Earth release. Multiple earth flow walls. Boom, boom, boom. Thick earthen walls instantly rose up, firmly protecting Uchiha Sora. The attacks from all sides hit the earthen walls, causing violent collisions and explosions, shaking the walls precariously. Wind release. Vacuum great sphere. Danzo's voice came. A powerful wind pressure suddenly struck one of the earthen walls. The already burdened wall collapsed instantly, being pierced by a strong air cannon that shot towards Uchiha Sora. Danzo's expression changed. Uchiha Sora, don't bluff. You think I don't have means to deal with you? After saying that, Danzo suddenly tore off the bandages covering the other half of his face. A crimson Sharingan eye appeared. This is Shisui's eye. Come on, do you dare to come closer? Danzo shouted. His right eye was shaped like a four-pointed pinwheel. It was Shisui's Manjiki Sharingan. The activation of genjutsu has distance limitations. Such a powerful genjutsu as Kodo Amatsukami can only be activated within a certain range. At this moment, Uchiha Sora was too far for Kodo Amatsukami to reach. But Danzo's right eye was already prepared with the power of Kodo Amatsukami, ready to activate the genjutsu at any moment. As long as Uchiha Sora dared to approach him, he wouldn't even need to make eye contact for the genjutsu to take effect. This is the terror of Kodo Amatsukami. Uchiha Sora narrowed his eyes slightly. Seeing Shisui's eye, he couldn't help but feel anger rising within him. The next moment, Uchiha Sora leaped down from the ceiling, heading straight for Danzo. Danzo was overjoyed. You arrogant fool. You dare to underestimate my Kodo Amatsukami. Buzz. An invisible wave of ocular power surged from Danzo's right eye. The Kodo Amatsukami genjutsu quietly activated. The power of the genjutsu fell upon Uchiha Sora. After all, the Oil Woman clan's insects are among the most difficult types to deal with in the entire ninja world. Uchiha Sora, I never expected you to be immune to the Kodo Amatsukami genjutsu. It seems Shisui's other eye is with you, isn't it? Danzo said with a grim expression. Only Kodo Amatsukami can counter Kodo Amatsukami. Uchiha Sora merely smiled coldly at Danzo's words, not offering further explanation. His immunity to Kodo Amatsukami was not due to Shisui's other eye, but rather his own genjutsu immunity talent. With this talent, he dared to wreak havoc in Danzo's root base without restraint. Otherwise, Danzo, being a shadow-level figure with countless tricks up his sleeve, had obtained Shisui's eye and had many subordinates assisting him. Even the Flying Thunder God technique would be ineffective against him. Seeing Uchiha Sora remain silent, Danzo had already tacitly acknowledged that Uchiha Sora possessed Shisui's other eye, and a hint of caution flashed across his face. The combination of the Flying Thunder God technique plus Shisui's Manjiki made Uchiha Sora a truly terrifying existence. The threat he posed to both himself and Konoha was enormous. Such a person absolutely must not be allowed to live. But now, killing Uchiha Sora, who possessed the Flying Thunder God technique, was nearly impossible. After a long hesitation, Danzo suddenly withdrew his imposing aura and spoke. Uchiha Sora, with your strength, why must you oppose me? Why not join forces? I can support you from the shadows and help you control the Land of Fire, and I will nominate you as Hokage. Wouldn't it be better for us to unify the ninja world together? Oh, after failing to defeat me, you want to take a conciliatory approach? Uchiha Sora couldn't help but mock. Unifying the ninja world, what grand ambition. Too bad your strength doesn't match your ambition. Sensing the information relayed back from the Shadow Clone, Uchiha Sora shook his head and said, it's about time. Let's end this here for today. I'll leave you with a dog-ass life for now, and I'll come back to collect it personally next time. After saying this, with a thought, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique and instantly vanished before Danzo. Watching Uchiha Sora leave after making his threats, moving freely in and out, Danzo felt a frenzy of jealousy and hatred in his heart. When Uchiha Sora returned home, he found that many ninjutsu scrolls had been added to his collection. These ninjutsu scrolls were the materials that a Shadow Clone had gathered from various places during the battle with Danzo. Chapter 29. Assassination of Uchiha Sora with these materials. Uchiha Sora activated the Flying Thunder God technique again, sending them back to his mirror space. Only in a mirror space would these materials not be lost. Just as Uchiha Sora entered the mirror space, in Konoha village, Danzo opened the door to the third Hokage's office with a gloomy face. Sarutobi, we have a problem. Without waiting for the third Hokage to ask, Danzo spoke directly. What happened? The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, looked at Danzo, his face showing surprise. What happened? He had never seen Danzo look so unsettled. It was clear that the trouble they faced was significant. Our situation has been exposed. Before Shisui died, he sent back information and informed Uchiha Sora. Danzo explained, and that guy Uchiha Sora just caused a ruckus in my root organization and took away a lot of ninjutsu materials. He's going to turn things upside down. What? The third Hokage was taken aback, his pipe dropping to the ground. Forgetting how Shisui's information was exposed, how could Uchiha Sora possess such strength? How could he escape from the root organization unscathed? The third Hokage quickly pressed for answers. Danzo sighed deeply. This time we underestimated this guy. I didn't expect him to possess such power at just 11 years old. Hiruzen, Uchiha Sora now masters the Flying Thunder God technique. Konoha is completely defenseless against him. Danzo stated word by word. The Flying Thunder God technique. The third Hokage exclaimed in shock. How is that possible? How could he have learned the Flying Thunder God technique? Could it be? He suddenly recalled something. Over 2 years ago, when Cloud Village attacked Konoha, someone had visited his study's secret room. Upon analysis at that time, the probability of it being an insider was much higher. However, there had been no clues in this regard for the past 2 years, and they could only wait for the other party to expose themselves. Now it seemed that the person who had secretly viewed the sealing book back then was undoubtedly Uchiha Sora. Despite this, the third Hokage still found it hard to believe this fact. He had even anticipated Danzo's methods and had moved important people in advance. How could such cunning belong to an 11-year-old child? Damn it, what do we do now? Danzo was completely at a loss. The third Hokage fell into deep thought, looking out at the scenery of Konoha Village. After a long while, he said, perhaps we can use other means to catch him off guard. Uchiha Sora is definitely not simple. Do you have a way to catch him off guard? Danzo frowned. The third Hokage replied calmly. It's time to expose the Uchiha clan's ambition. Go and find Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi? Danzo's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Hiruzen, you are truly remarkable. Uchiha Itachi had always been a highly regarded genius. As the son of the Uchiha clan leader, he held significant weight in the minds of Konoha's higher-ups. They paid great attention to nurturing his will of fire, and after entering Root, Danzo not only did not restrict his freedom, but often instilled in him the idea of protecting Konoha. Moreover, the third Hokage frequently summoned him for discussions, effectively brainwashing him. This resulted in Uchiha Itachi now truly considering Konoha as his home, with its importance surpassing that of his own family. Most importantly, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sora were close friends. Using Itachi as a pawn would definitely achieve an unexpected effect. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi was resting at home, having seen the letter Shisui left for Fugaku. Tears uncontrollably streamed down his face. Shisui brother. Uchiha Itachi stood in the yard, feeling extremely sad. Among the entire Uchiha clan, if he had to say who he truly trusted, it would probably be Shisui. There were many things he couldn't say to his family, but could share with Shisui. Uchiha Fugaku was slightly taken aback, but did not pay much attention. He believed that his son, being a genius since childhood, would not care about these details. As a strong person, he should have a strong heart from a young age. Only the weak need comfort. Uchiha Itachi went to the small forest where he and Shisui often trained together. Standing in this familiar small forest, Uchiha Itachi took out his ninja tools and began to practice frantically. Shuriken jutsu, fire release techniques, body flicker technique, taijutsu. He practiced until he was exhausted and breathless, finally lying on the ground, looking up at the sky, seemingly reminiscing about the past. After an unknown amount of time, night fell. Itachi was about to get up and go home when a voice came from his side. Itachi, the third Hokage, is looking for you. Uchiha Itachi looked over and saw Danzo slowly walking out from behind a large tree. Lord Danzo? Uchiha Itachi frowned slightly, showing a puzzled expression. It's a top-secret mission. When we get to the Hokage, he will personally explain it to you. Danzo said quietly, not elaborating further, and led Itachi away. The two arrived at the Hokage building, where the lights were on in the Hokage's office. Itachi followed Danzo into the office and saw the third Hokage working, his face solemn and devoid of the usual kind smile. Upon seeing Uchiha Itachi, the third Hokage's expression turned cold as he threw a pile of documents at him. Chapter 30. Frankly speaking, Fugaku's choice what? Uchiha Itachi's expression changed, and he looked up in disbelief. Danzo coldly said, during the day, Uchiha Kō attacked my root organization. He has now been classified as a rogue ninja. How is that possible? Uchiha Itachi still couldn't believe it. In his mind, Uchiha Kō was a good person, second only to his brother Shisui, bright, cheerful, and easygoing. How could he suddenly do something like this? Danzo was right. The third Hokage also said so this time. We need you to assassinate him. Why me? Uchiha Itachi asked hoarsely. Because you are friends, and only you have the best chance to kill him. The third Hokage sighed and said, to be honest, his strength is very strong, strong enough that even I, as Hokage, am not confident in killing him. So we have to resort to this desperate measure. Uchiha Itachi was shocked. Kei had actually become so strong? When did this happen? Itachi, you are a smart child. You know what you should choose, said the third Hokage. I understand, Hokage-sama. Uchiha Itachi remained silent for a long time, finally nodding and getting up to leave. Looking at Uchiha Itachi's departing figure, Danzo couldn't help but say, Hisashi, I'm afraid with Uchiha Itachi's strength, it won't be that easy to succeed in the assassination. The third Hokage gently nodded. Yes, however, regardless of success or failure, as long as we can create chaos within the Uchiha clan, our goal will be achieved. In my view, the Uchiha clan is a minor issue. Only by killing Uchiha Kō can we eliminate future threats to the village. Danzo shook his head. Only the Sharingan can counter the Sharingan. Even you have failed, this time we can only rely on the Uchiha clan. The third Hokage sighed. He couldn't help but feel emotional, wondering when the village had fallen to such a state. That's right. I have a way to help the clan members leave without anyone noticing. There is no need to worry about being hunted down, Uchiha Kō said. At this point, it was already clear. Uchiha Fugaku understood that he had previously misunderstood him. If Uchiha Kō were truly a lackey of Konoha's upper echelons, he wouldn't need to say this to him. He could easily take advantage of his unpreparedness and collaborate with the higher-ups to eliminate the entire clan. Kō, it seems you have everything planned out. Uchiha Fugaku sighed. However, after a moment of reflection, Uchiha Fugaku slowly shook his head. Kō, although you do not have faith in this coup, I have no way back. The clan has no path of retreat. As you said, the clan can leave the village. But even if they escape safely from Konoha, what can they do? The Uzumaki clan, how powerful they were. They established Uzumaki village in the land of whirlpools. But in the end, they were attacked by everyone. And now the clan members are scattered. The remaining descendants of the Uzumaki have long become lost dogs, reduced to tools for various forces. No matter how strong a clan is, once it loses the protection of a great tree, it will eventually be devoured by the wild wolves outside. Konoha village is that great tree for us. My Uchiha clan must not follow the old path of the Uzumaki clan. If the coup succeeds, my Uchiha clan will become the masters of the great tree. From then on, we will stand at the pinnacle of the ninja world. And even if the coup fails, even if the clan is destroyed, at least we will not tarnish the name of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Kō frowned slightly, staring into Fugaku's eyes. It seems you have made your choice. Yes, I will stay, and my warriors will stay too. Uchiha Fugaku said, however, I hope you can take some ordinary people with you. These ordinary people have no combat power, but they're the pure bloodline of the clan. Letting them leave this place of conflict is also leaving another hope for the clan. All right, then I will give you 1 day to arrange. I will come to find you at this time tomorrow. Uchiha Kō nodded. He did not forcibly intervene in Uchiha Fugaku's choice. When everyone's hands were linked, Uchiha Kō raised his hand to grab one person's shoulder, chakra flowing out, connecting everyone. He nodded at Uchiha Fugaku, and in the next second, whoosh, the Flying Thunder God technique was activated. Uchiha Kō and the hundreds of people beside him instantly vanished. In the next second, he appeared on a small island in his mirror space with everyone. Uchiha Izumi and her daughter, who had already been informed of the situation, were waiting here. Seeing Kō bringing everyone, the two welcomed him. Kō, is this all the clan members you brought? Uchiha Hazuki asked, puzzled. Yes. Maybe Fugaku is concerned that bringing too many people isn't appropriate. Uchiha Kō nodded. They will need your help to explain things. Izumi and Hazuki aunt. It's no trouble. We are quite bored on this island, and now that there are more people, it feels livelier. Uchiha Hazuki smiled. She had already recognized some familiar faces among the crowd. Many people also recognized Uchiha Hazuki and her daughter, greeting them one after another. Watching this scene, Uchiha Kō felt relieved for the moment. These were just ordinary clan members, most of whom were engaged in business or farming. Having them live on this small island would indeed add some liveliness to it. Moreover, in the future, if he had time, he would need to bring in some animals. That would make it feel like a real space. Well, I'll take my leave now. I'll leave the rest to you. Uchiha Kō nodded at the mother and daughter and then activated the Flying Thunder God technique to disappear. He was not worried about the mother and daughter being bullied here. Not to mention that Uchiha Izumi was already a Genin and had opened her Sharingan. Her strength was not inferior to a Chunin. Even Uchiha Hazuki, back then, was an excellent ninja, and her Sharingan had already reached 3 tomoe. She had just retired over the years. Chapter 31. Paranoia. Itachi's decision in the small grove. Uchiha Sora stood quietly in a clearing. A figure suddenly appeared in front of him with a swoosh. Itachi, you're here, Uchiha Sora greeted with a smile. The person was indeed Uchiha Itachi. Not long after returning from Fugaku's side, Uchiha Sora received Itachi's invitation for a meeting. Yeah, I'm here. Uchiha Itachi nodded lightly, his gaze fixed intently on Uchiha Sora. What is going on? Sora, I called you here today because I want to talk about Brother Shisui, Itachi said in a low voice. Uchiha Sora's expression tensed. Itachi, what do you want to know? How did Brother Shisui die? Itachi asked, each word carefully. Sora frowned. You must have seen his suicide note, right? Just consider it a suicide. No, I want you to tell me the truth. Uchiha Itachi's tone was somber. I believe Brother Shisui wouldn't easily commit suicide. There must be another reason behind this. All right, this matter indeed shouldn't be hidden from you. Uchiha Sora shook his head helplessly and recounted how Shisui was killed by Danzo. Upon hearing this, Itachi clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth, his eyes turning crimson. Sure enough, Brother Shisui didn't commit suicide. This was all part of their conspiracy. Uchiha Sora sighed. Itachi, the higher-ups in Konoha have long regarded our Uchiha clan as a thorn in their side. In my view, your father's desire for a coup was also out of desperation. Yeah, will the hatred between our clan and Konoha be resolved? Uchiha Itachi sighed deeply after hearing this. He looked up at the sky and slowly said, before coming to find you, the third Hokage summoned me. He told me that you attacked Danzo's root organization and seized a lot of their ninjutsu data. Just like what Itachi said after being reincarnated in the original work. They're all people who want to achieve their goals solely relying on their own strength. Strictly speaking, Uchiha Sora was also such a person. It's just that he wasn't as paranoid. Mainly, he had never regarded Konoha as his home. His sense of belonging to Konoha was not strong. In contrast, both Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Fugaku had already deeply imprinted themselves as Konoha ninjas. Perhaps this was also due to the inherent characteristics of the Uchiha clan itself. The Uchiha clan is a clan of love, and once this love is lost, they become paranoid and terrifying. This really gives me a headache. Uchiha Sora returned to the small island in the mirror space and shared the matter with Uchiha Izumi and Yayoi, exclaiming. The mother-daughter duo had no way to help with this matter. Their strength was limited, and they could only comfort him. Sora, no matter what you do, we will always support you. The clan leader has his choices, Itachi has his choices, and Sora, your choice is our choice. The mother and daughter held Uchiha Sora's hands, gazing at him with deep affection. Uchiha Sora nodded gently. He felt very gratified that they supported him so much. Sora, what are you going to do next? The three sat on the beach of the small island, and Uchiha Izumi asked. Next, I'll establish a force. Uchiha Sora thought for a moment and said, establish a force? That should be very difficult, right? Izumi murmured, feeling a bit downcast. What's wrong? Uchiha Sora gently patted her head. Her mother Yayoi smiled and said, Sora, Izumi has always wanted to help you, but when she heard you want to establish a force, she felt that with her strength, she couldn't help at all. Izumi, you're still young and have a lot of room for growth. If you want to help me, just work hard and practice. I believe you can do it. Uchiha Sora comforted with a smile. Encouraged by her crush, Uchiha Izumi nodded happily. Thus, Uchiha Sora strode confidently down the streets of Konoha, heading straight for the third Hokage's residence. Although he had already been classified as a rogue ninja, it was clear that most people in Konoha were still unaware of this news. Even the third Hokage might not have made an announcement yet. Therefore, Uchiha Sora walked down the street just like usual, and no one came to disturb him. Upon arriving at the third Hokage's residence, Uchiha Sora directly flashed into the courtyard. Who? This is the Hokage's residence. Unauthorized personnel, keep out. As soon as he entered the courtyard, an umbu jumped out and blocked his way. Oh, you don't recognize me? Uchiha Sora looked at the umbu with a smile that was not quite a smile. You are Uchiha Sora? The umbu was momentarily stunned, then immediately changed his tone and shouted to those around. Not good. Quickly notify the Hokage. Bang. However, before he could finish his words, Uchiha Sora struck him with an elbow, knocking him to the ground, unconscious. Now, Uchiha Sora, through continuous automatic training, had surpassed those adult ninjas in both strength and physique. In fact, his strength was even developing towards the direction of monstrous power. This was the benefit of being in an endless state of automatic training. As time accumulated, Uchiha Sora's attributes in all aspects would reach a superhuman level. Other Umbu reacted and hurriedly surrounded Uchiha Sora. Genjutsu, binding technique. Uchiha Sora activated his Sharingan, and in an instant, a gaze swept across, causing those rushing Umbu to freeze in place, unable to move. He then leisurely walked into the third Hokage's study and began to search. Chapter 32 Departure. Uyue's decision. The third Hokage's expression was extremely grim. As Hokage, he had never been scolded like this before. Even his enemies would respectfully refer to him as the third. In the village, he was a highly respected figure, yet now he was being ruthlessly berated by a junior. Shocked and angry, the third Hokage shouted, "Uchiha Kō, I see you're out of your mind. The village nurtured you, and this is how you repay it?" Listening to the hypocritical words of the third Hokage, Uchiha Kō remained expressionless and said, "You're talking too much. What do you want? To kill me? With your strength, I doubt you can do that." The third Hokage fell silent. He truly did not have the confidence to capture Uchiha Kō, who possessed the Flying Thunder God technique. Enough wasting time. I will take those materials for now. If you want them back, then bring enough conditions to trade with me. Uchiha Kō waved his hand dismissively. After saying this, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique and vanished before the third Hokage's eyes, leaving the third Hokage with a gloomy expression. He did not expect Uchiha Kō to be so reckless, not only causing chaos in the root organization and taking away numerous documents, but also raiding his study and taking most of the ninjutsu materials, including the sealing book. These materials contained various ninjutsu, genjutsu, taijutsu, forbidden techniques, sealing techniques, barrier techniques, and more. It could be said that these were the crystallization of the wisdom of the entire Konoha ninja over the years. Although it was not everything, these items were enough to serve as the foundation of a major force. Release a bounty order. Hunt down Uchiha Kō. A reward of 100 million ryo. After returning to the Hokage office, the third Hokage issued a bounty order. Previously, only a few high-ranking officials knew that Uchiha Kō was classified as a rogue ninja. But once this bounty order was released, it immediately caused an uproar throughout Konoha because of Uchiha Kō's performance in the Chunin exams. Many people in Konoha had already remembered this genius. Upon hearing that Uchiha Kō had stolen the village's secrets and defected, everyone was stunned. Once the bounty order was posted, overnight, Uchiha Kō became a hot topic among the villagers of Konoha. Whenever anyone mentioned Uchiha Kō, they would curse a few times. Well, fine. The third Hokage, feeling helpless, nodded in agreement. He knew that even if he did not agree, Uchiha would probably sneak out anyway. On the other side, Uchiha Kō, back on the small island in the mirror space, left a shadow clone to handle and study the ninjutsu materials while he took Uchiha Izumi and left the small island. He planned to explore the ninja world and look for some good talents. At this time, the Akatsuki organization was still in the phase of looking for members and recruiting people. Since he needed to build a force to compete with the Akatsuki organization, he naturally had to prepare in advance. This was also a good opportunity to see the world, and perhaps it could inspire some automatic cultivation. Bringing Izumi along was also to let her see the world. After leaving the small island in the mirror space, his first stop was the Land of Water. The reason for going to the Land of Water was that it was currently the stronghold of Uchiha Bido, and it was in a period of chaos and constant internal strife. Moreover, the three promising talents, Mizuki Hakazai, Kagaya Kinomaru, and Mizuki, were all from the Land of Water. Uchiha Kō walked with Izumi across the Land of Water, discovering along the way that many villages were in ruins, and some renegade ninjas were pillaging and burning in certain villages. When encountering those renegade ninjas who clearly had no bottom line, Uchiha Kō let Izumi step up to practice and gain practical combat experience. Under Uchiha Kō's protection, Izumi's combat experience and strength improved significantly. During the battles, her Sharingan even reached the 3 tomoe stage. It could be said that her Sharingan talent seemed to be no less than that of a genius like Itachi. This made Uchiha Kō very pleased. A month passed in the blink of an eye, and the two of them walked and stopped until they finally arrived outside the Hidden Mist village. It was none other than Zabuza Momochi. Uchiha Kō waited until he finished drinking before he got up and followed him. The two walked one after the other on the streets of the Hidden Mist village. and the passers-by did not notice anything unusual. Until they reached a deserted riverside, Zabuza stopped and turned to face Uchiha Kō, his gaze cold as he spoke. "You've been following me for so long. What exactly is your purpose?" Uchiha Kō smiled faintly. "The demon of the mist, Zabuza Momochi, a talent from the assassination team of the Hidden Mist Village, proficient in silent killing techniques. Am I right? So, do you want to try my silent killing technique?" Zabuza grinned upon hearing this. Uchiha Kō smiled, but said nothing. "Very well. Mist technique." A flash of killing intent appeared in Zabuza's eyes as he quickly formed hand seals and released the mist technique. Immediately, a thick fog enveloped the area, drastically reducing visibility. "Kid, I don't care which force you come from, but since you've approached me, be prepared to die." Zabuza's voice came from the thick fog, making it difficult to discern his location. As expected of the silent killing technique, Uchiha Kō secretly praised. Just as he spoke, a thread of killing intent appeared behind him. Puff! The next moment, a kunai pierced through Uchiha Kō's body from behind. Zabuza's figure gradually became visible, looking at Uchiha Kō, who had been pierced through, with disdain. "With a rookie like you, you dare to follow me? In your next life." Bang! However, before Zabuza could finish his sentence, the pierced Uchiha Kō transformed into a puff of white smoke and vanished. It was a shadow clone. Zabuza was slightly startled. Chapter 33. Capturing Zabuza. Meeting Terumi May like a fierce wind, the slashing attack struck down heavily on the water dragon. Boom! The swordsmanship created by Uchiha Kō was vividly displayed at this moment. A powerful B-rank ninjutsu was shattered with a single slash. With a flash of his feet, Uchiha Kō instantly closed the distance to Zabuza, who was standing on the surface of the river, launching a torrential assault with his swordsmanship. Zabuza was taken aback and hurriedly drew the ninja sword from his back to block Kō's slash. At this moment, he had not yet obtained the decapitating blade, and his swordsmanship was inferior to Uchiha Kō's. In no time, he dared not continue fighting and quickly retreated, creating distance between himself and Uchiha Kō. What powerful swordsmanship! Who on earth are you? Zabuza, having abandoned his underestimation, realized through the previous series of battles that this person's strength was definitely not weaker than his own. Yet he had never heard of such a figure before. Uchiha Kō smiled faintly. "Zabuza, I've experienced your silent killing technique and water release. Shouldn't it be time for you to experience my techniques?" As soon as the words fell, Uchiha Kō activated his 3 tomoe Sharingan, forming hand seals. Suddenly, a dazzling lightning light shone in his right palm. He charged towards Zabuza at high speed. It was indeed Raikiri. At the same time, he threw a kunai with his left hand towards Zabuza. At this moment, Zabuza's gaze was fixed on Uchiha Kō's eyes and the lightning in his hand, his expression serious. Gathering lightning attribute chakra to this extent, this technique is very dangerous. I must not be hit. And that pair of eyes, could they be the legendary Sharingan? However, the kunai flying towards him was overlooked. He merely tilted his head slightly to avoid the kunai's attack. Zabuza concentrated chakra under his feet, intending to pull back, when suddenly, the Uchiha Kō in his line of sight vanished. Zizizi. At the same time, Zabuza sensed a violent electric aura rapidly approaching from behind. "I agree to join you." Zabuza sat down opposite Uchiha Kō and spoke softly. Uchiha Kō smiled slightly. "Welcome to my faction. Now I have a first task for you. Help me find some information on a few people in the Mist Village's archives. Their names, characteristics, and families are." He then provided Zabuza with the information on the 3 individuals: Hozuki Suigetsu, Kagaya Kimimaro, and Mizuki Shiro, instructing him to find their whereabouts. "Okay, I understand." Zabuza nodded, without asking too many questions, stood up, and turned to leave. A hint of appreciation flashed in Uchiha Kō's eyes. Zabuza was indeed an elite of the Mist Umbu, and his execution of tasks was exceptional. He would never ask unnecessary questions. Of course, Uchiha Kō was not worried about Zabuza betraying him or leaking information, as he had already left a Flying Thunder God technique mark when he lightly patted Zabuza's back during the previous battle. Next, he just needed to wait for news. Compared to himself, an outsider completely unfamiliar with the Mist Village, Zabuza, as a local, clearly understood his village much better. In less than 3 days, he had already found information on Suigetsu and the other 2 and compiled their intel into a report, which he handed over to Uchiha Kō. Uchiha Kō looked at the information on the 3 and frowned slightly. According to the intel, besides Mizuki Shiro, who was currently wandering in a village that experienced snow year-round, the other 2 seemed to have already been taken by Orochimaru. The report indicated that Kimamaro's family, the Kagaya clan, had recently undergone a betrayal, suppressed by the Mist Village's lightning force, leading to their extermination, and the remaining Kimamaro had been taken away by a mysterious person. Meanwhile, Hozuki Sujetsu had also disappeared from his home over a year ago. Knowing the plot well, Uchiha Kō was almost certain that these two had already been taken by Orochimaru. Given this, Uchiha Kō temporarily extinguished the thought of digging people out from Orochimaru. After all, wanting to cultivate some children was just a whim, something he intended to do along the way. Since he had missed the opportunity, he would not pursue it any further. Following the fluctuation of chakra, he directly used the Sharingan to cast a genjutsu. The insight of the Byakugan far surpassed that of the Sharingan, but in terms of output, it was lacking. With a single genjutsu, Uchiha Kō made the opponent's chakra fluctuation disappear instantly. At this time, in the small grove, two figures stood on the branches of a large tree. One was a young woman wearing a blue dress with emerald green eyes, reddish-brown, crossed long curly hair. Her right eye covered by hair, pink lips, a graceful figure, and fair skin. It was Terumi Mei. The other was a middle-aged man with a black eye patch over one eye, with veins bulging around it. It was Ao. Ao suddenly let out a muffled grunt and half kneeled down. Terumi Mei, surprised, asked, "What happened?" "He actually used my chakra perception to cast a Sharingan genjutsu on me. This genjutsu ability and chakra fluctuation remind me of someone." Ao's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. "Who?" "Uchiha Shisui." Upon hearing this name, Terumi Mei couldn't help but be taken aback. Could it be that the person Zabuza mentioned who could help us is Uchiha Shisui? Ao slowly shook his head. "It's not Shisui. I remember the color of Shisui's chakra clearly, and this person is not Shisui." "Not Shisui? Then who could it be?" Terumi Mei couldn't help but become curious. At this moment, Uchiha Kō and Zabuza finally arrived. Ao and Terumi Mei jumped down from the branch. Landing in front of the two, their gazes fixed on Uchiha Kō, scrutinizing him continuously. "Hee, I didn't expect you to be such a young and handsome guy. I wonder if you are of age yet?" Upon seeing Uchiha Kō's handsome appearance, Terumi Mei couldn't help but tease him. As soon as the words came out, she realized she might have offended him, quickly smiling modestly and explaining, "I'm sorry, but your appearance really doesn't look like that of an adult." Uchiha Kō smiled faintly and replied, "Lady Terumi Mei, I'm not here for matchmaking. Age doesn't seem matter, does it? As long as I have this strength, that's enough. What do you think?" Chapter 34 Cooperation. Fourth Mizukage. The words of Uchiha Kō shocked the two of them completely, and even Zabuza, who was nearby, was greatly astonished. The fourth Mizukage is not only a shadow-level powerhouse, but also the host of the Three Tails. How could he possibly be manipulated by someone who in a ninja world has the ability to control a perfect Jinchuriki? At this moment, Uchiha Kō continued, "Now that you both know this information, when we meet the fourth Mizukage, we can use Ao's Byakugan to closely observe him and detect any anomalies." Kagami Mei and Ao exchanged glances, and Ao nodded, whispering, "My Byakugan comes from the Hyuga clan, and I have developed its insight to the extreme. If the fourth Mizukage is indeed being controlled, I will definitely be able to check it out. All right, look for an opportunity to investigate. If we find out that it's true, we'll make further plans," said Kagami Mei. After a pause, she added, "You told us such important news. There must be some conditions, right?" Uchiha Kō smiled faintly but shook his head, saying, "No, there are no conditions. The reason I told you this is simply to pull you in to deal with the fourth Mizukage and the person behind him. If we want to break the illusion on the fourth Mizukage, it will be very difficult without taking him down, and the person controlling him is also very powerful. If we act rashly, relying on just myself 1T, make it easy to achieve our goals. You are locals of the Mist Village. I believe that with your cooperation, this matter will be much easier to handle." After hearing Uchiha Kō's words, Kagami Mei and Ao nodded secretly. This was indeed the case. To deal with the fourth Mizukage and the person behind him, if there is no comprehensive plan, it would instead backfire, only plunging the village into greater chaos. Moreover, the fact that the fourth Mizukage is being controlled must not be publicly announced to everyone, because if this matter is confirmed, it would be a significant blow to the Mist Village. How could the Mist Village, or even the Land of Water, have the face to continue operating in the ninja world? Therefore, the best approach is to act quietly and solve this matter as quickly as possible. All right, since that's the case, let's wish for a pleasant cooperation. Kagami Mei smiled and extended her fair hand. Pleasant cooperation. Uchiha Kō reached out and shook her hand, smiling back. Thus, the two sides reached a cooperation agreement. 3 days later, the fourth Mizukage was caught off guard and was swept away by a surge of water. However, this level of attack could not injure him. He quickly got up and was about to scold, but saw Kagami May had already flashed behind him. Water release, water prison technique. With a clear shout, taking advantage of the rushing water released by the wave, a circular water sphere suddenly enveloped the fourth Mizukage, trapping him inside. Success! Kagami May and Ao were slightly pleased. But soon, both of them felt a powerful and violent chakra surging wildly from the fourth Mizukage's body. Kagami May's water prison began to shake violently, and the strong, scorching chakra made the water in the prison boil. Bang! Almost in the blink of an eye. The water prison was broken through by the chakra emanating from the fourth Mizukage. Kagami May was immediately knocked back by the powerful recoil, nearly falling to the ground. Failure. Looking at the red-tailed beast chakra spilling out from the fourth Mizukage, Kagami May had a bitter smile. The tailed beast chakra was simply too strong. It was not something she could easily contend with right now. Aren't you going to make a move? At this moment, Ao couldn't help but shout. Wind release. Sharingan. As soon as Ao's voice fell, a figure appeared above the fourth Mizukage. It was Uchiha Kō. He descended from the sky with a white Sharingan emitting a sharp whistling sound and smashed heavily onto the fourth Mizukage. Boom! A powerful energy erupted, and although it did not reach the level of a Raisin Shuriken, the wind attribute enhanced Sharingan was still significantly more powerful than a regular one. The fourth Mizukage's body was instantly enveloped by this strong energy, emitting a painful roar. Suddenly, the fourth Mizukage let out a furious roar, and the tailed beast chakra on his body became tangible, wrapping him in red, substantial chakra, entering a vague beast form resembling the three tails, with three tails swaying behind him. Not good. This is Coral Palm. Kagami May immediately recalled the Jinchuriki technique of the fourth Mizukage. All of this, though complex, happened in an instant. By the time Kagami May noticed that her arm and even half of her body were about to be covered by the coral, the fourth Mizukage charged at her again with an overwhelming force that sent chills down her spine. Lightning release. Light Fong Sword. Suddenly, a laser-like ray of lightning shot towards the fourth Mizukage's body with a whoosh. Puff! The lightning ray struck the fourth Mizukage instantly. However, its strong penetrating power did not pierce through the fourth Mizukage's body. Instead, it was firmly blocked by his powerful tangible chakra, only piercing halfway through his shoulder, sending him flying away. The fourth Mizukage winced in pain, blood flowing from the small hole in his shoulder. But under the powerful healing ability of the tailed beast chakra, the wound on his shoulder quickly healed. Taking this opportunity, Uchiha Kō flashed to Kagami May's side, knocking off all the coral on her, helping her regain her mobility. Thank you. Kagami May expressed her gratitude. Uchiha Kō nodded and said, You feign an attack to create an opportunity for me. With his current abilities, he really couldn't take down a perfect Jinchuriki in a short time. On the other side, Ao and Zabuza, who had not yet made a move from afar, had limited power and were only suitable for skirmishing, mainly to guard against the appearance of Uchiha Bido. Currently, the only one they could rely on was Kagami May. From her previous response to the fourth Mizukage's attack, it was clear that her strength was considerable. Although she was still a bit short of shadow level, she was nearly there. All right, Kagami May responded, and her hands formed seals again. Liquid release, dissolving monster technique. Chapter 35. Wind release. Great Jade Spiral Shuriken after landing a hit. Taking advantage of the moment when his opponent was pierced, Uchiha Sora's other hand instantly shone with a spiral sphere. Without having time to add wind nature transformation to it, he pressed it directly towards the fourth Mizukage's face. Every move was lethal. However, Uchiha Sora showed no mercy, as the opponent was in a tailed beast transformation state, with extremely strong defense and self-healing abilities. Hitting other parts of his body would be akin to just scratching an itch. However, just as the spiral sphere was about to smash into the fourth Mizukage's face, he managed to react, raising a hand to block. The power of the spiral sphere collided fiercely with the fourth Mizukage's palm, which was filled with tailed beast chakra. The violently spinning spiral sphere, carrying an aura that could tear everything apart, erupted with dazzling light. The fourth Mizukage's palm was gradually pushed back by the power of the spiral sphere, becoming injured and twisted under that rotating force. Roar! However, in the next second, the fourth Mizukage suddenly let out a roar, and an even more violent chakra erupted from him. Uchiha Sora's spiral sphere was suddenly pushed back by this powerful chakra. The strong-tailed beast chakra even began to crawl up Uchiha Sora's palm, attempting to invade him. At the same time, the fourth Mizuki's other hand, which had been pierced by a long sword, suddenly grasped Uchiha Sora's sword. He grinned, opened his mouth, and a black-tailed beast ball suddenly condensed within. Uchiha Sora was slightly startled, hurriedly releasing his grip on the long sword, and with a thought, his figure instantly disappeared in front of the fourth Mizuki. The next second, he reappeared at his original position, where a flying thunder god kunai was stuck in the ground. The fourth Mizuki, suddenly losing his target, was momentarily stunned and didn't bother to pull out the long sword embedded in him. He looked around and quickly found Uchiha Sora's location again. The black-tailed beast ball in his mouth shot towards Uchiha Sora's direction. Seeing that terrifying tailed beast ball shooting towards Uchiha Sora, Terumi Mei, who was feigning an attack, exclaimed urgently, "Get out of the way!" Uchiha Sora's appearance caused them all to turn their gazes towards him. Aoi, who had been observing with his Byakugan, spoke in shock. Could it be that the technique you just used is the legendary space-time ninjutsu? That technique, with its elusive nature. Could it be the legendary Flying Thunder God technique? Flying Thunder God technique. Terumi Mei and Zabuza were not familiar with this technique. They only seemed to recall seeing related information in the past, and they were extremely shocked at this moment. They never expected Uchiha Sora to have mastered this mysterious space-time ninjutsu. Uchiha Sora nodded. A ninja of Aoi's age, having participated in the Third Shinobi World War, naturally knew of the iconic skill of the Yellow Flash. Receiving Sora's confirmation, a look of awe flashed across Aoi's face. In the Third Shinobi World War, the Yellow Flash was a figure that could make others flee in terror. His fame was even greater than that of the later Shunshin no Jutsu. Now that Uchiha Sora had also mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, combined with his enviable Sharingan, and at such a young age, Aoi could hardly imagine how far Uchiha Sora would grow in the future. The explosive shockwave lasted for a full 10 seconds before slowly dissipating. "Aoi, how is Lord Mizuki?" Terumi Mei asked. Aoi used his Byakugan to observe the fourth Mizuki from a distance, smiling. Lord Mizuki is still alive. It seems he has already fainted. No, wait. However, before he could finish a sentence, his smile suddenly froze, and he exclaimed in alarm. Lord Mizuki is fine. He is about to fully tailed beast transform. Just as Aoi finished speaking, a more powerful chakra burst forth from the distance. This chakra spread like a tide, whipping up a fierce wind that even caused Uchiha Sora and the others, who had already distanced themselves, to stagger back a step. Then, a massive tailed beast appeared in everyone's sight. Its huge body, resembling a small mountain, took the form of a giant turtle, with an incredibly thick and hard shell, and 3 prominently swaying tails behind it. Dodging one of the tails that came crashing down, Uchiha Sora raised both hands, forming a spiral sphere in each. Boom! Boom! Under the power of the spiral spheres, the 2 tails were sent bouncing back. Meanwhile, from a distance, a shadow clone was rapidly forming a basketball-sized spiral sphere in its hand, and a powerful wind-style chakra was being frantically infused into it. Buzzing, as more and more wind chakra was injected, the color of the spiral sphere changed to white, and a continuously spinning shuriken energy formed around it. It was the wind release, Great Jade Spiral Shuriken. This was infused with more chakra than an ordinary spiral shuriken. It almost gathered most of the chakra from this shadow clone. What a powerful wind chakra. This strength, it's terrifying. Aoi's Byakugan fixated on the wind release spiral shuriken in the shadow clone's hand, exclaiming in shock. If that hits, even a few more lives wouldn't be enough. Zabuza couldn't help but speak up. At this moment, he suddenly felt that following such a strong individual might bring a more glorious future to his life. Just as the two were secretly astonished, the shadow clone disappeared in front of them with the Great Jade Wind Release Spiral Shuriken. Flying Thunder God technique. The next second, the shadow clone appeared above the 3 tails, where the kunai of the Flying Thunder God was inserted. The shadow clone, holding the Great Jade Spiral Shuriken, pressed it directly against the 3 tails' face without hesitation. Boom! 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 Amidst the huge roar, the shadow clone was torn apart by the power of the Great Jade Spiral Shuriken. The 3 tails was also engulfed by the massive energy. Uchiha Sora's main body activated the Flying Thunder God and returned to Zabuza and Aoi's side. Phew! This was the Great Jade Spiral Shuriken that condensed almost half of my chakra. I hope it works. Otherwise, this operation will surely fail. He let out a long sigh and murmured. Chapter 36. Illusion breakthrough. Bai's redemption. The sudden appearance of the system's voice made Uchiha Sora momentarily stunned. It had been a while since he last heard it. He wondered why it had come out at this moment. It didn't seem like he was under any stress. However, the system quickly provided him with an answer. Ding. Due to the intense battle between you, the host, and the tailed beast. Feeling the vast chakra of the tailed beast, your chakra deeply sensed its own insignificance and is determined to train twice as hard. The automatic training speed of your chakra refining technique has doubled. Ding. Under the supervision of your chakra refining technique, your physical training cannot fall behind, and its automatic training speed has doubled. Ding. Under the supervision of your chakra refining technique, your mental energy cannot slack off, and its automatic training speed has doubled. Upon hearing this series of prompts, Uchiha Sora couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Great! His chakra was quite self-aware. He had been contemplating that his current chakra was still somewhat lacking compared to the tailed beast, and he was worried about conserving it in future battles. He didn't expect the system to be so considerate and provide him with a prompt so quickly. With the acceleration of chakra refining, physical training, and mental energy, these three aspects represented an increase in the recovery capacity and upper limit of his chakra. With the previous automatic training speed, it would probably take Uchiha Sora at least 2 to 3 years to reach a tailed beast level amount of chakra. But now, after the acceleration, it would only take about a year. This feeling of accelerated training even allowed him to sense that his spirit, body, and chakra recovery were all visibly improving at a noticeable speed. Although he had just consumed more than half of his chakra, he now felt invigorated and not at all fatigued. While feeling secretly pleased, Uchiha Sora didn't forget what he needed to do next. He crouched down, pulled back the eyelids of the fourth Mizukage, and activated his 3 tomoe Sharingan, directing it at the other's eyes. The power of his eyes surged forth, instantly penetrating the other's mind. For those who did not understand illusions, it was quite difficult to break the fourth Mizukage's illusion. However, Uchiha Sora possessed the Sharingan and had learned a lot about illusions from Shisui, making him immune to illusions. Therefore, he had no problem when it came to illusion techniques. It was one thing for the issue of the fourth Mizukage being controlled to go unnoticed. Once the reason for his manipulation was clear, breaking this control will be no problem for Uchiha Sora. At this moment, within the illusion space, Uchiha Sora invaded the fourth Mizukage's brain. He clearly saw a subtle fluctuation of eye power in the Mizukage's brain, slightly altering the operation of his brain's organs. This change was something that even the person being manipulated could not perceive. The fact that the manipulation was undetectable to the victim was quite similar to Shisui's Kodo Amatsukami. Uchiha Sora murmured. He tried to use the power of his 3 tomoe Sharingan to dispel that special eye power, but found it quite laborious, and realized it would take a considerable amount of time. He instantly left the illusion space and returned to reality. The fourth Mizukage also opened his eyes at the same time, but his body was still in a weakened state. He struggled to stand up, not bothering to greet Terumi, Mei, and the others, and turned his gaze to the nearby space. At that moment, a swirling ripple appeared in that space, and a masked figure emerged before everyone. It was Uchiha Obito, who had sensed the illusion being broken and rushed over. It's you. The fourth Mizukage instantly recognized the other. During his time of being controlled, he had interacted with Uchiha Obito several times, so of course he recognized him. However, the fourth Mizukage did not know his true identity. Uchiha Obito ignored the fourth Mizukage and stared intently at Uchiha Sora, his expression behind the mask shifting between darkness and light. Uchiha Sora, you're the one responsible for this. He gritted his teeth, speaking each word coldly. In Uchiha Sora's eyes, the kaleidoscope Sharingan activated as he looked at Uchiha Obito and chuckled. I said I would play with you slowly. This is just the beginning. I hope you won't lose your composure. Good. Very good. Uchiha Sora, I will make you regret going against me. Uchiha Obito snorted angrily and activated Kamui, causing himself to disappear once again. That guy vanished again. Ching nervously scanned the area. There's no trace of his chakra. Uchiha Sora remarked. Now, Uchiha Obito had no secrets in front of him, so he naturally wouldn't act recklessly. Who exactly is this guy? His mask seems to block the Byakugan's probing. I can't see his face behind the mask at all. Ching's expression grew serious. Uchiha Sora shook his head and smiled lightly. Yes, just a member of our Uchiha clan, merely obsessed. After a pause, he waved to Zabuza. All right, we should be leaving now. Everyone, farewell. Zabuza nodded and smiled at the fourth Mizukage and the others, colleagues from the village. We will meet again. The two turned to leave. The fourth Mizukage spoke from behind. Sir, on behalf of the Hidden Mist Village, I thank you. If you ever need assistance, the Hidden Mist Village will always be at your service. 2 days later, in a snow-covered village, Uchiha Sora found Mizuno Yuki by at the head of a bridge. Mizuno Yuki looked very frail, appearing to be only about 6 or 7 years old. He was dressed very thinly and was shivering in the heavy snow. Chapter 37. Turns out she's a girl. The reincarnation of the dirt technique training is complete due to the fact that Uchiha Sora's long sword was shattered by the tailed beast bomb in the previous battle. He now lacks a reliable weapon. After inquiring with Zabuza and learning that there's a ninja tool shop in a small town near the coast of the Land of Water, he headed to that town with Haku, who had just joined him. The long sword must be forged from a metal that can hold chakra. Since there are no ready-made products in the shop, it can only be custom-made, which would take about a week. Therefore, Uchiha Sora and the others temporarily settled in this small town. Since Haku was always dirty and this trip to the Land of Water had been relatively successful, Uchiha Sora planned to find a place to rest well. Eventually, the three decided to visit a hot spring. Arriving at the hot spring inn, the three changed their clothes, and Uchiha Sora took Haku's small hand and headed toward the men's hot spring. Sora-sama, I think I'll go to the women's hot spring instead, Haku said, blushing and stammering. Uchiha Sora was taken aback. Women's hot spring? Haku, are you a girl? Yes, Haku replied, looking at Uchiha Sora with innocent big eyes, as if wondering why he would ask such a question. Does she not look like a girl? All right. Uchiha Sora couldn't help but pat his forehead, realizing he was misled by the plot. In the original work, Haku always insisted she was a boy, so Uchiha Sora never doubted her gender. Who would have thought Haku was actually a girl? He wondered if it was his arrival that caused a butterfly effect in this world, or if Haku was always a girl and just lied to the original work. Never mind, those details aren't important. All right, you go to the women's hot spring then. Uchiha Sora let go of her small hand and patted her head. Haku no de opesentlu. Uchiha Sora and Zabuza then entered the men's hot spring to enjoy their bath. Boss, what are we going to do next? Zabuza quietly asked while soaking in the hot spring. A week passed in the blink of an eye. During this week, Uchiha Sora focused on teaching Haku. Haku's talent was very strong, and with proper training, she would definitely become a powerful asset. Through contact with Haku, Uchiha Sora also hoped to trigger the system and see if he could automatically cultivate the ice release bloodline limit. Unfortunately, Haku's current abilities were still unstable, and no matter how much they interacted, the system showed no response. After receiving the custom-made long sword, Uchiha Sora inscribed the Flying Thunder God technique on it and strapped it to his waist before leaving the Land of Water with Zabuza and Haku. The three took a boat across the sea and spent several days arriving in the Land of Fire, before attacking the Land of Grass. Uchiha Sora returned to the small island in the mirror space. The various materials he obtained from Konoha had been mostly organized. Uchiha Sora took out the ninjutsu materials that were useful to him and began his studies. First were the forbidden techniques from the Book of Seals. Techniques like the corpse demon sealing method didn't need to be learned, but powerful physical techniques like the 8 gates of death were absolutely essential. He also had to learn the spirit transformation technique, and he couldn't overlook the multi-shadow clone technique either. Unfortunately, there was one technique he had always wanted to learn that was not recorded in any of the materials. That technique was the Een sealing method. Uchiha Sora also couldn't find relevant information on other ninjutsu scrolls. It seemed that this technique was quite complex. The Een sealing method was passed down from the Uzumaki clan, and currently, it seemed that only Tsunade mastered it. On the other hand, the dirt reincarnation technique he learned from the Book of Seals was not perfect. The strength of the sacrifice had a significant impact on the reincarnated being's power. If the sacrifice was weak, the reincarnated individual would also have limited power. Therefore, the more powerful the deceased, the more they would be restricted by the sacrifice. A being like Shisui would likely be heavily suppressed by the sacrifice. Even using white Zetsu as a sacrifice wouldn't make up for this shortcoming. To overcome the deficiencies of the dirt reincarnation, time would need to be spent on research. Perhaps it could also trigger the system's automatic cultivation feature to help improve it. However, Uchiha Sora currently had no time or leisure for that. After mastering these forbidden techniques, Uchiha Sora left the mirror space. Next, he and Zabuza began digging graves throughout the ninja world. As a member of the Mist's Ambu, Zabuza clearly knew the whereabouts of the bodies of the former 7 ninja swordsmen. Uchiha Sora secretly sneaked back to Konoha to search extensively in the village's cemetery. He was looking for the remains of the previous Hokages, but unfortunately, he found nothing not even the body of Konoha's White Fang. All he could find were the remains of some ordinary ninjas. From this, Uchiha Sora could roughly guess that the graves in Konoha had probably been dug up by Orochimaru long ago. With no other options, he had to search for the graves of powerful individuals from other villages in the ninja world. After 3 months of effort, he indeed found the remains of 3 powerful individuals from other villages, such as the Scorch-Release ninja Yakumo from Sunigakure. Chapter 38, Goodbye, Orochimaru. It is actually quite difficult to find White Zetsu's clones, as this guy loves to hide underground and often stays with Black Zetsu. The two of them are as elusive as someone who possesses the Flying Thunder God technique. To find them, one would need to locate the Outer Path Golem, but clearly, it's not that easy. However, Uchiha Sora does have a plan. He knows that at this time, Orochimaru should have joined the Akatsuki, and as long as he can find Orochimaru and collaborate with him, getting some White Zetsu should be possible. Of course, he could also use the bodies of ordinary ninjas as offerings, but ordinary ninja bodies are definitely not comparable to the White Zetsu that possesses first Hokage cells. So he would rather go through some extra trouble to obtain White Zetsu. Half a month later, Uchiha Sora finally found Orochimaru. This guy was wearing the Akatsuki's black cloak with red clouds and was strolling through a small town in the Land of Fire with his partner, Shisui of the Red Sand. The two seemed to be on a mission. Uchiha Sora did not approach them directly, but pretended to be a passerby with Zabuza and walked past Orochimaru. As they brushed past each other, his Sharingan instantly activated, and he cast an illusion. When Orochimaru sensed the chakra disturbance, his expression changed drastically, and Shisui was momentarily taken aback. But soon, Orochimaru's expression returned to normal. "What's wrong, Orochimaru?" Shisui asked, looking at him in confusion before glancing at Uchiha Sora and Zabuza, who were walking away. That guy seems to be Zabuza Momochi from the Mist Village. Was that chakra disturbance coming from the person next to him? Orochimaru chuckled lightly and shook his head. "It's nothing, don't make a fuss. We're here on a mission." "Oh, Uchiha Sora-kun, what an honor." Orochimaru laughed. "Did you not know that I've always been very interested in your body? You actually came to ask for my help? How interesting, truly interesting." "Orochimaru, there's no need to test my true intentions, and I won't beat around the bush with you," Uchiha Sora said with a faint smile. "I need you to capture some live White Zetsu clones from the Akatsuki. The more, the better. And I can tell you a piece of information that you really want." Orochimaru was momentarily stunned. Uchiha Sora's directness made him furrow his brow and put away some of his playful demeanor. "Uchiha Sora, obtaining White Zetsu clones is not that easy. I know you can do it." Uchiha Sora replied calmly. "Don't you want to know the secret of Pain's Rinnegan? You actually know about Pain's Rinnegan." Orochimaru's expression changed in surprise. "Uchiha Sora, just how much do you know? When you get enough White Zetsu clones, I will tell you what you want to know," Uchiha Sora said, leaving a code for their next meeting before disappearing. Watching Uchiha Sora leave, a hint of anticipation appeared on Orochimaru's face. "Uchiha Sora, you really surprised me. At such a young age, you seem to hold incredible secrets." 10 days later, Uchiha Sora met Orochimaru again. This time, Orochimaru came in his true form. They met in a canyon. Orochimaru summoned a large, earthy yellow snake right away. The snake opened its mouth and immediately spat out 10 White Zetsu clones. Chapter 39, Resurrection of the Scorch-Release Ninja. Yekong in no time, all 10 White Zetsus were sent back to the mirror space, and Uchiha Kō returned to face Orochimaru. Orochimaru watched Uchiha Kō's actions with great interest and exclaimed, "Is that the 4th Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique? I see. No wonder Konoha has put a bounty of 100 million Ryo on it." While the Flying Thunder God technique itself has no offensive power, its powerful support abilities and instantaneous movement capabilities are definitely a nightmare for all ninjas. Whoever masters this miraculous space-time technique will immediately become a figure of fear for others. Uchiha Kō waved his hand and said, "Orochimaru, I will now tell you the secret of Pain's Rinnegan." "I'm all ears." Orochimaru's expression suddenly became serious. Uchiha Kō slowly explained, "Speaking of the Rinnegan, the first thing I need to tell you is the true identity of Pain from the Akatsuki organization. I believe you might have already suspected it. You saw Pain's face in the Rain Village, right? Yes, this face seems to belong to one of the 3 children that Jiraiya took in back then." Orochimaru licked his lips and said, "That's right. And now, in the Akatsuki organization, another woman, known as Angel, also seems to be one of those 3 children. However, the one who is missing is that red-haired child. Thinking back, that child should be an orphan of the Uzumaki clan." Uchiha Kō nodded. That red-haired child from back, then, is indeed an orphan of the Uzumaki clan. He is the true master of the Rinnegan. The current pain is indeed that child, but he is already dead. What is acting now is merely a corpse. The one manipulating it from behind is Nagato, the orphan of the Uzumaki clan. The Rinnegan possesses the six paths techniques and the ability to manipulate life and death. Pain's Deva path has the abilities of attraction and repulsion, and in addition, 5 other corpses inherit different abilities. This means that if the original body cannot be found, even if you kill Deva path Pain, it would be of no use. And even if you were to remove the Rinnegan from the body, it would immediately turn into ordinary eyes. Thus, you basically have no chance of obtaining the Rinnegan. After hearing this, Orochimaru's face revealed a look of realization. So that's it. I didn't expect this to be the secret of the leader of the Akatsuki organization. But why does a member of the Uzumaki clan have the Rinnegan? He took out the information on the deceased, with 6 bones representing 6 different powerful individuals. Then, he took out a scroll with the reincarnation technique drawn on it and spread it open. The scroll was densely filled with various technique symbols, with a blank space in the middle. Uchiha Kō placed one of the bones in the blank space and began to form hand seals one by one. His hand seals were slow and careful. Since this was the first time using the Edo Tensei technique, Uchiha Kō wanted to thoroughly experience its intricacies. After finishing the hand seals, Uchiha Kō slapped both palms on the ground. Immediately, countless symbols crawled across the ground in front of him, converging towards one of the white Zetsus, and in the blink of an eye, they climbed onto the white Zetsu's body. At the same time, it seemed as if something in the space broke through some kind of barrier and descended into the present world, bending down onto the white Zetsu. The white Zetsu let out a painful roar, and layers of earth began to crawl up its body, quickly engulfing its entire form. Amid the roar, a strange face slowly appeared, followed by a body. When the entire body fully formed, what appeared before him was a perfectly shaped young woman, wearing the forehead protector of Sunagakure, dressed in a black strapless dress, with sun protection sleeves on her jade arms, her shoulders slightly exposed. She had a white cloth wrapped around her waist, and her lower body was clad in knee-length shorts, perfectly showcasing her sexy and graceful figure. Scorch-release ninja, Yekon. Uchiha Kō whispered her title. After being revived by Edo Tensei, Yekon regained her consciousness. She first looked around, then examined herself, before finally looking at Uchiha Kō in front of her, her beautiful brows furrowing. I have been resurrected? Did you do this? Uchiha Kō smiled and nodded. That's right, but this isn't a true resurrection. This technique is called Edo Tensei. Chapter 40. The Impure World Reincarnation Team attacks the Grass Ninja Village. Uchiha Sora ignored the taunts from Yakura and continued. Let's keep the useless chatter to a minimum. Everything you have is now mine. Your ninjutsu, bloodline limit, body, and even your soul. Yakura bit her lip. Uchiha Sora continued. You have 2 paths to choose from. 1. Serve me wholeheartedly, and I will grant you autonomy. 2. You can choose to defy my will, and I will erase your consciousness. Faced with these 2 choices, Yakura did not hesitate and nodded. I choose the first. I will do my best to serve you. Uchiha Sora smiled with satisfaction. A smart woman. What I once believed in has collapsed, and now I have no choice. Since you have revived me, I will obey you. Yakura smiled helplessly. Uchiha Sora nodded. In just a few words, Yakura submitted. Then, Uchiha Sora continued to perform the Impure World Reincarnation, summoning others one by one. He summoned Sho, an explosive release ninja from Awakens, Troy, a magnet release ninja from Kumogakure, and 3 members from the Mist Ninja Sword 7. After being summoned, these 5 chose to serve him under the conditions provided by Uchiha Sora. However, Uchiha Sora knew that although these people agreed on the surface, they might not truly submit to him in their hearts. All right, you are now bodies of the impure world, but as long as you serve diligently, perhaps one day I will truly revive you, Uchiha Sora said in conclusion. Hearing about true revival, the eyes of the 6 brightened. Now, let us begin our attack on the Grass Ninja Village. Uchiha Sora smiled slightly and waved his hand, ordering towards the Grass Ninja Village. Target, capture the leader of the Grass Ninja Village, and try not to harm the innocent. Aren't those the members of the Mist Ninja Sword 7? The 6 from the Impure World were once renowned figures in the ninja world, and they had all been active during the 3rd Great Ninja War. The ninjas of the Grass Ninja Village immediately recognized them. These people are all already dead. How could they appear here in good condition? At that moment, the leader of the Grass Ninja Village finally arrived, his face dark with concern. I don't know, these guys are not behaving normally. Their bodies don't look like those of living people. There is probably a terrifying figure manipulating them from behind, speculated an experienced jonin. The leader of the grass ninja village furrowed his brows and ordered, "No matter who is behind this, we must first deal with these 6. Yes, everyone hurriedly responded. Although the land of grass was just a small country and the grass ninja village only a small ninja village, the ninja force of the grass ninja village was actually not small, with at least 1,000 ninjas. While it couldn't compare to the large powers of the 5 great ninja villages that had tens of thousands of ninjas, it was still quite considerable in the eyes of ordinary people. Besides the 5 great ninja villages, no other organizations or forces dared to attack the grass ninja village easily. However, due to the sudden occurrence, the number of capable ninjas in the village was now only about 300 to 400. While most others were either ordinary genin or out on missions, not present in the village. During the battle, the elite 6 from the impure world caused tremendous casualties among the grass ninja village. However, the 6 from the impure world ultimately did not possess their former strength. And soon, some were hit by the grass ninja's jutsu, causing half of their bodies to disappear. But soon, to the grass ninja's astonished eyes, the body that had lost half was continuously regenerating. In the blink of an eye, it was restored to perfect condition. Chapter 41. The Vortex mother and daughter fight and retreat. Immediately send someone to Konoha for help. The leader of the grass ninja village shouted. Right, bring that woman here. Use her to recover from injuries. Yes. The subordinates hurriedly responded and turned to leave. In the grass ninja village, there was a small wooden house far from the center. Inside the wooden house, a red-haired mother and daughter were huddled together on a bed, sleeping. The mother's brows were tightly furrowed, seemingly restless even in her dreams. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, there was an urgent knocking on the door of the wooden house. A man's voice sounded anxiously. Vortex Kanako, come out quickly. The leader needs you to work. Inside the wooden house, Vortex Kanako was suddenly awakened, and upon hearing the calls from outside, her face turned pale. She had already worked for a long time during the day, and now that she finally managed to get some sleep at night, being called to work again was unbearable. Did the leader want to kill her? Looking at her daughter, Kei-Rin, who was sleeping beside her, Vortex Kanako gritted her teeth and ultimately got up to put on her clothes, preparing to go out. Bang! At this moment, the person outside had already violently kicked the door open and rushed in. Vortex Kanako, hurry up, the man urged. Vortex Kanako suppressed her inner sorrow and asked, what's going on? Lower your voice. I'll go with you. Don't wake Kei-Rin. By the way, and your daughter. Vortex Kanako mentioned Kei-Rin. And the ninja suddenly had an idea and directly grabbed Kei-Rin's hair, lifting her up. It seemed that they intended to take both mother and daughter as medical tools. Uchiha Sora's gaze fell on the tearful Vortex Kanako and the frightened Kei-Rin, murmuring, hey, who are you? Why are you blocking me? I have an important mission now. Don't hinder me. The male ninja yelled anxiously, raising his hand to shoot 2 kunai at Uchiha Sora. Are you in such a hurry to die? A cold light flashed in Uchiha Sora's eyes. He tilted his head to avoid the 2 kunai, and with a simple body flicker technique, he appeared in front of the male ninja. He reached out to grab him, and as the male ninja raised his hand to block, Uchiha Sora kicked him in the abdomen, causing him to spit out saliva and bend over in pain. Before the male ninja could react, Uchiha Sora had already grabbed his neck, lifting him up and suspending him in midair. The grass ninja let out a painful groan, his legs flailing, and his hands trying to pry open Uchiha Sora's grip, but it was futile. What are you? His consciousness began to fade, and he asked with difficulty. Vortex Kanako and Kei-Rin watched in shock. Looking at Uchiha Sora, who seemed like a deity descending from the heavens, they were momentarily at a loss, unsure whether to flee or how to respond, completely losing their composure. You do not deserve to have a member of the Vortex clan, Uchiha Sora said coldly. With a forceful grip, he snapped the man's neck and threw him aside. Then, he turned his gaze to Vortex Kanako and Kei-Rin. What do you want? Seeing Uchiha Sora kill someone mercilessly, Vortex Kanako hurriedly shielded Kei-Rin, holding her daughter in her arms. Though her voice trembled, she did not back down. Seeing the 2 women appear so tense, Uchiha Sora revealed a gentle smile, speaking softly. There is no need to be afraid. I am here to save you. Save us. Vortex Kanako was taken aback. Uchiha Sora nodded. This grass ninja village will change because of my arrival. From now on, you will no longer have to act as tools for the ninja's recovery and can live here peacefully. Chapter 42. Conquering the light and dark. Half an hour later, the leader of the grass ninja village lay gasping for breath at the feet of Uchiha Kō. He lifted his head and looked at Uchiha K's young and indifferent face, letting out a desperate roar. You bastard. You will definitely die a terrible death. Uchiha K, expressionless, remarked as if in reflection. To the victor belongs the spoils. To the vanquished, disgrace. You have lost, so stop saying these useless words. You might have defeated me, but you will never conquer the Grass Ninja Village. Konoha will not let you go. We have already sought help from Konoha. Don't think you can occupy this place peacefully. The leader of the Grass Ninja Village shouted with red eyes. Is this your last words? Uchiha K raised his sword, and with a thrust, it pierced the heart of the Grass Ninja Village leader. The leader of the Grass Ninja Village is dead. Clean up the battlefield, and then announce our arrival to everyone here. Uchiha K instructed Zabuza beside him. Yes, leader. Zabuza quickly nodded and then glanced at the dead leader of the Grass Ninja Village at his feet. This guy was quite strong. Should you consider reviving him? Uchiha K looked at Zabuza and replied. After all, he was someone who fought for his village until the end. Moreover, I was the one who sent him on his way, so there's no need to revive him. Yes. Zabuza said no more, accepting the order and beginning to clean up the mess. Uchiha K then turned to Uzumaki Kanai and SH Rin beside him and said, The Grass Ninja Village has changed hands. From now on, I will be the leader here. Uzumaki Kanai and SH Rin had witnessed Uchiha K easily defeat and kill the leader of the Grass Ninja Village. Hearing Uchiha K's words now made them feel somewhat fearful. However, they still nodded, with Kanai saying, In the future, please take good care of my daughter and me. We just want to live peacefully without being bullied by others. Uchiha K nodded. Rest assured, it's late now. You should go back and rest. Yes, leader, then we will take our leave. Kanai slightly bowed and left with SH Rin to return home. Because Uchiha K's attack on the Grass Ninja Village was very straightforward and did not take much time. Most of the ordinary people in the Grass Ninja Village had not yet evacuated. Those closest to the battlefield, aside from a few who were mistakenly injured, had all fled. The civilians hid in their homes, afraid to go outside, quietly observing the unfolding situation. As for those grass ninjas who resisted, apart from a portion who were killed, many were captured. All the captives were gathered together and thrown into an open space. Uchiha K walked over with his men. Upon seeing the culprit Uchiha K appear, those grass ninjas began to curse angrily. You demon! You killed our leader. You will not have a good death. You are doomed. Our reinforcements will definitely come to help us. Sooner or later, you will face the wrath of the 5 great ninja villages. In addition to these curses, some others kept their heads down, looking dejected. Observing this scene, Uchiha K spoke. Everyone from now on, I'm the lord of the Grass Ninja Village. I'm not here to listen to your insults. I'm here to offer you a choice. You should have seen that my subordinates are few, aside from Zabuza, who is usable. The rest are all resurrected dead. Therefore, those willing to stay will not lose their original treatment, as I'm short on manpower. However, you must be loyal to me and at least obey my orders. For those unwilling to stay, I will not make it difficult for you. I will let you leave. You can come back for revenge or seek help, and I will be here to accompany you to the end. Chapter 43 Reactions from All Sides. Kakashi moves out the next day, in the early morning. A team of ninjas from the Grass Ninja Village rushed to Konoha Village overnight seeking assistance. The third Hokage donned his Hokage robe and summoned them. From their accounts, the third Hokage learned that the Grass Ninja Village, which had always maintained a good relationship with the Land of Fire, was unexpectedly attacked by a formidable enemy. After clarifying some specific details, the third Hokage said solemnly, You have all worked hard. Rest assured, Konoha Village will not ignore this matter. Yes, thank you very much, Lord Hokage. Konoha Village is our Grass Ninja Village's best ally. We are counting on you this time. The Grass Ninjas expressed their gratitude, and then they were taken away to rest. After the Grass Ninjas left, the third Hokage called in 2 advisors, Mitarashi Anko and Narashikaku. After explaining the situation to them, both advisors looked very grave. Anko said, Sarutobi, there's no doubt about it. That person is Uchiha Sora. I can't believe this kid dares to attack the Grass Ninja Village at such a young age. And he has even learned the impure world reincarnation technique. We must find a way to eliminate this malignant tumor as soon as possible. Mitarashi sighed. I don't think this matter is that simple. Why would Uchiha Sora attack the Grass Ninja Village? We need to understand his intentions first, and then we can formulate a plan. This little brat is using our Konoha Village's forbidden techniques to wreak havoc in the ninja world. It's simply outrageous. Anko exclaimed angrily. The third Hokage pondered. Uchiha Sora's strength is very formidable. Even if I take action, I can't guarantee that I can kill him. Even if we call Jiraiya back, he may not be able to deliver an effective blow to him. The Flying Thunder God technique is truly troublesome. Yes. So what should we do? We can't ignore the Grass Ninja Village's plea for help. Can we? Anko expressed her concerns. If this matter is not handled properly, it could affect Konoha Village's reputation and status in the ninja world. Mitarashi mused. For now, we can send someone to the Grass Ninja Village. The purpose is not to provide support, but to investigate Uchiha Sora's true intentions. Once we understand his real motives, we can make a final decision. Third Hokage, what do you think? The third Hokage nodded. You're right. Uchiha Sora is no longer a simple kid. It is indeed wise to act conservatively. As for the movements of these people, Uchiha Sora was not concerned and did not need to be. With his current strength, others would need to possess at least elite Nin level power to assassinate him. With these people, they couldn't stir up any trouble at all. Meanwhile, the villagers of the Grass Ninja Village had already learned that their village had a new leader. Most of them were quite anxious, fearing that this new leader would do something brutal to them. However, at this moment, Uzumaki Kanako and Ino Yamanaka stepped forward to personally tell the civilians about their own experiences. In their descriptions, the former leader was portrayed as a complete villain, while the new leader was depicted as a forgiving good person. After hearing the accounts from the two, although the civilians still had some doubts, their fears were temporarily alleviated. Some who had planned to leave the Grass Ninja Village for refuge in other places decided to stay and observe the situation first. Thus, the turmoil in the Grass Ninja Village quickly calmed down. But Uchiha Sora knew that this was merely the calm before the storm. Meanwhile, the news of the attack on the Grass Ninja Village and the change of leadership spread quickly to other factions. In addition to Konoha Village, which was already aware of the information, and the Mist Village, which was undergoing internal restructuring, the high-ranking officials of Sunagakure, Iwagakure, and Kumogakure were all alarmed. The third, Suchikage, the fourth Reikage, and the fourth Kazekage all issued orders for their subordinates to keep a close watch on the intelligence from the Grass Ninja Village. In the neighboring Land of Rain, within a tall building in Amigakure, White Zetsu appeared before Uchiha Bido with intelligence, saying, "The Grass Ninja Village has changed hands, and the new leader is Uchiha Sora. What do you think, Madara?" Chapter 44 Kakashi vs. Yakura. On this day, Kakashi appeared outside the Grass Ninja Village. Dressed in his Umbu uniform and wearing an Umbu mask, he stood quietly at the entrance of the village. After a short while, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Kakashi. It was the blazing release ninja, Yakura. "What business do you have, Leaf Ninja?" Yakura said coldly as he drew a kunai, exuding a killing intent. Kakashi ignored the killing intent, took off his mask, squinted at Yakura, and spoke in a low voice. "The Edo Tensei technique, isn't it? If I'm not mistaken, you are the hero of Sunagakure, the blazing release ninja Yakura. I didn't expect you'd become his puppet. And you are?" Yakura noticed Kakashi was not ordinary and replied indifferently. "I am Hitaki Kakashi." Kakashi responded, "I came to see Uchiha Sora." "Hitaki Kakashi? What is your relationship with Hitaki Tsukumo?" Yakura asked. "That is my father." Kakashi replied. "I see. The son of the Leaf's white fan, huh?" Yakura nodded, then shook his head and said, "However, our leader is not someone you can meet just because you want to. In that case, I will have to test your abilities." Kakashi lifted his forehead protector, revealing his 3 tomoe Sharingan. Blazing Release, Oversteam Kill. Yakura immediately unleashed his bloodline limit ability, sending a fiery sphere, bright as the sun, flying directly at Kakashi. Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. Kakashi quickly performed an earth release technique, slamming his hands to the ground. A dog-headed earthen wall rose from the ground, blocking the fireball. Boom! The Edo Tensei body doesn't react as well as when alive, Yakura said, her body stiffening. A large hole blasted through her by Raikiri. "But even if I were alive, I might not be able to defeat an enemy like you." "You flatter me." Kakashi retracted his hand, and while Yakura was still recovering, he hurriedly took out a sealing scroll, preparing to seal her directly. Just as the sealing scroll flew out and was about to wrap around Yakura, a glint of cold light suddenly appeared. The scroll instantly shattered into pieces. A figure appeared next to Yakura. "Kakashi, Captain, did you ask me before trying to seal Yakura?" The newcomer was Uchiha Sora, who looked at Kakashi with indifference. "Sora," Kakashi couldn't help but exclaim, putting away the sealing scroll, his tone heavy as he asked, "Why?" Uchiha Sora looked at him with curiosity, feigning ignorance with a smile. "What do you mean, why? Why betray Konoha? Why betray everyone?" Uchiha Sora smiled lightly, speaking casually. Are you so sure it was I who betrayed Konoha, and not the higher-ups of Konoha? The higher-ups of Konoha? Kakashi was taken aback. Uchiha Sora looked at Kakashi and slowly said, back then, the Leaf's White Fang was collectively condemned by Konoha for a failed mission and eventually fell into depression and took his own life. Whose fault do you think that was? Kakashi's body shook violently, as if his heart had been struck with extreme force. Indeed, his father's suicide was ultimately Konoha's fault. The negligence of the higher-ups allowed the villagers to launch a barrage of accusations against his father. If only the higher-ups of Konoha had stepped in to say a few words on his father's behalf, offering him some affirmation, then his father might not have easily taken his own life. Uchiha Sora's words seemed to open the door to the hatred deep within Kakashi's heart. Just as he was about to be swayed by Uchiha Sora's words and develop feelings of resentment toward the Konoha higher-ups, images of his teacher, Minato Namikaze, Obito, and Rin flashed through his mind. Finally, a figure with a watermelon head appeared in his mind, the wide grin revealing his big white teeth, like a ray of light illuminating his heart. Chapter 45 Meeting. The decision of the three generations what the higher-ups of Konoha village were worried about. Uchiha Sora actually understood clearly. Sharingan, Edo Tensei, Flying Thunder God. Each of these was a presence that could make people extremely wary, yet they were all concentrated in one person who was still so young, even considered to be a child. Once he truly grows up, what kind of changes will he bring to the ninja world in the future? The higher-ups of Konoha couldn't have not thought about this. Moreover, Uchiha Sora held too much information about Konoha village, and the higher-ups had to treat him with caution. Uchiha Sora looked at Kakashi in front of him and slowly spoke. You go back and tell the third Hokage that I've taken over the Grass Village. This is my territory now. All previous unequal cooperation between the Grass Village and Konoha is now void. If Konoha wants to cooperate with me in the future, they must present conditions that can truly impress me. Otherwise, there will be no discussion. Uchiha Sora continued. Also, tell the third Hokage that if he wants to retrieve those ninjutsu secret documents from me, including the Book of Seals, he needs to come up with sufficient conditions to negotiate with me. Upon hearing this, Kakashi finally understood that Uchiha Sora was dead set on developing his own power and dominating a territory. He had completely stood outside of Konoha's circle. All right, I will convey all your words to the third Hokage. Kakashi nodded and left with a complex expression. After Kakashi left, Uchiha Sora looked at Yukura, who had already recovered, and said, send a notice to the daimyo of the Land of Grass, asking him to meet with me. Yes, Yukura nodded in response. That night, the daimyo of the Land of Grass hurriedly arrived at the Grass Village to meet Uchiha Sora. The relationship between the Land of Grass and the Grass Village was actually similar to that between the Land of Fire and Konoha. The daimyo had economic jurisdiction, while the village held military administrative power. The village relied on the daimyo's economic resources for sustenance, and the daimyo needed the village's military strength for protection. Both parties performed their respective duties and coexisted peacefully. Uchiha Sora stated that anyone who performed well in the future would have the opportunity to train in advanced ninjutsu. This way, the hearts of the old members of the Grass Village were somewhat settled, after using a reward mechanism to win the loyalty of these grass ninjas. Uchiha Sora decided to establish a large intelligence organization. This was also the true purpose of him taking over the Grass Village. What he valued was not the strength of these grass ninjas, but the population of this village. With this population, he could establish an intelligence and espionage organization to collect information from all over the ninja world. Although Uchiha Sora was a traveler and familiar with the entire plot, the ninja world was so vast that unexpected events could happen at any time. If he recklessly relied on his familiarity with the plot, he would likely encounter many troubles. Therefore, establishing an intelligence organization became an urgent priority. Only with proper intelligence could he truly control the development of the entire situation. Uchiha Obito was able to maneuver within the ninja world, and the contribution of White Zetsu was significant. The construction of the intelligence organization was a key focus of the village, and for now, let Zabuza take charge. Uchiha Sora said, in a while, I will find a professional intelligence officer to be in charge. He thought of Konoha's intelligence officer, the one known as the Walking Priestess, Yakushinon. She should still be alive and could be recruited to head the intelligence department. As for other matters, Uchiha Sora didn't elaborate much, just briefly encouraged everyone. After the meeting concluded, everyone dispersed. At this time, in the Hokage office of Konoha village, Kakashi, who had returned to the village, reported the situation of the mission to the third Hokage and conveyed Uchiha Sora's words. In the Hokage office, besides the third Hokage and two advisors, Danzo was also present. Chapter 46. The arrival of Iyaka in the land of Earth. In Awakens, the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, had received the news that the land of grass had changed hands. Upon hearing this news, he immediately sent envoys to the land of grass. Similarly, the fourth Kazekage, Rasha, from Sunagakure in the land of wind, also dispatched envoys to investigate. However, not long after these two parties' envoys entered the territory of the land of grass, they suddenly lost contact. The next day, both the third Tsuchikage and the fourth Kazekage sensed something was amiss and sent teams back into the land of grass. This time, they were led by formidable ninjas, but they encountered an attack from the ninjas of the land of grass, resulting in a fierce battle. Ultimately, the ninjas from the land of earth and the land of wind retreated from the land of grass, returning to their villages wounded. How audacious! What does the land of grass intend to do? How dare they act so recklessly? Are they above the law? The fourth Kazekage, Rasha, exploded in anger in his office. I heard that the ninjas from the land of earth were also attacked by the land of grass, reported a ninja. Rasha furrowed his brow. This is unusual. How could the land of grass have the audacity to strike at both of our great ninja villages at the same time? Indeed, while they may have taken over Kusagakure, they wouldn't be strong enough to confront the 5 great ninja villages. Otherwise, they would have done more than just occupy Kusagakure. An advisor analyzed. In my opinion, they must have some sort of conspiracy. We should hold our position for now and observe the situation. All right, let's continue to monitor the intelligence from the land of grass for the time being, Rasha nodded. After all, between the land of wind and the land of grass, there's still the land of rain, so the land of wind does not need to be too anxious. The third Tsuchikage reached a similar conclusion. However, the situation for the land of earth was different, as it shares a direct border with the land of grass, and right across from it is the land of fire. During the Third Shinobi World War, the land of earth was defeated in its confrontations with Konoha, and the third Tsuchikage was naturally very unwilling to accept this. There is no need for that. As long as Uchiha Kō exists, my plans will face more obstacles. We can only act against the tailed beasts when he is preoccupied. Moreover, this is also an opportunity to force him to confront us. Uchiha Obito said slowly. All right then, I will notify Nagato. Baiju nodded and left. Just as Uchiha Obito was busy with his plans to collect the tailed beasts ahead of time, Konoha had already received news that Inoki was preparing to secretly attack Kusagakure. Yet, Uchiha Kō was still completely unaware of these developments. This is the power of the intelligence capabilities of the great ninja villages. Upon learning of the actions of the land of earth, the third Hokage burst into laughter in his office. Inoki, you've truly miscalculated this time. The third Hokage said to himself with a smile. Then, he ordered, delay the plans to negotiate with Kusagakure and send someone to deliver the intelligence to Uchiha Kō. Pausing for a moment, the third Hokage called his secretary and asked, by the way, has Yuzuki Iyaka returned? The secretary nodded. She just returned a couple of days ago. It seems she already knows about Kusagakure and is in a low mood. I see. Then let her handle the delivery of this intelligence. The third Hokage thought for a moment. Tell her that after completing the mission, she need not rush back to report. Yes, Hokage-sama. The secretary responded and left. The next morning, Yuzuki Iyaka arrived at Kusagakure in the land of grass. Uchiha Kō, who was studying ninjutsu, personally came out to greet her. Chapter 47. Daydreaming listening to Uchiha Sora's words. Yuzuki Yugao felt that the person in front of her was so unfamiliar. Sora, you are already very strong, able to conquer even a small country, and even the Hokage has to be wary of you. Why are you still so obsessed with pursuing power? Yuzuki Yugao was very puzzled. Pursuing power is good. Everyone likes power, but leaving the village and leaving companions for power is something she cannot accept about Sora. Uchiha Sora let out a slight sigh, looking at Yuzuki Yugao's red and beautiful eyes. He gently raised his hand to caress her jade-like cheek and said softly, Yugao, it seems you cannot understand me either. Yuzuki Yugao's eyes struggled as she looked at Uchiha Sora's face so close to her. Her delicate face couldn't help but blush slightly. In her heart, it seemed that a voice was calling her. Agree to him. Agree to him. Then you could be together. Don't worry about Konoha anymore. Don't go back. Just follow him forever and be with him. However, Yuzuki Yugao quickly shook her head, forcing herself to wake up. No, I cannot let Sora go astray like this. The path of pursuing power will only make him surrounded by enemies everywhere. I must stop him and bring him back to Konoha. But looking at Uchiha Sora's young and handsome face with a determined gaze, She felt a sense of helplessness in her heart. How could she make Sora change his mind? At this moment, Uchiha Sora had already withdrawn his hand, a hint of regret on his face, and said, Yugao, let's talk about your purpose for coming to find me. You must have brought a mission from Konoha, right? Yuzuki Yugao sighed, took out a sealed scroll from her clothes, and handed it to Uchiha Sora, saying, This is the intelligence scroll that the third Hokage asked me to deliver to you. It contains urgent information that you need right now. Uchiha Sora frowned slightly upon hearing this. His mind moved, and he immediately contacted Yakura, who was in the Edo Tensei, to come over. After a while, Yakura, who received the message, arrived in front of Uchiha Sora. Leader. Yakura respectfully bowed to Uchiha Sora. Open the scroll for me, Uchiha Sora instructed. Yes, Yakura replied, taking the scroll and curiously glancing at the slightly reddened Yuzuki Yugao. Even without this intelligence, the Land of Earth would not be able to break through the grass ninja village that he was guarding, but it would definitely bring him a lot of trouble. While thinking about these issues, Uchiha Sora said to Yuzuki Yugao, I can roughly understand the meaning of the third Hokage relaying this information to me in advance. You can tell him that this mission of delivering intelligence can be regarded as a bargaining chip for future negotiations. Yugao was taken aback. Negotiations? It seems you don't know yet. There will be a negotiation between me and Konoha, Uchiha Sora said. But this matter is not yet concluded, so it's normal for you not to know. Oh, okay. Yugao was still thinking about how to bring Uchiha Sora back, and she nodded absent-mindedly. However, she quickly regained her composure and resolutely shook her head, saying, Sora, I can't go back now. Huh? What's wrong? Don't you need to report back? Uchiha Sora asked in confusion. Yuzuki Yugao said, I can use a carrier pigeon to send your message back, but I must stay here. Hey, little girl. Don't you know that staying in the Grass Ninja Village is very dangerous right now? Yakura suddenly chuckled and said, As a young Umbu, you probably haven't experienced an S-rank mission, right? Staying here, you could die at any moment. Is that so? But it's precisely because it's dangerous that I want to stay. Yugao stared at Yakura, speaking each word clearly. I have been teammates with your leader from the very beginning. Since it's dangerous here, I have no reason to abandon my teammates and leave. Hee, truly commendable courage. Yakura smiled at Yuzuki Yugao and then looked meaningfully at Uchiha Sora, a pleasant curve appearing at the corner of her mouth as she couldn't help but say, Leader, I always thought you only had followers like Zabuza, but I didn't expect there to be a little Umbu from Konoha. Yakura, you are talking too much. Uchiha Sora glared at her. Sorry, Leader, I'll arrange things right away. Yakura said with a smile and turned to leave. Chapter 48. The attack of the Earth Country troops that night. Yuzuki Yuin settled in Kusanagi village. Uchiha Sora ordered his subordinates to start setting up defenses in preparation for the surprise attack from the Earth Country troops. He distributed the flying thunder god kunai to everyone, instructing them to bury them at various locations outside the village. Then he called over some of the elites from Kusanagi village and gave them several tasks, setting up barriers, establishing sentry posts, and evacuating civilians. Next, they would wait quietly for the arrival of the Earth Country troops. He intended to keep the battlefield outside Kusanagi village, preventing any enemies from entering. To that end, he dispatched the 6 paths of dirt to the 4 cardinal directions, keeping the remaining 2 as mobile personnel to patrol the area. Since Uchiha Sora was the user of the Edo Tensei technique, as long as he wished, he could know the situation near the Edo Tensei individuals at any time through their connection. Once everything was ready, Uchiha Sora entered rest mode to regain his energy. After all, a defensive battle was about to take place, and the consumption would definitely be considerable. This was also a form of training and challenge for him. At 10 minutes past midnight, the village alarm was finally sounded. Uchiha Sora turned over in bed, sat up, put on his custom white ceremonial robe, equipped himself with the flying thunder god kunai, and stepped out of his room. At that moment, Yuzuki Yuin was also startled by the alarm and hurried over to find Uchiha Sora. What are you doing here? Uchiha Sora said, seeing her dressed in a tight combat suit that accentuated her graceful figure, slightly frowning. I'm here to help you. Otherwise, why would I stay? Yuin replied. Uchiha Sora chuckled helplessly. You really want to fight alongside me? Fine, but this is no joke. You should stay in the village. Huang Tu was a tall, robust man with a fierce appearance. His earth release techniques were unparalleled in the ninja world, making him the face of a Wagakure side from the 3rd Suchikage. He was also the main force behind the feigned attack on Kusanagi village. Everyone, something seems off, Huang Tu said, frowning as he stood with half of his subordinates in the woods outside Kusanagi village, looking towards the village. What's wrong, Captain? Someone nearby asked, confused. Kusanagi village seems overly quiet. Even if our movements are discreet, at this level, they shouldn't have failed to notice us. Analysed. The nearby elites immediately realized and exclaimed in surprise. Could this be intentional by Kusanagi village? Not good. We might be ambushed. Someone suddenly shouted. As soon as the voice fell, explosions erupted around their troops. Kusanagi ninjas, who had long been lying in wait, suddenly emerged from all directions, surrounding Huang Tu's forces. Damn it, we really are ambushed. These guys dare to set a trap for us. An Awakens ninja cursed angrily. Calm down, Huang Tu said. These rabble from Kusanagi village are not what we need to worry about. Even if they surround us, they can't be our opponents. What I'm concerned about now is that our intel seems to have been leaked. Only the 5 great ninja villages could have that level of intelligence. Don't forget our other objective for coming here. Huang Tu reminded everyone. Could it be that Konoha is behind this? The people around were startled. Exactly. If it's Konoha, they would never sit idly by while we attack Kusanagi village. It's possible that many of those lying in wait around us are Konoha ninjas. Damn it. The third Hokage of Konoha is indeed cunning. It seems our mission is going to be quite troublesome. Huang Tu waved his hand. Regardless, we must complete our mission. Although we've lost the initiative this time, our Iwagakure ninjas are not to be trifled with. Everyone, prepare for battle. Saying that, Huang Tu was the first to launch his ninjutsu. He slammed the ground, and a massive stone golem rose from the earth, towering 3 to 4 stories high, roaring as it charged towards the Kusanagi ninjas. Chapter 49. One man holds the pass. Additional update. The latest chapter of Naruto, My Sharingan Can Automatically Cultivate, is updated first on Bikadu. Water release. Great waterfall technique. At this moment, 3 voices echoed simultaneously. Among the reanimated elites, 3 members from the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist appeared on the battlefield, jointly casting the great waterfall technique. Chakra surged wildly. A massive waterfall seemed to descend from the void, crashing onto the battlefield, transforming into a gigantic wave like a tsunami, sweeping across the battlefield. The battlefield was instantly filled with powerful water currents, forcing all combatants to leap into the air to avoid the violent water below. Those who couldn't evade were swept away by the current, not knowing where they were carried off to. This process lasted about a minute before the great waterfall technique finally ceased. The chakra aura of the 3 reanimated elites noticeably weakened. Even though reanimation grants unlimited chakra, recovery still takes time. However, this recovery time was quick, and in no time, the trio's aura returned to its peak. The great waterfall they unleashed had almost turned the surrounding area into a lake. As a result, the earth-style techniques of the Awakens ninjas would be greatly restricted until the water subsided. Damn, who are those people? They can execute such a large-scale water release. The Awakens ninjas were somewhat panicked. Who cares? Kill! Someone shouted, realizing that retreating was not so easy now. Due to the waterfall's impact, everyone's formation was thrown into chaos. And now the ninjas from both sides were intertwined on the water surface, forced into one-on-one combat. Attempting to retreat would definitely come at a great cost. Huang Tu had no good solutions either and could only rely on his own strength to try to salvage the situation. Meanwhile, in the forest behind the Kusagakure, another group of Awagakure ninjas was anxiously waiting for a signal from the fainting troops. He had around 300 to 400 people with him, at least 30 of whom were J-nin, and the rest were mostly elite CH-nin, many of whom had participated in the Third Shinobi World War and were highly experienced. Well, it seems you Awagakure are not too familiar with my information. Uchiha Sora sighed, slightly. I didn't want to kill too many people, but unfortunately, you insisted on delivering yourselves to me. Since that's the case, I'll accept your lives. Hee hee. What a boastful statement. The Awagakure J-nin leading the team laughed in anger, waving his hand to order everyone to charge at Uchiha Sora. You two step back. Uchiha Sora said to Zabuza Momochi and Yuzuki Yugao. Zabuza nodded and promptly stepped back. Yuzuki Yugao wanted to help, but Zabuza quickly reminded her, I advise you not to complicate things for the leader. The leader's strength is beyond your imagination. Just watch from side. Yuzuki Yugao was not an ignorant woman. Although she wanted to help Uchiha Sora, given the current situation, charging him would be tantamount to sending herself to death. Well, I really don't understand why he didn't bring more people. This is a large force from Awagakure, she said with some concern, even if Sora's strength is great. One person is too much of strain, right? Zabuza just chuckled and said nothing more, looking expectantly at the young and handsome figure ahead. At this moment, Facing the wave-like assault from the Awakens, Uchiha Sora instantly activated his 3 tomoe Sharingan, drew his long sword from his waist, and charged into the crowd. With a swing of his sword, a gust of wind chakra extended from the blade, slashing forward, and a violent wind arose. The Awakens ninjas along the path were instantly sent flying by this strike. Immediately after, his figure flashed, and he appeared in front of an Awakens ninja, sending him flying with a punch and a kick. He thrust his long sword backward, striking true against a person preparing to attack from behind. Uchiha Sora pushed the insight of his 3 tomoe Sharingan to the limit, and all that could be seen in the crowd was his constantly leaping figure and the Awakens ninjas collapsing one after another. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, there was not a single opponent within 3 feet of Uchiha Sora. Remember the genius, Bikudu. Calm. If your browser shows no new chapters, please try clicking the menu in the upper right corner or the lower right corner to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 50. The white death god, the earthen wall, stood in front of the fire dragon, but Uchiha Sora's fire release was no ordinary fire release. He possessed the damage amplification talent that came with his 3 tomoe Sharingan. The earthen wall that rose from the ground only managed to hold for 2 seconds before it was shattered with a loud bang. The fire dragon continued to roar and wreak havoc. Earth release, earth flow wall. Earth release, earth flow wall. The other Awakens ninjas around, seeing this, quickly used earth flow wall to defend. After releasing a dozen earth walls, they finally managed to block and dissipate Uchiha Sora's 3 fire dragons. Cold sweat broke out on everyone's foreheads. In the distance, watching the battle, Yuzuki Yuin was also incredibly shocked. Although she knew Uchiha Sora was strong, she had never seen him go all out before. Just witnessing the power of this fire release was enough to leave her speechless. The power of this fire release far exceeded her imagination. What a powerful fire release. The leading jonin couldn't help but murmur. Taijutsu, Genjutsu, Ninjutsu. Each one has reached its peak. And with the Sharingan, his genjutsu must be exceptional as well. This is truly troublesome. At this moment, he still didn't realize that Uchiha Sora's series of attacks was merely a warm-up. After releasing the fire release, Uchiha Sora created 4 shadow clones. His main body and the 4 shadow clones simultaneously performed hand seals, unleashing 5 different attribute ninjutsu. Wind release, earth release, water release, fire release, lightning release. 5 elements, great multi-shadow bomb technique. 5 different attribute ninjutsu surged forward simultaneously. This was a ninjutsu that Uchiha Sora quickly mastered after obtaining various ninjutsu data from Konoha. Thanks to his all-attribute nature, the powerful explosive force gathered in one direction, producing a tremendous shockwave that cascaded like a tsunami. The Awakens ninjas nearby hurriedly took defensive measures. But under the continuous explosions, that immense power and shockwave instantly shattered their defenses. The Awakens ninjas screamed in the explosions, while the others around didn't even dare to rescue them, because no one dared to approach the area of continuous explosions. What a dangerous technique. Using explosive tags to continuously summon explosive tags, creating sustained explosions. One misstep could pull oneself into it. Truly a forbidden technique developed by the second Hokage. Sora actually used shadow clones in conjunction. Truly impressive. Yuin exclaimed in shock. Thinking she understood Uchiha Sora well, she couldn't help but deeply question if she really knew him. Beside her, Zabuza remarked, the forbidden techniques mastered by the leader are not just this little bit. As the two reflected, the sound of explosions calmed down. The repeated bombarding of the 5 elements' great multi-shadow bomb and the explosive tags had reduced the originally 300 to 400 Awakens ninja forces to half in an instant. Although the remaining 100 or 200 were all elites, their hearts were filled with fear. Many were already considering retreating. But at this moment, how could Uchiha Sora let them leave safely? He spread his hands, each holding a handful of kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique. With a forceful throw, the kunai shot out, scattering across various corners of the battlefield. Huh, what's he doing? Why are these kunai so inaccurate? The Awakens ninjas across watched Uchiha Sora's actions with confusion. The kunai he scattered didn't injure any of their people at all, but landed haphazardly on the battlefield. Suddenly, an elite who had participated in the Third Shinobi World War noticed the strange markings faintly etched on the kunai at his feet. Not good. A chill ran down his spine as he thought of an incredibly terrifying idea. Could it be? Chapter 51. Uchiha Sora arrives looking at the hellish scene before him. Many of the remaining elite Awakens ninjas out of the few dozen left, could no longer withstand their fear and knelt on the ground, losing the will to resist. What a joke. Why? Why is this happening? The leading Jonin deeply felt his own powerlessness at this moment. They had clearly come to attack the grass ninja village. How did the situation turn into this so quickly? You demon! A terrified scream directed at Uchiha Sora escaped from someone else's lips. In the blink of an eye, a troop of 300 to 400 had dwindled to just a handful. The survival rate was nothing short of a massacre. It was as if life had become as fragile as ants in his hands. A hint of pity flashed in Uchiha Sora's eyes as he spoke calmly to the crowd. Killing is not my intention. You should have been prepared to be killed before you attacked here. If you must blame someone, blame your own weakness. As soon as Uchiha Sora finished speaking, he charged back into the crowd. On the Awakens side, although the remaining people were all elite ninjas, their resistance gradually weakened due to their fear of Uchiha Sora. After a few minutes, all the remaining ninjas were killed under Uchiha Sora's sword, including the elite Jonin leading them. Once all the Awakens ninjas were slain, Uchiha Sora waved his bloodied long sword and turned his gaze towards Zabuza Momochi and Yuzuki Yukari. Leader. Zabuza's expression was excited. Sora. Yuzuki Yukari's eyes were filled with shock, but there was also unmistakable worry. As a member of the Umbu, she had inevitably encountered a lot of killings, but she had never seen a scene where one person wiped out 300 to 400 others. What was Sora thinking at this moment? As the lake water receded, the earth release techniques in the hands of Tsuchi transformed decay into wonder, forcing the 6 of them to be passive. Damn it! If it weren't for this impure body being incomplete, how could I not kill him? One of the Impure World reincarnation members of the 7 ninja swordsmen said. If you were an impure body, you would have probably died several times by now. Another member of the 7 ninja swordsmen chimed in. Just when the 6 impure ninjas were feeling troubled, their opponent Tsuchi was also frowning, looking troubled. Because up until now, they had not truly breached the gates of the grass ninja village, remaining stuck in this place and unable to form an effective feint attack. As a result, those troops preparing to attack the grass ninja village from the rear would not easily launch their assault. The invasion plan for the grass ninja village could be considered a failure. What they needed to consider now was how to withdraw from this mission as much as possible. As the captain of the entire unit, Tsuchi, despite looking tall and brawny with a simple-minded appearance, had a very meticulous mind. Once the situation became untenable, he would inevitably have to consider a retreat. The grass ninja crowd did not pose a significant threat to him. Although the 6 impure ninjas were troublesome, they were not insurmountable. However, Tsuchi felt a sense of unease in his heart, because up until now, the person who could capture the grass ninja village and control the impure world reincarnation had not appeared. The identity of that person, before Tsuchi came here, was only known to be Uchiha Sora, who had a bounty of 100 million ryo from Konoha, but he had limited knowledge of other information. He had initially thought that the main trouble in this operation would come from Konoha's covert interference, but unexpectedly, the main force all along had been the people from the grass ninja village. Konoha seemed not to have participated, or perhaps they might have been involved, but were not the main force. What was Konoha thinking? Chapter 52, The Art of Earth and Soil. The Power of Breaking the Void. Additional update. Naruto. My Sharingan can automatically cultivate. Please indicate the source. Bikudu. What did you say? Huangta thought he misheard and asked again. Uchiha Kō smiled faintly and said, if you don't want to be completely annihilated, you should retreat early. This time, Huangta understood Uchiha Kō's meaning clearly, and his pupils suddenly constricted. Are you kidding me? Stop bluffing. Whether I'm bluffing or not, you can have a sensory ninja check the situation carefully. Without needing Uchiha Kō's reminder, a sensory ninja beside Huangtu had already sensed the situation on the other side. And cold sweat suddenly appeared on his forehead as he said to Huangtu, Captain, I can no longer sense Lord Hutu's chakra. I can't sense anyone else's chakra either. The Lord Hutu he mentioned was naturally the elite Jonin leading a squad of 300 to 400 people. Huangtu, upon hearing this, gritted his teeth and glared at Uchiha Kō. You bastard, you really killed so many of my companions and subordinates. What? Does Mr. Huangta think this is a ninja game? Since you came to attack my territory, you should be prepared to be killed. Uchiha Kō said coldly. Huangtu snorted in anger, realizing that his mindset had a problem, getting provoked by the words of a mere kid. Regaining his calm, Huangtu shouted, Uchiha Kō, I from Awagakure, will make you pay the price. After saying that, Huangtu formed hand seals with both hands and suddenly slammed his palm on the ground. Doton, mountain earth technique. Boom! Chakra surged wildly from Huang Tu's body, spreading across the ground. In the next second, two massive, semicircular mountains suddenly appeared around Uchiha Kō and the others. These two semicircular mountains surrounded most of the people present, presenting a biting state as they violently compressed towards the center. The range of this mountain earth technique was enormous. The surrounding ground was pried open, and trees were uprooted. The many grass ninjas present looked around in shock at the huge shadow of the mountains, at a loss. It was like a prehistoric beast trying to crush a hard object. The powerful force caused the entire ground to tremble. Huang Tu's power was vividly displayed at this moment. With a loud boom, Huang Tu raised both hands, his brows furrowed. The two giant mountains suddenly shattered, like a giant beast breaking its own teeth, crumbling into rubble. Uchiha Kō's figure emerged from the rubble, along with Zabuza, Uzuki Yugao, the six from the impure world reincarnation, and all the grass ninjas protected within the void break barrier, all unharmed and revealed before the awakens ninjas. Uchiha Kō, with his kaleidoscope eyes wide open, looked at Huang Tu and slowly said, as expected of the son of the third Tsuchikage, your chakra is very strong. In fact, after experiencing Huang Tu's mountain earth technique, Uchiha Kō secretly felt fortunate that his kaleidoscope ability was of a spatial defense nature, no matter how powerful the attack, as long as it couldn't break the space. It couldn't be breached. Otherwise, under this move, he would probably only be able to use Flying Thunder God to save a few people beside him. And those grass ninjas who were a bit farther away from him would definitely not survive. Uchiha Kō, looking at Uchiha Kō, who was unharmed, and the others who were also unharmed under his protection, Huang Tu showed a look of shock on his face. Not only did you block my ninjutsu, but you also protected everyone? What kind of ninjutsu is that? He looked at the six-pointed star pattern in Uchiha Kō's eyes and guessed in his heart. Is it the kaleidoscope power of the Uchiha clan? This is really troublesome. At this moment, Uchiha Kō had already taken the opportunity to charge towards Huang Tu, his long sword shining with a bolt of lightning. Lightning release overcomes earth release. Under the stimulation of the lightning attribute, Uchiha Kō's speed became extremely fast. Heavy stone technique. The reacting Huang Tu hurriedly cast a ninjutsu on himself, reducing his weight and greatly increasing his speed. As the lightning sword slashed through, Huang Tu withdrew, his figure incredibly light. Rock fist. Following up, Huang Tu's arm transformed into a stone pillar, clenched into a fist, and swung back towards Uchiha Kō. Chapter 53, Total Annihilation. Walk with me. Revised, Huang Tu couldn't help but recall the fear that gripped the awakens forces during the Third Great Ninja War when they were dominated by that yellow flash. Yet the Uchiha Kō in front of him had also mastered such a terrifying body flicker technique. Moreover, this Uchiha Kō not only possessed the same extraordinary skills as the yellow flash, but also had the terrifying Manjiki Sharingan. This was the same eye that his father had spoken of, akin to Uchiha Madara, who lived during the time of the first Hokage. Huang Tu's heart began to waver. He secretly signaled his subordinates to prepare for a retreat while he continued to unleash ninjutsu, launching a fierce attack against Uchiha Kō. He needed to cover the escape of his comrades and subordinates. Seeing Huang Tu's intentions, Uchiha Kō couldn't help but reveal a cold smirk. He mentally commanded the 6 reanimated corpses to pursue the awakens forces attempting to flee and ordered his grass ninja subordinates to assist them. Under the relentless pursuit of the reanimated 6, the awakens ninjas trying to escape suffered heavy casualties. Damn it, I'm being held back by Uchiha Kō, and I can no longer spare any effort to restrain these 6 reanimated corpses. Everyone must hold on. Huang Tu felt a surge of anxiety as he witnessed the situation unfolding. However, as time passed, his anxiety turned into panic. He realized that every time he attempted to restrain Uchiha Kō, he would suddenly vanish only to reappear next to one of his reanimated subordinates, swiftly slaughtering the elite ninjas among his ranks. This completely extinguished any hope he had of restraining the reanimated 6 and allowing some of his people to escape. Huang Tu's eyes widened in despair, but he found himself powerless. Every time he tried to assist his subordinates, Uchiha Kō would reappear and attack him. The Flying Thunder God technique is just too overpowered. The overwhelming control brought on by the speed of 1,000 miles in an instant made Huang Tu fully experience the terror of being dominated. Huang Tu was horrified and hurriedly threw a punch at Uchiha Kō, not even having time to use ninjutsu. Uchiha Kō raised his hand to block Huang Tu's fist. In contrast to the panting Huang Tu, Uchiha Kō remained calm and collected, his expression tranquil. Mr. Huangtu, you have long been marked by my flying thunder god seal. Uchiha Kō said slowly, a hint of mockery on his face. What? When did this happen? Huangtu exclaimed in shock, realizing that he hadn't even noticed it himself. Does this mean that Uchiha Kō could have directly teleported beside him at any time to deliver a fatal blow? But he didn't do that. Instead, he leisurely pursued and hunted him down, while his remaining elite subordinates foolishly sacrificed their valuable lives to protect someone who didn't need protection at all. Throughout our battle, I had countless opportunities to mark you. You never stood a chance. Uchiha Kō stated coldly. I see now I underestimated the flying thunder god technique. Huangtu's face turned ashen. He knew that while he still had the strength to fight Uchiha Kō, having already been marked meant that death was only a matter of time. Could he really defend against one ambush, let alone 10 or 100? However, at that moment, Uchiha Kō spoke again. Mr. Huangtu, this time I will spare your life. Go back and tell your father that all the Awakens ninjas who died this time were the price for provoking me. If he doesn't want to lose his son in the future, he can come and try personally. With that, Uchiha Kō withdrew his hand and stopped his assault on Huangtu. Huangtu was taken aback, unsure of what to feel. He had never imagined that he would be so thoroughly defeated by such a young junior. In the end, it turned out that the other party had chosen to spare his life, and the lives of those subordinates who had died to cover his escape now seemed utterly meaningless. It seems you never intended to kill me, did you? So all your actions were just to wipe out my subordinates? Huangtu said bitterly. He had thought his strength was enough to roam freely in the ninja world, not backing down even against the Kage of other villages. If Uchiha Kō had previously made them submit through his display of overwhelming power and potential, now the leader's intelligence left them in deep admiration. All right, you all go to the back mountain and clean up the bodies. Uchiha Kō waved his hand, issuing orders. Yes, everyone complied and went. Yuyuki, you don't have to go, Uchiha Kō said as he saw Mitsuki Yuyuki instinctively wanting to follow his orders. Oh, Mitsuki Yuki's face flushed slightly, and her heart raced when Uchiha Kō held her hand. Walk with me. However, Uchiha Kō quickly released Yuyuki's hand, leaping down from the branch and walking slowly towards the grass village. It was now early morning with a hint of dawn in the east, and the sky still twinkled with stars. Though Uchiha Kō had expended much energy during the battle, he felt no fatigue due to his sage body. As he walked, he couldn't help but look up at the deep night sky, a hint of contentment on his face. After the great battle, being able to stroll freely and peacefully under the starry sky was perhaps the motivation he had always desired. Peace and war are the eternal themes of this world. Only with powerful strength can one live the life they desire anytime, anywhere. Walking beside Uchiha Kō, Mitsuki Yuki watched him, her mind replaying everything she had witnessed that night. Having seen Uchiha Kō's strength and ruthlessness firsthand, now witnessing his calm and peaceful demeanor left her deeply puzzled. Which side of him was the real one? The two walked in silence under the starry sky, neither speaking a word. We're back. Uchiha Kō finally spoke as the sun rose, arriving at the entrance of the grass village. Yes, we're back, Yuki replied, her earlier silence fading as she gazed at the warm sunlight shining from the east, a bright smile blooming on her face. This was a scene she often shared with Uchiha Kō after returning to the gates of Konoha after completing missions. In that moment, all her previous doubts about Uchiha Kō seemed to melt away in the sunlight. Chapter 54. Searching for Tsunade. The reaction of Awagakure after watching Yuzuki Yugao leave. Uchiha Sora also withdrew his thoughts and began to contemplate the upcoming itinerary. He knew that there were still many shortcomings in his strength after last night's battle. In terms of physique, spirit, and chakra, although he had been rapidly growing, due to his young age, he had not yet reached a level above that of a Kage. In terms of ninjutsu, thanks to the Flying Thunder God technique, he could remain undefeated. Moreover, his Manjiki Sharingan had a spatial defensive nature, making it rare for anyone in this ninja world to threaten him. Not to mention, he also had the ace up his sleeve, Susanoo, which he had never used before. However, he also faced many limitations at this stage. For instance, issues related to medical recovery, the risk of blindness from excessive use of the Manjiki Sharingan, and the use of natural energy in sage techniques. These were all aspects he needed to develop next. As for the Manjiki issue, as long as he used it sparingly, he wouldn't encounter problems in the short term. He decided to first address the medical recovery and sage technique issues. It seemed he needed to have a good chat with Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin. He was determined to obtain Tsunade's seal, and besides that, As one of the three great holy lands, the wet-bone forest must also contain sage techniques. It was highly likely that the sage techniques of Hashirama Senju were inherited from the wet-bone forest. If possible, through Tsunade, he could enter the wet-bone forest to learn sage techniques. Just as Uchiha Sora was planning to find Tsunade to learn medical ninjutsu and sage techniques. A sudden exclamation broke the tension in the air. What? Flying Thunder God technique? The expressions of everyone present changed dramatically, including the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, who also looked grim. They couldn't help but recall the scene from the Third Great Ninja War, where the Yellow Flash single-handedly turned the tide and caused the elite forces of Awakens to collapse completely. Reflecting on it now, everyone felt a chill creeping into their hearts. The reason the Yellow Flash was so powerful was precisely because of that elusive Flying Thunder God technique. That S-rank space ninjutsu created by the second Hokage. Everyone knew about the terror of the Flying Thunder God technique, but no one could counter it. Once marked, it meant the arrival of the Grim Reaper. That was the most terrifying aspect of this technique. What they didn't know was that Inoki had already been marked. A voice trembled as it spoke. The Flying Thunder God technique is indeed terrifying. With this ninjutsu, it is almost impossible for us to kill him again. Yes, it is said that the Yellow Flash could move 1,000 miles in an instant, racing across various battlefields, leaving no one able to hold him back. He only had the opportunity to reap others' lives. No one could obstruct his departure. Others nodded in agreement. Seeing the fearful expressions of the Awakens elite, Inoki sighed and continued. Uchiha Sora's mastery of S-rank ninjutsu does not stop there. He also possesses the forbidden technique from the second Hokage, the Edo Tensei. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd changed again. Edo Tensei? What kind of ninjutsu is that? Someone asked in confusion. Chapter 55. The spread of information and reactions from various villages. Uchiha Madara, that powerful figure who founded Konoha village alongside the first Hokage and brought peace to the chaotic era. Back in those days, I was just a child in front of Uchiha Madara, and the strength and abilities displayed by Uchiha Sora make me think that, in the future, he could even reach the heights of Uchiha Madara. The meeting eventually dispersed. Inoki looked at the exhausted Lus and said, "You've worked hard this time. The mission failure is not your fault. The loss of over 1,000 people is a greater responsibility for me as the Tsuchikage. If I had gathered more intelligence on Uchiha Sora in advance, and if I hadn't been so blind and arrogant in recent years, I wouldn't have made the decision to launch a surprise attack on the grass village. Dad, what should we do next? With so many losses, how can we recover?" Lus looked at the guilt-ridden Inoki and couldn't help but say, "I'm the only one who came back this time. I'm afraid I won't be able to explain it to the others in the village." "Yes, how can we settle this score?" Inoki sighed, letting out an aged breath. "But I understand what Uchiha Sora means by wanting you back. It seems he wants to take root in the grass village. If we continue our actions against the grass village, it will surely provoke him completely. And the Flying Thunder God mark on you is also his way of threatening me. This person is young, but his mind and tactics are very mature. This time, even I have to be led by him." Inoki sighed again. "After all, you are my son. Your life is in Uchiha Sora's hands. Until we completely resolve the Flying Thunder God coordinate mark on you, I dare not act rashly. As for how to explain things to the village, I will personally address everyone. But you should leave the village and go to the sea fortress in the east to guard against the land of lightning." "Okay, I understand, Dad. I will leave the village as soon as possible." Lus sighed. He understood that being marked by the Flying Thunder God meant that staying in the village would effectively make him an internal coordinate, allowing enemies to enter the village at any time through him. Only by staying away from the village could he best guard against Uchiha Sora. "Don't worry, Lus. I will negotiate with Konoha to seek a way to eliminate the Flying Thunder God mark. If that doesn't work, I will have the research department in the village come up with a solution." Inoki reassured his son. "Yes, but it seems that I will rarely see my father from now on." Lus sighed once more. This battle seemed to have left an indelible shadow on this once confident and powerful man, weakening his spirit a bit. Inoki looked at his son's state, feeling very pained inside, but he still had to maintain the composure of Tsuchikage on the surface. However, it seemed that Awakens was destined to face calamities one after another. Just as the father and son finished their conversation, a ninja from the intelligence department rushed into the Tsuchikage's office, panicking and shouting, "Lord Tsuchikage, bad news. We just lost contact with Lord Otsutsuki." "What? Otsutsuki?" Inoki was immediately shocked and said, "Tell me the details." Chapter 56. Samui's visit to Grass Ninja Village. Uchiha Sora had already ordered the intelligence department to search for Tsunade's whereabouts. Meanwhile, he first collected and organized information about the corpses from the battlefield, obtaining a lot of ninjutsu data from Awakens. He preserved the bodies of several capable Awakens elites, preparing to use them for the impure world reincarnation in the future. After completing all this, Uchiha Sora called for the mother and daughter, Kei-Rin and Kei-Nai. In the past few days, they no longer had to endure the previous torment, and Kei-Nai's spirits seemed much improved, with Kei-Rin also sporting a smile on her face. Naturally, they felt grateful to Uchiha Sora for the change in their treatment. However, when the two women saw Uchiha Sora, they still stood before him with awe and were quite restrained. "Chief, you called for us. Is there something you wish to instruct us?" Uzumaki Kei-Nai asked. Uchiha Sora nodded. "Indeed, I have a task to assign to you." Kei-Nai was momentarily taken aback. Uchiha Sora continued. "You two are descendants of the Uzumaki clan. As far as I know, even among the Uzumaki clan, those with your abilities are quite rare. The former leader of Grass Ninja Village did not know how to develop your abilities, but I will find someone to help you with that. Before that, you need to systematically learn how to cultivate and use your chakra." Uchiha Sora's word surprised both Kei-Rin and Kei-Nai immensely. Before arriving at Grass Ninja Village, Uzumaki Kei-Nai was just an ordinary woman. Although she possessed the Uzumaki bloodline and harbored immense power within, she did not know how to cultivate or use this power and could only passively serve as a medical tool. The same was true for Kei-Rin, who was only 6 years old and had not yet learned how to refine and use chakra, making it impossible for her to tap into her internal strength. The former leader of Grass Ninja Village also did not teach them the true methods of becoming stronger, fearing that they might lose control. Most notably, Kei-Rin had a pair of weapons that were no less impressive than Tsunade's. Who are you?" The gatekeeper ninja of Grass Ninja Village, startled by her striking demeanor, nervously asked. "I am Samui, an envoy from Kumogakure." The blonde beauty, Samui replied calmly, then took out a document representing the ninjas of Kumogakure and handed it to the gatekeeper. "From Kumogakure?" The gatekeeper's expression changed slightly as he hurriedly took it to check. After confirming it, he said, "What brings you to our Grass Ninja Village?" "I come to visit your leader," Samui replied. "To visit our leader? All right, you wait here for a moment. I'll notify the leader." The gatekeeper waved to a companion nearby, asking him to inform the leader. Samui nodded and quietly stood to the side. She seemed to have grown accustomed to the peculiar gazes from the ordinary villagers passing by the village gate. After a while, the messenger ninja returned and gestured for Samui to enter the village. Following the guidance of the Grass Ninja, Samui arrived in front of a mansion. In the courtyard, Uchiha Sora was teaching Kei-Rin how to gather chakra. "Chief, I have brought the person." The Grass Ninja respectfully addressed Uchiha Sora. You can leave now." Uchiha Sora waved his hand, signaling his subordinate to depart, then turned his gaze to Samui. Samui from Kumogakure was known for her calm and composed style, earning the trust of the Raikage. Uchiha Sora looked at her and slowly said, "The Raikage sent you here. What is the purpose?" Samui was slightly taken aback, not expecting Uchiha Sora to know her. She narrowed her beautiful bluish-green eyes and replied coldly, "Lord Uchiha Sora, the leader of Grass Ninja Village. I come on behalf of our Raikage to understand some of your governance thoughts after you conquered Grass Ninja Village." After a pause, Samui gently brushed her hair aside and continued. Chapter 57. Departure, Roots Ambush Naruto. My Sharingan can automatically train. Please indicate the source. Bikudu. Come, however, Samui, having gained the trust of the Raikage at such a young age, is certainly not someone to be dealt with lightly. She said coldly, "Lord Uchiha Kō, is this the attitude of your Grass Ninja Village towards the 5 great nations? As an envoy, I represent our Raikage now." Her tone carried a hint of arrogance typical of the great ninja villages. Uchiha Kō frowned slightly and suddenly shot a kunai at her. Samui was taken aback. The kunai grazed her delicate cheek and lodged into the courtyard wall behind her. A drop of blood trickled down her fair face. Uchiha Kō's voice, colder than hers, rang out. "Miss Samui, you must remember this is the Grass Ninja Village. I respect you as an envoy of the Kumogakure, which is why I've given you this opportunity, but that does not mean you can use this identity to threaten me." A strong killing intent was released from Uchiha Kō, pressing down on Samui. Feeling this overwhelming aura, a bead of cold sweat rolled down Samui's white forehead. Narrowing her beautiful eyes slightly, she said softly, "You are being rather overbearing, aren't you?" Yet, she was secretly shocked. The pressure coming from Uchiha Kō was even comparable to that of the Raikage. Could it be true, as the intelligence suggested. That Uchiha K's strength had already reached a level comparable to the 5 Kage. Looking at Samui, who stood still, feigning calmness. Uchiha K did not retract his imposing aura, but spoke word by word. What does your Reikage wish to know? Ask away. Usually calm, Samui found herself at a loss for words. She opened her mouth and let out a soft hum, saying, no need to ask. Your attitude has already made everything clear. I believe our Reikage will make his own judgment. With that, Samui pulled out a letter from her waist and said, this is the invitation from our Reikage. It is also the true purpose of my visit to the Grass Ninja Village. Fortunately, the Reikage did not insist that she stay to gather intelligence, so she should not face punishment upon returning. However, this Uchiha K gave her a very dangerous feeling, and she must make sure the Reikage understands this when she returns. As Samui pondered these things, she had unknowingly walked several dozen kilometers and would soon exit the land of grass. Suddenly, a kunai flew out from the dense forest on the side. It was an ambush. Samui was startled, her figure flickering as she quickly dodged the sneak attack. Drawing her short blade from her waist, she scanned her surroundings, her mind racing. Swish, swish, swish. Just then, the ground beneath her feet trembled, and in the next moment, several figures emerged from the earth, attacking her. Cloud flow, round slash. In a critical moment, the short blade in Samui's hand glowed with white lightning, and the lightning chakra was instantly infused into the blade as she swung it in a wide arc. The lightning scattered like beans, forming a circle that expanded outward, striking those who attempted to ambush her. Those ambushers were immediately hit by the lightning, their skin torn and their bodies paralyzed. Seizing the opportunity, Samui leaped up onto a tree trunk, avoiding the encirclement. Body switch technique. At that moment, a voice suddenly came from not far away. Just as she leaped and landed on a branch, Samui was startled, her body stiffened, and she slumped down. The operation was successful. Come and tie me up. Sitting on the ground, Samui seemed to regain her composure and spoke. Chapter 58. Reincarnation in Dirty Earth. Samui's beautiful eyes widened as she looked at the figure that appeared before her. Dressed in a white divine robe with short black hair flowing gracefully, the handsome profile belonged to Uchiha Sora, whom she had seen not long ago in the grass village. At the same time, fiery balls of flame appeared behind the masked Umbu, instantly rushing towards them. Oh! Oh! The sounds of painful screams erupted, and several Umbu who could not dodge in time had their bodies instantly shrivel, then were burned to ashes. A graceful figure appeared in the field. It was the scorching release ninja, Yakura. Not good. It's Uchiha Sora. The remaining masked ninjas on the scene exclaimed. However, while they were speaking, Uchiha Sora had already raised his hand and thrown several kunai at them. Dodge! One of the masked ninjas warned, but it was too late for them to evade. Just as they planned to jump to the side, Uchiha Sora's figure had already appeared next to the kunai, his long sword shining with dazzling lightning. Swath technique, Tundoslash. Powerful lightning chakra transformed into an incredibly sharp slash, landing on the target in front of him. Puff! The masked ninja had no time to resist and was sliced in half by the thunder slash. Uchiha Sora had considered this, which was why he secretly sent Yakura to follow, and even personally appeared to rescue. Samui was a smart woman. After thinking it over, she did not refuse Uchiha Sora's goodwill and nodded, saying, all right, then I will trouble you. Uchiha Sora nodded and finally reminded her, once you leave the borders of the land of grass, it will no longer be my concern. Don't die on me then. Rest assured, even if I die, Lord Reikage will have no reason to trouble the land of grass. Samui replied coldly. That's good. After Uchiha Sora finished speaking, he reached out and grabbed Yamashiro Kaze, activating the Flying Thunder God technique to leave. Let's go, Miss Samui. I will accompany you now and escort you to the border. Yakura said. Samui nodded. Then I will trouble you. Senior Yakura from Sunagakure. I am no longer from Sunagakure. I am one of our leader's people, Yakura said blandly. Samui nodded, suppressing various thoughts in her heart, and moved forward. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sora had already brought Yamashiro Kaze back to the grass village. At this moment, Yamashiro Kaze's mask had been removed, revealing a face that looked to be around 16 or 17 years old. Yamashiro Kaze soon realized he had arrived at the grass village. While marveling at the wonders of the Flying Thunder God technique, he also understood that there was no way he could escape this calamity. He calmly spoke, Uchiha Sora, what do you want to do? Uchiha Sora replied, your abilities are quite good. It's a pity to be loyal to that old man Danzo. You want to recruit me? Don't waste your efforts. Lord Danzo has already placed a curse on me. You cannot succeed, Yamashiro Kaze said. Once I am out of his control, I will die. so you might as well kill me. Don't engage in meaningless actions. Yamashiro Kaze spoke calmly, as if facing death brought him no emotional turmoil. Chapter 59. Tsunade, do you dare to bet with me? Bikudo updates the latest chapter of Naruto. My Sharingan can automatically cultivate first. Uchiha Sora formed the Edo Tensei seal, and runes began to crawl across the ground, quickly climbing up White Zetsu's body. Amid White Zetsu's painful screams, a soul that had just departed descended from the sky, attaching itself to White Zetsu, while layers of Edo Tensei covered the surface of White Zetsu's body. In a few seconds, White Zetsu's body was completely transformed into that of Kamizuki Izumo. At this moment, Kamizuki Izumo looked at his own body lying nearby, with a very subtle expression on his face. Although he was a member of the root organization that had suppressed emotions after experiencing death and then immediately being reborn, his mindset underwent a significant change. He couldn't help but exclaim, "This feeling is truly wonderful. Kamizuki Izumo, you're no longer under Danzo's control, but solely under my control." After performing Edo Tensei, Uchiha Sora sealed Kamizuki Izumo's corpse back into a scroll and spoke. Kamizuki Izumo nodded, looking down at his Edo Tensei body, seemingly not feeling much discomfort, and said to Uchiha Sora, "From now on, I should work for you, right? Call me leader from now on." Uchiha Sora waved his hand. "Yes, leader." Kamizuki Izumo replied respectfully. Those who have been trained by Danzo have long since become indifferent to life and death. Their hearts are only filled with the fate of a ninja. That is the mission. It doesn't matter who they obey. What matters is to seriously execute the leader's tasks. And now, Uchiha Sora is Kamizuki Izumo's leader. Therefore, even though Kamizuki Izumo was just killed by Uchiha Sora, he had already accepted his fate internally and held no excessive resentment or hostility. Seeing Kamizuki Izumo's obedient demeanor, Uchiha Sora felt quite pleased. Behind the attack on Samui from the land of Lightning's Cloud Village, there must be a conspiracy by Danzo. However, Danzo has done a good deed this time by delivering a subordinate from the Kamizuki clan to him. Bikudo updates the latest chapter of Naruto. My Sharingan can automatically cultivate first. After entering the short book street, Kitsuho was dazzled, looking around and feeling exceptionally novel. Uchiha Sora took her into a gambling house. In the gambling house's hall, his gaze immediately fell on a beautiful figure dressed in a tea-green long coat with long light yellow hair. It was none other than the renowned Sannin, granddaughter of the first Hokage, Princess Tsunade of Konoha. Tsunade was currently focused on the gambling table, accompanied by her assistant Shizen, who wore a helpless expression. Others nearby were excitedly betting with Tsunade, occasionally sneaking glances at her impressive assets. For them, encountering the legendary big cash cow was undoubtedly a great fortune. Of course, most of them knew Tsunade's true identity, so they only dared to play with her at the gambling table, and would not dare to offend Princess Tsunade privately. Uchiha Sora and Kitsuho walked over, standing to the side, watching them place their bets without immediately disturbing Tsunade. Under his observation, Tsunade's luck was indeed terrible, losing every round and never winning once. Shizen, who was in charge of managing the money, had long emptied her entire fortune. However, Tsunade still refused to leave the gambling table. "You, lend me 100,000 Ryo. You, lend me 200,000 Ryo. And you, I lost so much to you. Lending me 300,000 Ryo isn't too much, right?" She pointed at those who had won a lot of her money, smiling as she spoke. Those people certainly did not dare to refuse. However, after borrowing the money, Tsunade quickly lost everything again. Those who played with her all found excuses to leave. Genius remembers the address. Bikudo. Calm. If your browser shows no new chapters, please try clicking the menu in the upper right corner or the lower right corner to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 60. Uchiha Sora vs. Tsunade narrowed her beautiful eyes, staring at Uchiha Sora in front of her. Her gaze then fell on the red-haired little girl standing beside him, tugging at his clothes. "State your name and origin." She suddenly spoke. Uchiha Sora smiled and said, "I am Uchiha Sora, a rogue ninja from Konoha Village, currently making a living in the land of grass." Rogue ninja. The surrounding crowd gasped in shock, with the commoners and ordinary wealthy people stepping back in fear. Shizen, on the other hand, stared at Uchiha Sora as if facing a great enemy. A rogue ninja from Konoha? From the Uchiha clan? And in the land of grass? Tsunade murmured, then said softly, "I have long since left Konoha. Whether you are from the Uchiha clan, a rogue ninja, or have any relation to the land of grass, I have no interest. After a pause, she fixed her gaze on Uchiha Sora and slowly said, "What are we betting on?" Uchiha Sora smiled slightly. "The things on the table aren't very interesting. I have great respect for the legendary Sannin's power. Why don't we have a duel? If you lose, you must agree to one of my conditions." Upon hearing Uchiha Sora's words, Tsunade was taken aback, but her expression remained unchanged as she said lightly, "Are you provoking me? Descendant of the Uchiha clan?" Uchiha Sora replied with a smile, "No, I originally just wanted to ask you for a favor, but I thought you wouldn't want to help a rogue ninja from the Uchiha clan, so I had to resort to this method." "So you came to ask me for a favor?" Tsunade examined Uchiha Sora with interest and suddenly smiled. "All right, I agree to the bet. However, if you lose, you must let me deal with you as I see fit." "Okay, it's a deal." Uchiha Sora released his hand from Tsunade's wrist. "Tsunade-sama." Shizen couldn't help but voice her concern. Tsunade raised her hand, signaling Shizen to be quiet, then turned to Uchiha Sora and said, "Choose the time and place, Uchiha's boy. Don't you want to hear what conditions I will propose?" Uchiha Sora smiled. My name is Karen, the red-haired girl." Knowing that the black-haired sister in front of her was not a bad person, replied with a smile. "Do you have a surname?" Shizen asked. "Seems not, but my mom's surname is Uzumaki." "I see." Shizen smiled and nodded at her, thinking to herself that this child was indeed a descendant of the Uzumaki clan. Strictly speaking, she could be considered kin to Tsunade, but she wondered why a descendant of the Uzumaki clan would follow someone from the Uchiha clan. Shizen was filled with doubts, her gaze falling on Uchiha Sora's back. This guy actually had the courage to challenge Tsunade. He must have some real skills. She hoped Tsunade wouldn't underestimate him. Having followed Tsunade for years, she understood her personality and strength well. Generally, no ordinary ninja could match Tsunade. The only thing she worried about was Tsunade's hemophobia. What if she saw blood during the fight and her hemophobia acted up? While Shizen was secretly worried, the two standing in the arena had already entered a combat state. Uchiha Sora drew his long sword, while Tsunade took off her long coat, revealing her somewhat simple attire underneath, especially her pair of massive weapons, which seemed even more striking. "Tsunade-senpai, I am quite good at swordsmanship, so I have to use this sword." "You should be careful," Uchiha Sora reminded. Uchiha brat, you actually have a gentlemanly demeanor." Tsunade snorted lightly. "My fists are my weapons, so you better be careful too." With that, Tsunade stomped her foot, cracking the ground beneath her, and her figure quickly charged towards Uchiha Sora. As one of the Sannin, Tsunade was certainly not a fool. She had already sensed that the chakra aura around Uchiha Sora was quite powerful, far beyond that of an ordinary ninja, so she initiated the offensive right away. Chapter 61. The Return of the Flying Thunder God. The whirlwind sword struck the giant rock, stopping it. Tsunade leaped high over the rock, continuing her assault towards Uchiha Sora. Tsunade's physical skills were strong, and her speed was fast. In the blink of an eye, she was in front of Uchiha Sora. She threw a punch, and Uchiha Sora raised his long sword to block it. Bang! With a muffled sound, Tsunade's fist slammed onto the sword. A tremendous force surged through, causing Uchiha Sora's sword to tremble violently, and his hand felt slightly numb. Under this immense power, Uchiha Sora's body rapidly retreated, leaving a long trench in the ground with his legs. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a fine crack had appeared on the blade, made from many special materials. No wonder she has such monstrous strength. Even with my current power, I cannot withstand it head-on. Uchiha Sora thought to himself, having roughly gauged the power behind Tsunade's punch. Next, he absolutely couldn't let her land a hit. Retracting his long sword, Uchiha Sora began to form hand seals with both hands. Seeing this, Tsunade raised an eyebrow slightly. "Are you preparing to use ninjutsu?" "But ordinary ninjutsu won't work against me." She continued to throw a punch at Uchiha Sora, simple and straightforward, without any flashy or unnecessary movements. Although she had been out of combat for a while, as one of the legendary 3 ninjas, she was battle-hardened. After just a little warm-up, she quickly found her fighting rhythm. Earth style, earth flow wall. Faced with Tsunade's punch, Uchiha Sora had already completed his hand seals and slammed his palm onto the ground. Boom! The next moment, a thick earthen wall rose from the ground, blocking Tsunade's path forward. Karen asked in confusion, "Why? Is the chakra scalpel really that powerful?" "Little sister, the chakra scalpel is the weapon of our medical ninjas. Not only can it be used to heal, but it can also kill." Shizen explained, "Once someone is cut by the chakra scalpel, even the strongest ninja would lose their combat ability. So powerful." Upon hearing this, Karen couldn't help but feel a bit worried for Uchiha Sora. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sora watched as Tsunade brandished the light of the chakra scalpel and drew a flying thunder god kunai, his eyes revealing the crimson tomoe Sharingan. In the previous battle, he was merely warming up and hadn't used much of his strength. After all, Tsunade hadn't fought in a while. He needed to give her some time to adjust. Otherwise, even if he defeated her with all his strength at once, it wouldn't necessarily earn her respect. Now that Tsunade was serious, he naturally had to be serious too, as she was, after all, one of the legendary 3 ninjas, a definite Kaga-level powerhouse. Moreover, being hit by the chakra scalpel would indeed be more troublesome than taking a hit from her fist. Re-energized, Tsunade charged towards Uchiha Sora again. This time, her speed was noticeably faster than before, and her movements were no longer straightforward. She incorporated many techniques from physical combat. The chakra scalpel in her hand was like a kunai blade, constantly targeting Uchiha Sora's vital points. However, Tsunade felt a bit dissatisfied, no matter how fierce her assault. Uchiha Sora continued to dodge with ease. It was like trying to hit a slippery loach. She simply couldn't land a hit. The Sharingan is indeed troublesome, Tsunade thought as she fiercely attacked. After several minutes of back and forth, Tsunade finally paused. The continuous onslaught had drained her stamina, and she was breathing slightly heavier, her massive weapon rising and falling. In comparison, Uchiha Sora, as the defender, did not expend his stamina as quickly as Tsunade did. Chapter 62. Hemophobia Attack. Shizen keenly observed that there seemed to be a special mark engraved on that kunai. It was the Flying Thunder God technique. She gasped in disbelief. How could this be possible? How could someone from the Uchiha clan have learned the Flying Thunder God technique? But at this moment, Shizen had no time to think further, because Tsunade was already in crisis. She saw the lightning glowing in Uchiha Sora's hand, slicing across Tsunade's back in a flash. Tsunade had already sensed something was wrong and was preparing to dodge, but the Flying Thunder God technique was just too fast. Despite her years of experience allowing her to momentarily evade, the lightning blade still grazed her shoulder. The sharpness of Uchiha Sora's lightning blade was such that, when it struck, it could pierce through metal and rock. Even a mere graze was enough to open a wound on Tsunade's flesh. Tsunade slid forward, clutching her shoulder wound, the pain causing her to frown slightly. The injury was not very serious, but when she released her hand from the wound and brought it before her eyes, seeing the blood-stained palm mixed with the smell of iron instantly triggered countless memories in her mind. Blood! Tsunade let out a terrified whisper and suddenly collapsed to her knees, curling up and trembling. Not good. Tsunade's hemophobia has flared up. Shizen was alarmed and hurriedly jumped into the scene, rushing to Tsunade's side. Uchiha Sora raised an eyebrow at this scene. Tsunade's hemophobia has finally manifested. He stepped closer to Tsunade, holding the lightning blade. The dazzling lightning illuminated his face, giving it a cold appearance. Uchiha Sora, stop! Shizen quickly spread her arms to block his path, protecting Tsunade, who was still trembling in fear behind her. No, Lady Tsunade, I will never leave. Unless he kills me. Shizen's pure face was filled with determination. She formed hand seals and suddenly spat out a mouthful of poisonous mist towards Uchiha Sora. The mist quickly enveloped Uchiha Sora's body, and then Shizen rolled up her sleeves to reveal hidden weapons equipped on her arms. The weapons activated, shooting sharp poison needles into the mist. Did it work? As the mist slowly dissipated, Shizen saw a swaying figure appear in her line of sight, and her expression brightened slightly. Bang! However, that swaying figure turned into a puff of white smoke and disappeared. Uchiha Sora's figure had somehow appeared beside Shizen. Shizen's body trembled violently, and feeling the abnormality beside her, cold sweat began to trickle down her forehead. As she turned her head, her eyes met a pair of crimson ones. 3 tomoe reflected in the depths of those eyes. The Sharingan. Not good. Shizen's heart sank, but she had already fallen into the illusion space. Although Uchiha Sora's genjutsu wasn't an illusion-type eye, he had automatically practiced many of the Sharingan's genjutsu techniques he learned from Itachi with his 3 tomoe. In terms of genjutsu ability, it was difficult for an ordinary ninja to resist. Shizen's strength was merely that of a special genin, skilled in medical ninjutsu and poisons. But her combat abilities were quite average, and her resistance to genjutsu was also very mediocre. In an instant, Shizen was tormented in the illusion space by Sora's genjutsu to the point of near madness. When she finally regained consciousness, she collapsed to her knees, gasping for breath. Seeing this, Tsunade's pupils constricted slightly, her lips trembling as she pleaded with Uchiha Sora. Don't Don't hurt her. Uchiha Sora merely smiled coldly and replied, Tsunade-senpai, do you really think I would listen to you? Chapter 63. In Seal Release. Tsunade's fury. The long sword pierced through flesh. However, it did not penetrate Shizun's heart. Instead, it was Tsunade's body that took the blow. She stood in front of Shizun, using her own body to block the sword aimed at her. The long sword passed through her luxurious chest, piercing her lung. Blood dripped from the sword onto the ground, and Tsunade's mouth spilled blood as she slowly raised her arm. Grasping the blade with her jade-like hand, crimson blood dripping from her palm. But at this moment, Tsunade seemed completely unaware. Her body no longer trembled, and her gaze was no longer weak. Instead, it was filled with unwavering determination and sharpness. You little brat from the Uchiha clan, you are not allowed to hurt Shizun. A cold voice slowly escaped Tsunade's lips. On her pure white forehead, a diamond-shaped mark began to sprout mysterious black patterns that spread across her face. In Seal Release. Tsunade raised her other fist and smashed it fiercely toward Uchiha Kō. Uchiha Kō, having his long sword caught, naturally did not want to clash with Tsunade's fist. Seeing this, he decisively abandoned the long sword, leaving Shizun behind, and his figure flashed back to evade. Tsunade forcefully grasped the long sword and pulled it out of her body, throwing it to the ground. Niuju, Kriji Shun Rebirth. Tsunade shouted, and the penetrating wound in her chest, as well as the injuries on her right shoulder and palm, rapidly healed at a visible speed. Within seconds, her body had completely returned to normal, those ghastly wounds turning back into skin as white as jade. Tsunade-sama, your hemophobia. Shizun looked at Tsunade with surprise as she sat on the ground, unhurriedly picking up the long sword. Uchiha Kō strapped it to his waist and said to Tsunade, Senior Tsunade, you won't be able to hit me. Flying Thunder God technique? That sword also has a technique mark. Tsunade furrowed her brows, thinking to herself. Suddenly, Tsunade was startled. Whoosh! A sound of breaking air came from beside her. She saw that Uchiha Kō had somehow appeared behind her. A sharp kunai was pressed against her lower back. When did this happen? Tsunade was shocked. There were clearly no Flying Thunder God coordinates nearby. Suddenly, she recalled when she was injured by Raikiri. Uchiha Kō's hand had touched her shoulder. Could have been then. That's right, Senior Tsunade. This spot of yours has long been marked by me. As if to confirm Tsunade's thoughts, Uchiha Kō lifted his hand and touched the fair skin on her shoulder. Smiling lightly. And there, a faint Flying Thunder God mark flickered. You little brat. Tsunade instantly exploded with rage. She suddenly thrust her body backward, directly colliding with Uchiha Kō's kunai. The kunai pierced into Tsunade's waist, but with a sudden bounce, she crashed directly into Kō's arms. Soft and fragrant jade? No. It's like a mother Tyrannosaurus Rex. A tremendous force surged, and Uchiha Kō's expression changed slightly. Caught off guard, his body was knocked over and slammed to the ground. Just as Uchiha Kō was about to get up, Tsunade gave him no chance at all, directly straddling him. One hand pressing down hard on his body to prevent him from teleporting, while the other hand was raised, clenched into a fist. You dare to leave a mark on me, you little brat. I'm going to flatten you. Tsunade roared, her fist smashing down towards Uchiha Kō's body. Chapter 64. Empty Tsunade looked down in shock, realizing that her fist was still several centimeters away from Uchiha Sora's body. The material blocking her punch was a layer of faint golden energy. Upon closer inspection, she noticed that this faint golden energy was slowly taking shape, coalescing into the form of ribs. What is this? Tsunade was startled and quickly jumped back. Uchiha Sora slowly stood up from the ground, his Sharingan eyes wide open, and powerful ocular energy surged from his pupils. The faint golden energy continued to take shape around him, and in the blink of an eye, it condensed into a nearly 10-meter-tall, faint golden skeletal apparition. Faint golden Susanoo. The massive ocular energy formed a substantial energy body that gave off an overwhelming sense of pressure. Much like a tailed beast, everyone present was stunned by this scene. It was Tsunade's first time seeing the form of Susanoo, and she couldn't help but murmur, is this the ability of the Mangekyo Sharingan as rumored? It feels just like a tailed beast. This tangible sense of oppression, this was the first time Uchiha Sora had activated Susanoo in battle. He hadn't intended to use it carelessly, but unexpectedly, Tsunade had stolen that first opportunity. Tsunade's punch was too close for him to block with ordinary Mangekyo techniques. He had no choice but to use the power of Susanoo to shield himself, or he would definitely be injured. Tsunade-senpai, does this battle still need to continue? Uchiha Sora said slowly as he walked toward Tsunade, enveloped in Susanoo. He didn't actually need to use Susanoo to deal with Tsunade. He had just been holding back. But he never expected Tsunade to seize the opportunity and press him down. Reluctantly, he resorted to using Susanoo. Kid, don't underestimate me. Tsunade naturally wouldn't concede, and she shouted loudly, leaping high into the air, once again lunging towards Uchiha Sora. In Tsunade's view, the only ones who could use the Rasengan were the 4th Hokage and Jiraiya. The 4th Hokage had passed away 6 years ago, and at Uchiha Sora's age. Even if he had known the 4th Hokage 6 years ago, it was unlikely he could have learned this jutsu. The only one who could teach him the Rasengan would probably be that guy Jiraiya. In response to Tsunade's questioning, Uchiha Sora simply smiled lightly, slowly raising his palm as he continued to inject chakra into the Rasengan. As the chakra was infused, the originally azure chakra ball gradually turned whitish, and a piercing humming sound began to resonate. Soon after, a shuriken-like energy ring appeared around the white Rasengan. It was wind release. Rasen Shuriken. What? You actually added a property change to the Rasengan? Tsunade exclaimed in shock, her face filled with disbelief. Compared to her shock at seeing Susanoo, this jutsu in Uchiha Sora's hand felt even more terrifying. Just the momentum alone brought an immense sense of danger. Tsunade-senpai, what do you think will happen if you get hit by this jutsu? Uchiha Sora said with a faint smile while holding the Rasen Shuriken. Tsunade's expression became serious. Although she didn't have the Sharingan and couldn't discern the principles of this jutsu, one thing was clear to her. The Rasengan was already an A-rank jutsu. And with the addition of a property change, this jutsu had definitely reached S-rank. Moreover, the chakra contained in this jutsu was incredibly vast. The consequences of being hit by such a technique were unimaginable. Even though Tsunade was confident in her creation rebirth technique, she wasn't sure she could withstand it. What made her even more helpless was that Uchiha Sora had already planted a flying thunder god mark on her, making it nearly impossible to evade his attack. Chapter 65. Automatic cultivation success in the following time. Uchiha Sora began learning medical ninjutsu and sealing techniques with Tsunade. Tsunade, having lost a bet, did not hold back any secrets despite Uchiha Sora's status as a rogue ninja. Additionally, she had a strong affection for Karui, and upon learning of her talent, she took the initiative to have Karui by her side for guidance. With this connection to Karui, the interaction between Uchiha Sora and Tsunade became much more harmonious. The group of 4 would often visit gambling houses for leisure besides their training. Meanwhile, in the Land of Lightning, the Raikage was in a furious rage. After Samui returned to the village, she immediately reported the attack by Danzo's rude organization. That Danzo, he is truly insidious and despicable. He secretly sends me information about Uchiha Sora while also ambushing us. Is he trying to provoke a war between me and Uchiha Sora? What a clever scheme. The Raikage shouted angrily. Lord Raikage, what should we do? Should we retaliate against Konoha? Samui asked. The Raikage suddenly fell silent. Everyone in the office looked at him, waiting for his decision. Not long ago, the Four-Tails Jinchuriki, Old Kuro, from the Land of Earth was attacked and has been missing. The Raikage then revealed a shocking fact. What? The Jinchuriki from the Land of Earth was attacked? Who is so bold? Everyone was stunned. The Raikage slowly said, the identity of the attacker is unknown. And the Land of Earth has been investigating, but has not found any results. Everyone was horrified. The opponent is so powerful, they could evade the investigation from a Wagakure. I have a feeling that the target of the attacker must be the tailed beast within the Jinchuriki. We in the Land of Lightning have the 2 tails and the 8 tails, and we will certainly be targeted too. Therefore, our top priority should be the safety and defense of the Jinchuriki, the Raikage stated. As for Danzo, Uchiha Sora should be more interested in him. As Tsunade continuously explained the knowledge and cultivation methods of medical ninjutsu, Uchiha Sora often heard systematic notification sounds in his mind. Ding! Listening to Tsunade's teachings, your palm sage technique has entered automatic cultivation mode. Ding! Listening to Tsunade's teachings, your chakra scalpel has entered automatic cultivation mode. Ding! Listening to Tsunade's teachings, your sealing technique has entered automatic cultivation mode. Although his own learning aptitude was not high, with the system's assistance. After Tsunade repeated the ninjutsu knowledge a few times, Uchiha Sora could make the ninjutsu enter automatic cultivation mode through the system. Moreover, as Tsunade spoke more and utilized various teaching methods, the speed of automatic cultivation by the system also increased. About half a month later, Uchiha Sora once again heard the system's notifications in his mind. Ding. Your palm sage technique, inspired by Tsunade's demonstration, has successfully cultivated automatically. Ding. Your chakra scalpel, not to be outdone, has successfully cultivated automatically. Ding. Your Een sealing technique, seeing the success of palm sage technique and chakra scalpel, is envious and strives to catch up, successfully cultivating automatically. One by one, the ninjutsu, under Tsunade's explanations, were all handed over to the system for automatic cultivation, and they all completed it with great dexterity. This state of Uchiha Sora puzzled Tsunade even more, as she clearly saw that Uchiha Sora initially showed no understanding of the ninjutsu she taught, yet shortly after, without any visible practice, he suddenly could use it. This left her completely perplexed. Naturally, Uchiha Sora would not tell Tsunade about his ability to cultivate automatically. Chapter 66 Negotiation 1 month later. Xianglin stayed by Tsunade's side, while Uchiha Sora returned to the hidden grass village. Before leaving, he left a mark on Xianglin, just in case. Although Xianglin was reluctant, Tsunade was very fond of her and intended to pass on all her medical ninjutsu to her. In order to help Uchiha Sora in the future, Xianglin gladly agreed. Although Uchiha Sora learned all of Tsunade's ninjutsu, he did not acquire her vast medical knowledge. Medical knowledge and medical ninjutsu are different. One is the theoretical foundation for healing, while the other is the means to treat illnesses. Uchiha Sora only learned the means, without the foundational knowledge. Therefore, he might be able to treat some external injuries, but it would be difficult for him to help others with complex ailments. Xianglin stayed with Tsunade not only to learn the means of medical ninjutsu, but also to absorb the extensive and complex medical knowledge. After Uchiha Sora returned to the hidden grass village, he began to continuously accumulate chakra, concentrating it in the diamond mark on his forehead. However, he felt a bit regretful that the slug did not allow him to enter the wet bone forest's sacred ground, claiming that the Uchiha clan lacked the talent for sage arts. Nevertheless, Uchiha Sora could clearly sense a hint of hostility in the slug's tone, seemingly directed towards the Uchiha clan. It appears that there is no opportunity to learn sage arts in the wet bone forest for now. He would have to try visiting the Dragon Cave or Mayaboka Mountain next time. Leader, news from Konoha Village. Please take a look. At this moment, Yakura appeared before Uchiha Sora, respectfully handing him a letter. Uchiha Sora slowly walked into the conference room. Everyone's gaze fell on his excessively youthful face. Some Umbu ninjas who had never seen Uchiha Sora were filled with curiosity. What kind of person could cause the Hokage to treat him with such seriousness? The thoughts of those present were also myriad. Asuma, is this the Uchiha Sora who has been giving the old man sleepless nights and headaches? He seems to be under 12, yet possesses such a presence. Truly remarkable. Kakashi, Uchiha Sora, I didn't expect you to come this far. As your team leader, I couldn't bring you back, and in the end, I couldn't do anything. Narashikaku, Uchiha Sora, though young, should not be judged by common standards. I must face him with the determination to confront the other Kages. Mitugoten, dam Uchiha Sura, Tenketsu Koharu, damn, Uchiha Sora. Uchiha Sora naturally did not care about everyone's inner thoughts. His gaze was always on the third Hokage. Upon entering the conference room, he first glanced at Kakashi, then unceremoniously sat down opposite the third Hokage. Seeing this, the third Hokage also took a seat. He looked at Yakura behind Uchiha Sora and smiled slightly, saying, Uchiha Sora, it's not good to toy with the souls of the dead. Uchiha Sora replied indifferently, Third Hokage, you don't need to worry about that. Yakura behind him coldly snorted without any courtesy, Old man, you are meddling too much. Chapter 67 returned to the Uchiha clan. The conditions proposed by Uchiha Sora left everyone present in shock. The third Hokage immediately replied coldly, Uchiha Sora, your conditions are too unreasonable. Uchiha Sora replied indifferently, I've stated my conditions. Whether you agree or not is up to you. The result will merely be a breakdown in negotiations. Seeing Uchiha Sora's confident demeanor, the third Hokage and others frowned deeply. They were well aware of how crucial the information that Uchiha Sora had taken from Konoha was to the village, especially the forbidden techniques in the Book of Seals, each of which was of strategic importance and could save or alter the course of a battle at a critical moment. Konoha was currently in a transitional period, and certain forbidden techniques in the Book of Seals had not been passed down by the village's ninjas. If the Book of Seals did not return to Konoha, these strategic forbidden techniques would be lost to history. It could be said that Konoha was the one seeking negotiations with Uchiha Sora, not the other way around. The third Hokage and others understood this well. So in response to Uchiha Sora's nonchalant attitude, they expressed the need to hold a meeting to discuss the matter, temporarily pausing the negotiations and resuming the next day. All right, you can go discuss it. Uchiha Sora waved his hand generously in response to the third Hokage's request. The third Hokage stood up and left the conference room. Yakura, Zabuza, and Fushin, you three have a night free. I'm going to meet an old friend. Uchiha Sora said after the third Hokage and others left. Within the Uchiha clan, the clan members were filled with righteous indignation. Who are you? What are you doing at my doorstep? Little Sasuke pouted a bit angrily. Sasuke, you've grown so much. Is your brother home? A figure turned around, revealing a handsome young face, smiling. What do you want with my brother? Sasuke immediately became wary upon hearing this. I am Uchiha Sora, an old friend of your brother. I happen to be visiting Konoha these days and wanted to see him. The figure Uchiha Sora said with a faint smile while looking at Sasuke. Uchiha Sora? Sasuke tilted his head, thought for a moment, and his small face turned pale. Why you are that? That rogue ninja, Uchiha Sora? In fact, Sasuke had seen Uchiha Sora many times when he was younger due to his relationship with Uchiha Itachi. However, over the past 2 years, since Uchiha Sora left Konoha, the Uchiha family rarely mentioned him, and coupled with the forgetfulness of childhood, Sasuke's impression of Uchiha Sora had become somewhat vague. Now recalling it, Sasuke immediately understood Uchiha Sora's identity, the very rogue ninja who had betrayed the village as spoken of by the clan members. Faced with a dangerous rogue ninja, the 6-year-old Sasuke instantly felt intimidated. Seeing Sasuke's pale face and his fearful gaze, Uchiha Sora smiled slightly, his mischievous side coming out. He stepped forward, lifted Sasuke, and released a hint of his chakra, looking at him with a smile. Little Sasuke, your brother and I are good friends. How can you just call me by my name? At least you should call me Big Brother. W, what do you want? Sasuke felt as though all strength had left his body after being lifted by Uchiha Sora. He trembled under Uchiha Sora's pressure, struggling to speak. Uchiha Sora. Just then, a cold voice came from inside the mansion. Hearing the voice, Uchiha Sora smirked, put down little Sasuke, ruffled his hair, and turned to look at the figure that had spoken. Long time no see, Itachi. The person who came out was indeed Uchiha Itachi. Chapter 68. Loyal to Konoha, Itachi. You really are a protective brother fanatic, Uchiha Sora said with a smile. Uchiha Itachi paused for a moment and did not respond. It seems that after not seeing each other for a while, we have become estranged, Uchiha Sora shrugged. At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku appeared before the two. Sora, what brings you here? Fugaku expressed surprise at Uchiha Sora's arrival. I have something to discuss with you. Let's find a safe place to talk, Uchiha Sora replied. What is it? Can it be explained here? Itachi frowned. Fugaku glanced at his son, but remained silent. Fine, since that's the case, I'll be direct. Uchiha Sora looked at Itachi and said, You should be aware that Danzo cannot tolerate the Uchiha clan. The third Hokage has also tacitly allowed this attitude. The Uchiha clan is now at a dead end. Pausing for a moment, Uchiha Sora glanced at Fugaku and continued, Previously, when I left Konoha, I didn't have the confidence to save the Uchiha clan. But now, you should have seen that Konoha can't do anything to me. The best way out for the Uchiha clan is no longer a coup, nor is it to stay on this rotting tree of Konoha. The only way for the Uchiha clan's future is to follow me and join me. That's why I came here, to give the clan one last chance. After hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku and Itachi exchanged glances. Fugaku said, Sora, this matter isn't that simple. You should know that too many people in the clan don't want to leave Konoha. Your thoughts won't be accepted by everyone. Uchiha Sora shook his head and replied, I don't need everyone to agree with me. I only need a portion of people to agree, especially you and Itachi. Upon hearing this, both fell into silence. In the main hall of the Root organization base, Danzo was sitting in a chair, his right eye bandaged. When he saw Uchiha Itachi arrive, he said calmly, Itachi, do you have something to report? Itachi knelt on one knee and reported, This evening, Uchiha Sora came to the clan, persuading my father and me to lead the clan members to defect to him. Danzo snorted coldly. This Uchiha Sora is truly bold. While negotiating with the third Hokage, he secretly does such things. It's downright despicable. Does he think that by taking the Uchiha clan away, he can develop in peace? He is provoking a war in the ninja world. Danzo's words were not alarmist. The Uchiha clan, under the protection of Konoha, had the large tree of Konoha shielding them, and other forces in the ninja world did not dare to openly cause trouble. Once they left Konoha and went to the land of grass, those forces would definitely take action. At that time, The entire ninja world would be thrown into chaos due to the Uchiha clan Sharingan. Uchiha Sora was strong, and no one dared to target him. But not every member of the Uchiha clan was that strong, and they possessed the secret of the Sharingan. How could that not attract the attention of other forces? After a brief silence, Danzo continued, "What is your father's attitude?" He agreed. Itachi replied, "Is that so? It seems that things can't wait any longer." Danzo said coldly, "Itachi, I will leave the route to you. Tomorrow night, wipe out the Uchiha." "Yes." Itachi's expression changed, and he accepted the order and left. Watching Uchiha Itachi leave, a smirk appeared on Danzo's lips as he touched his right eye, muttering, "Fortunately, the cooldown for this I has recovered a month ago. The loyal to Konoha Kodoemitsukami that I used on Uchiha Itachi seems to be quite effective now. It's a pity that a strong person like Itachi cannot have his will altered too thoroughly. Otherwise, Fugaku would quickly notice something amiss." Danzo shook his head in regret. On the other side, after returning, Uchiha Sora was deep in thought about the Uchiha clan situation. He realized that this matter seemed too easy. The Uchiha clan was now under constant surveillance, and it didn't seem easy for Itachi and Fugaku to persuade the clan members. Chapter 69, Night of Annihilation, Uchiha Sora arrives. The latest chapter of Naruto, My Sharingan Can Automatically Cultivate, is updated on Bikadu. The next day, Uchiha Sora continued negotiations with the third Hokage. After discussion, the third Hokage was still unwilling to hand over Yakushi Nanoyu and Tenzo, but raised the monetary amount from 1 billion to 50 billion, and said he could revoke the wanted order against Uchiha Sora. 50 billion Ryo is definitely a significant amount. To put into perspective, the bounty for Uchiha Sora's wanted order issued by Konoha was 1 billion Ryo, which had already caused a huge stir in the outside world. Even elite jonin like Kakashi would struggle to earn that much money in a lifetime. However, Uchiha Sora was not after money, so the negotiations broke down again. 20 billion Ryo, plus Yakushi Nanoyu. This is my final bottom line. If you don't agree, then we'll meet on the battlefield. Uchiha Sora directly issued an ultimatum, putting pressure on the third Hokage. The third Hokage and others immediately changed their expressions. They didn't expect Uchiha Sora to have the courage to declare war on Konoha. Although everyone knew this was likely Uchiha Sora's bluff. Even if his personal strength had reached Hokage level, he still had too few capable subordinates. It was impossible for him to win a hard battle against Konoha. But Konoha couldn't take the gamble. If Uchiha Sora really launched a war against Konoha without hesitation, the village would suffer heavy losses again. Other countries would likely also follow suit and start wars. Uchiha Sora, as a former Konoha ninja, do you really want to be so ruthless? The third Hokage said with heartache. Do you know what it means to start a war? Uchiha Sora replied indifferently. Please choose your words carefully, third Hokage. I am now the leader of the Grass Ninja Village. I only consider my own interests. What does Konoha have to do with me? The third Hokage and the others were left speechless. All right, you all think it over. You should be grateful that I can negotiate with you here. Uchiha Sora waved his hand and stood up to leave. He was right. With his current strength, he could summon a group of Edo Tensei elites and launch an attack on Konoha without relying on the Grass Ninja Village's forces. Watching Uchiha Sora leave, the third Hokage sighed. Nara Shikaku, beside him, analyzed with a heavy tone. From what we know of his abilities, he is Hirashin and Edo Tensei, and the diamond mark on his forehead should be Sanade-sama's In seal, plus his pair of Sharingan. The third Hokage's eyes flickered as he said helplessly, "We should discuss this matter further. The power he possesses cannot be underestimated, especially regarding Uchiha Obito. It must be Uchiha Sora himself who stops him. As for Uchiha Itachi and the Root organization, they can only be entrusted to Fugaku's Edo Tensei elites." The moonlight was cold as snow, shining down on the Uchiha clan. At the entrance of the Uchiha Guard, Obito had silently killed more than 10 of his clansmen and collected several pairs of Sharingan. Just as he was about to cut through the Uchiha Guard, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his path. With a handsome face and a white divine robe, Uchiha Sora stood calmly before him, his eyes showing the scarlet 3 tomoe Sharingan. Uchiha Sora, your reaction is really quick. It seems you've been keeping an eye on the Uchiha clan, Obito said, narrowing his eyes slightly and speaking in a low voice. If I had tea prepared in advance, tonight would have really gone in your favor. Uchiha Sora said coldly, Uchiha Obito, do you want to compare your Kamui with my Hirashin to see which is faster? Obito snorted coldly, no need. Farewell. After saying that, he activated Kamui and vanished before Uchiha Sora. He Didn't he dare confront Uchiha Sora head-on? If Uchiha Sora marked him with the Hiratian seal, it would truly be troublesome. After all, Obito only agreed to help Itachi with a massacre on a whim and to collect some Sharingan for backup. It was clearly unwise to risk everything for that purpose against Uchiha Sora. Uchiha Sora showed no surprise at Obito's retreat. The genius remembers the address, Bikudu.com. If your browser shows no new chapters, please try clicking the menu in the upper right corner or the lower right corner to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 70, Father and Son Confrontation. The curtain call of the Uchiha clan after leaving the position of the security team. Uchiha Sora immediately created hundreds of shadow clones, dispersing them to stop the ninjas of the root organization. On the other side, Fugaku quickly led some clan ninjas to begin resistance, and the situation was soon stabilized. Having lost Uchiha Obito, their most powerful combat force, the elite ninjas of the Uchiha clan suffered few casualties, as the strength of the root ninjas was not superior to that of the Uchiha elite ninjas. With the help of Uchiha Sora's shadow clones, the root ninjas quickly realized that this mission was going awry. What's going on? Why is the Uchiha clan reacting so quickly? Didn't Itachi say he would take care of those elite members of the security team? Damn it, our numbers are rapidly decreasing. Whereas Itachi, just when the root members found themselves in a predicament, Uchiha Itachi was also encountering strong resistance. 3 elite ninjas resurrected by Edo Tensei stood in front of him, the explosive release Ninja J, and 2 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Though they were originally elite jonin, their Edo Tensei bodies had diminished their strength, but their immortality enhanced their combat capabilities to some extent. Even with Uchiha Itachi having activated his Manjiki Sharingan, he was tightly entangled by the 3 and could not escape. Itachi's heart sank. The appearance of the Edo Tensei elites meant that Uchiha Sora had already learned of the situation here. The greatest enemy he had imagined for tonight was his own father, and now he had to contend with Uchiha Sora as well. Just as he was feeling anxious, a familiar figure charged forward with a group of ninjas. Father. Uchiha Itachi's gaze sharpened as he looked at the newcomer. It was Uchiha Fugaku. Itachi, you have indeed betrayed us. Uchiha Fugaku said painfully. Why? Uchiha Itachi coldly glanced at the crowd, causing the Uchiha family members to take a step back, intimidated by his aura. By the time everyone reacted, Uchiha Itachi had already thrown a smoke bomb, and his figure quickly disappeared from their sight. Fugaku took a breath and slowly stood up. He said to those around him, immediately control all attackers. Yes. The crowd responded, dispersing in all directions. Before long, the root members who had been rampaging throughout the Uchiha clan were gradually losing their resistance under the siege of the many clan elites led by Fugaku. Uchiha Sora's hundreds of shadow clones also took out a significant number of root members. In the end, only a few root members desperately escaped to report back, while others were killed or wounded, and some were captured. A planned extermination operation thus ended hastily, with the root organization suffering nearly total annihilation. Having killed nearly 1,000 Uchiha clansmen, most of whom were civilians, with the death toll of ninjas being less than 200. All of this was, of course, thanks to Uchiha Sora's timely discovery, which informed Fugaku, drove off Obito, and saved the clan from annihilation. Half an hour later, Uchiha Fugaku led hundreds of Uchiha elite ninjas to rendezvous with Uchiha Sora. After the two sides met, they dispatched people to begin transporting the bodies and counting the scene. Uchiha Sora and Fugaku stood by watching everything unfold. Uchiha Fugaku said, I let Itachi escape. You won't blame me, will you? Uchiha Sora glanced at him and shook his head with a smile. Don't worry, if I wanted to kill him, he wouldn't have escaped. Although Uchiha Sora wanted to see Itachi, what he needed to do most now was to find Danzo. There would be plenty of opportunities to look into Itachi's situation later. Lord Clan Leader, Lord Uchiha Sora. At this moment, an Uchiha elite approached the two, first casting a respectful glance at Uchiha Sora before saying, we discovered that many corpses of our clansmen had their Sharingan eyes dug out, approximately 20 pairs. 20 pairs? Uchiha Sora narrowed his eyes slightly, pondering in his heart. Chapter 71. Uchiha Sora versus Danzo outside the Uchiha clan territory in a nearby forest. A figure was rapidly leaping forward, heading towards Kaiki Ancient City. Half of his body was bound by bandages, leaving only one eye exposed. It was Danzo. Having dispatched the root organization along with Uchiha Itachi, Danzo intended to swiftly annihilate the Uchiha clan while Uchiha Sora was caught off guard. However, he did not expect that Uchiha Sora had received the news and rushed to provide support. In the end, Not only did he fail to destroy the clan, but he also lost the root organization, which filled Danzo with immense hatred towards Uchiha Sora. Fortunately, after sacrificing nearly the entire root organization, he successfully fished out some Sharingan. As Danzo fled, he lifted his right arm, revealing an arm made from the cells of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. On the arm were several already cultivated eye sockets. Danzo brutally pressed the newly acquired Sharingan into these eye sockets. With the powerful healing ability of the first Hokage's cells, all 10 eyes were installed in no time. Under the immense power of the first Hokage's cells, Danzo quickly mastered the 10 Sharingan. What intoxicating power! As Danzo felt the power of the Sharingan within his arm, he sighed. Unfortunately, this state cannot last long. It seems I need to think of a way to seal it. Danzo understood that although the first Hokage's cells allowed for better control of the Sharingan's power, the mental energy required to activate so many Sharingan was simply too much to remain exposed. With the root organization destroyed, it was just the right time for him to lie low for a while. Danzo muttered to himself. As for the troubles he caused in the Uchiha clan, that would naturally be left for the third Hokage to deal with. Whoosh! Suddenly, a kunai shot from behind and lodged into a tree trunk in front of Danzo. Startled, Danzo's expression darkened instantly. Swish! Uchiha Sora formed hand seals and slapped his palm on the ground. Earth release! Earth flow wall. A thick earthen wall rose from the ground, blocking his path. All the vacuum waves struck the wall, creating cracks in it. Wind release! Vacuum great sphere. Following that, Danzo spat out an incredibly condensed and powerful wind sphere, directly hitting the earthen wall. The wall that had just blocked the vacuum waves collapsed in an instant under the wind sphere's impact. Uchiha Sora jumped aside to evade. At that moment, Danzo, who was waiting for an opportunity, suddenly dashed in front of him, thrusting a kunai towards Uchiha Sora's vital points. Uchiha Sora, suspended in midair, used his long sword to block it. The kunai clashed against the long sword, producing a crisp sound and sparks flying, as the two engaged in a flurry of strikes mid-air before separating again. Uchiha Sora, your foundation is quite solid. I truly didn't expect you to be just 12 years old. What method did you use to reach this level? Danzo spoke in a low voice. Uchiha Sora replied calmly. Danzo, while you have the time now, you should think about your last words. Oomph. Arrogant Uchiha. Danzo glanced at his right arm, a barely noticeable smirk appearing on his lips as he charged at Uchiha Sora once more with a kunai in hand. Although Danzo was already old, he was skilled in wind release, and his speed was not slow at all. In the blink of an eye, he was once again in front of Uchiha Sora, thrusting his kunai fiercely. Uchiha Sora swung his long sword again. Puff! This time, Danzo did not dodge. He directly took Uchiha Sora's sword strike head-on, piercing through half of his body, while at the same time, his kunai struck Uchiha Sora. A crazed look appeared in Danzo's eyes. However, just as the kunai was mere centimeters away from Uchiha Sora's body, a layer of faint golden energy appeared before the kunai, firmly blocking it. Chapter 72. Danzo's despair. Just as a confused expression appeared on Danzo's face, Uchiha Sora's Susanoo raised its palm and slapped down at him. Bang! With a muffled sound, Danzo was instantly flattened. However, in the blink of an eye, Danzo's corpse slowly vanished, and the next second, he reappeared in front of Uchiha Sora, holding a kunai. Another Izanagi. Give up, you can't kill me. Danzo's tone was very calm at this moment, seemingly carrying a hint of mockery. Your Susanoo is indeed strong, but how long can you maintain it? In Danzo's view, the power of Susanoo was not sustainable. He could completely rely on attrition to force Uchiha Sora to expose a flaw. Danzo, what gives you such confidence to think I can't kill you? After hearing Danzo's words, Uchiha Sora couldn't help but shake his head, speaking with pity. Do you think I don't know what that Sharingan on your arm is for? Danzo's expression slightly changed upon hearing this, but he couldn't believe that Uchiha Sora would know the secret of his Izanagi. He coldly shouted, stop bluffing. If you have the ability, come and kill me. Uchiha Sora, however, completely ignored Danzo's taunts and retracted the light golden Susanoo that was covering his body. Oomph. Seeking death. Seeing Uchiha Sora actually withdraw his absolute defense, Danzo let out a cold laugh and immediately charged towards him. Uchiha Sora formed hand seals with both hands, lightning gathering at his fingertips, and pointed at Danzo's rushing figure. Lightning release. Light Fong sword. Like a laser, the lightning condensed into a beam, shooting out from Uchiha Sora's fingertips. Danzo had seen this move before, but this time he did not dodge and continued to charge at Sora. Puffed. The lightning pierced through Danzo's heart, but he continued to lunge towards Uchiha Sora. He gathered wind, attribute energy onto his kunai, transforming it into a wind blade longsword, and fiercely slashed down at Uchiha Sora's head. Uchiha Sora flicked his palm, throwing a kunai high into the air. "Block him," Danzo issued the command. After saying this, he actually turned and fled into the distance. Danzo was escaping. Uchiha Sora frowned and pursued Danzo. The Dream Eater beast, the Baku, let out a roar and suddenly inhaled towards Uchiha Sora's back. A massive suction force came, causing sand and stones to fly around. Just as Uchiha Sora was about to chase Danzo, his body was involuntarily drawn in. "Don't get in my way." Uchiha Sora snorted coldly, formed hand seals, and spat out a massive fireball towards the direction of the Baku. Fire release, great fireball technique. The wind aided the fire. The gale created by the Baku's mouth enhanced Uchiha Sora's fireball, which directly blasted into the Baku's mouth. The Baku immediately let out a scream and vanished in a puff of white smoke. After dealing with the Baku, Danzo had not escaped far, and Uchiha Sora, empowered by lightning release, quickly caught up. The two of them leaped rapidly through the forest. Uchiha Sora's speed was very fast, and with the assistance of the Flying Thunder God technique, he shot a kunai ahead and activated the Flying Thunder God to teleport instantly. The speed of the pursuit was much faster than continuous jumping. In the blink of an eye, Danzo was caught up too. Chapter 73. The Power Between Pillars. Danzo's death 10 minutes later, all of Danzo's Sharingan on his right arm had closed. His aura was extremely weakened, and he was gasping for breath. In contrast, Uchiha Sora, although he had consumed a considerable amount of chakra, was still much more relaxed compared to Danzo. Moreover, he hadn't yet activated the sealing technique on his forehead and had been using the Flying Thunder God technique to keep Danzo at bay. Danzo was drained of his Sharingan and power, leaving only the last precious Shisui's eye. He struggled internally, hesitating whether to use this final Shisui's eye to activate his Itachi, buying himself time and opportunity. A glimmer of hope remained in his heart, as they were very close to the Kaiki ancient city. If the third Hokage sensed the situation, he would definitely come to provide support. Just as Danzo hesitated, Uchiha Sora did not give him any chance to relax. Raising his hand to shoot a barrage of kunai infused with the Flying Thunder God technique, Danzo hurriedly dodged, but the number of kunai shot by Uchiha Sora was considerable, and in his current state, it was impossible for him to evade all of them. He had no choice but to raise his hand to block with a kunai. At that moment, Uchiha Sora activated the Flying Thunder God technique, instantly appearing in front of him and slashing down with his sword. Danzo, already at the end of his strength, had his reaction abilities slightly diminished. Unable to evade, he was stabbed in the right shoulder. Poof! Danzo let out a muffled grunt, blood spraying forth. This time, he did not activate his Anaji and chose to endure the injury. Uchiha Sora then punched him in the chest, sending him flying. Huffing and puffing, Danzo struggled to rise from the ground, gasping for breath. He pressed his left hand against his bleeding shoulder to stop the bleeding, but due to his severe injuries and excessive chakra and mental exhaustion, the cells of Hashirama in his right arm began to go out of control. Under the uncontrolled, powerful Hashirama cells, his entire arm began to twist and change, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a lush tree, almost engulfing Danzo. He suddenly tore open his clothing, revealing mysterious sealing runes appearing between his chest and abdomen. Uchiha Sora, even if I die, I won't let you have this Shisui's eye. The voice of his desperate roar echoed. At the last moment, he decided to seal the Shisui's eye along with himself. The dark sealing runes lit up, and the sealing technique was activated in an instant. Whoosh! At that moment, a flash of sword light passed, and Danzo's head flew high, caught in a hand. Swish! In the next moment, the figure flashed again, and Uchiha Sora returned to his original position. Flying Thunder God technique. Danzo's head was held in his hand, and with a fleeting moment of consciousness left, he blankly stared at his headless corpse not far away as the sealing power of the four symbols sealing technique erupted violently. The powerful sealing force enveloped the soil on the ground and the surrounding trees, and in the blink of an eye, the soil and trees were completely absorbed by the sealing power, vanishing into a point in space. A large pit appeared in place, starkly exposed to the air. Danzo's head still retained a flicker of awareness. He opened his mouth as if wanting to say something, but his eyelids grew heavy and darkness enveloped his vision. Danzo, that punch just now has already marked you with the Flying Thunder God seal. You think you can seal the Shisui's eye as you wish. Wishful thinking. Uchiha Sora's words echoed in his ears, and Danzo finally closed his eyes, completely losing consciousness. The era of the formidable Danzo comes to an end. Chapter 74. The Transfer of the Clan. A stir in the ninja world looking at the sorrowful old face of the third Hokage. Uchiha Kō sarcastically said, "When you all caused Shisui's death, you should have anticipated today's outcome. Danzo got what he deserved. I hope you have no objections, Lord Third Hokage." Kakashi couldn't help but exclaim, "That's too much." Danzo was a childhood friend of the third Hokage, Kakashi. However, the third Hokage waved his hand to stop Kakashi's outburst. His old face calmed down, and his murky eyes looked at Uchiha Kō without any emotional color, saying in a low voice, "Uchiha Kō, what will it take for you to spare Danzo's head?" Uchiha Kō smiled. "As expected of the Hokage, you managed to calm down so quickly. However, I have other uses for Danzo's head, so I won't be giving it to you." The third Hokage continued, "What do you want with the Uchiha clan?" "Oh." Uchiha Kō was slightly surprised. "It seems you've already gotten the news. This is Konoha village." The third Hokage replied, "All right, let's discuss the Uchiha clan matters in detail at the negotiation table tomorrow. For now, I'll take my leave." Uchiha Kō shrugged and said with a faint smile. After saying this, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique and disappeared before everyone's eyes. After Uchiha Kō left, the scene fell into a strange silence. The third Hokage suddenly stumbled, and Kakashi hurriedly supported him. "Lord Hokage!" The Yambu members exclaimed in shock. "I'm fine." The third Hokage waved his hand and sighed. "I'm getting old, and I can't handle too much stress. Tonight's events are classified as S-rank secrets. We must not let others from other villages know." In the Grass Ninja Village, Uchiha Kō used the Flying Thunder God technique to transfer all the members of the Uchiha clan here. The number of Uchiha ninjas was less than 1,000, and with the previous casualties, there were only about 500 remaining, along with the ordinary clan members, totaling over 5,000. Fortunately, due to the high-ranking officials of Konoha being wary of the Uchiha clan, most clan members have been staying in their clan grounds and rarely communicated with the outside world. The members transferred tonight were nearly the entirety of the Uchiha clan. After transferring so many people in the previous battles, Uchiha Kō's chakra was almost depleted. Thankfully, he had the Yin seal, and, after releasing it to replenish some chakra, he finally regained his energy. Next, he held a meeting with many Uchiha clan members and designated the central area of the Grass Ninja Village for the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku remained the clan leader, while Uchiha Kō became the leader of the Grass Ninja Village. He hadn't taken the title of Shadow yet, so everyone referred to him as leader. Uchiha Kō preferred the title of leader, because in the future, he would also be creating an organization to counter the Akatsuki and would take on the position of its leader. For the Grass Ninja Village, the Uchiha clan's relocation was undoubtedly a sensational event in the ninja world. Before the next day arrived, this news had already spread like wildfire overnight to various countries and regions. By the next morning, the desks in the Reikage office, Kazakage's office, and Tsuchikage's office were already adorned with this intelligence. The loss of a prominent clan in Konoha village was noted by countless interested parties. Who would have thought that such a major event would happen in Konoha village overnight? Our intelligence department only learned about it after the fact. "We missed such a great opportunity," a strategist lamented in the Reikage's office. Chapter 75. The pharmacist Yano Yu arrives Kaiki Castle. It was still the same conference room. Uchiha Sora was having his third negotiation with the third Hokage. Despite the events that occurred last night involving the Uchiha clan and Danzo, which kept the third Hokage awake all night filled with hatred towards Uchiha Sora, he ultimately had to consider Konoha and sit at this negotiation table to negotiate calmly. After all, Uchiha Sora had become a source of immense headache for Konoha, and even he, the Hokage, had completely lost his former authority in front of Uchiha Sora. "Uchiha Sora, I agree to the conditions you proposed yesterday. 20 billion Ryo, and I can also provide you with the pharmacist Yano Yu." As soon as he sat down, the third Hokage spoke. After a night of contemplation, the third Hokage deeply understood that Konoha no longer had the ability to bargain, because now he had to face not only Uchiha Sora, but also other restless forces in the shinobi world. Truly a shinobi hero, Uchiha Sora praised. He waved his hand, and his three guards, Yakura, Zabuza, and Aoshi, walked in with boxes and placed them in the conference room. Uchiha Sora pointed to these boxes and said to the third Hokage, "All the materials taken from Konoha are here, including the Book of Seals. You can check them now." The third Hokage nodded and signaled to the two advisors with his eyes. The two advisors hurriedly went up to open the boxes and began inspecting them. After a while, once the materials were counted, the two advisors nodded and said, "They should all be here, confirmed without error." The third Hokage nodded and took out a slip of paper from his pocket. "This is the 20 billion Ryo deposit slip. Grass Ninja Village, Uchiha clan territory." After the battle that night and the relocation of the entire clan, the clan members finally settled down. However, many clan members felt somewhat depressed about moving from the Fire Country, one of the 5 great ninja nations, to the small grass country. Once, the Uchiha clan was at its most glorious when the clan leader Uchiha Madara co-founded Konoha with the first Hokage. Who would have thought that just over 50 years later, the clan would fall to such a state? If it weren't for Uchiha Sora emerging from a clan, it might have been completely wiped out from the history of the shinobi world. Therefore, the clan members had a strong desire for Uchiha Sora to lead them to glory again. Many clan members were dreaming of the future where the clan would return to Konoha as victors. Mom and Dad, brother, did he really betray the clan? In the clan territory, the 6-year-old Uchiha Sasuke cried as he asked his parents. The events of the past few days had greatly impacted his little heart. The clan inexplicably went to war with Konoha. His brother Uchiha Itachi inexplicably betrayed the clan, and then the clan suddenly moved to the Grass Ninja Village. Everything felt like a dream to him, filled with incredulity. "Sasuke, this is all our fault. Your brother did nothing wrong. We don't want you to hate him. Even though he left the clan, he is still your brother, and we believe he still loves you." Uchiha Fugaku and his wife earnestly advised Sasuke. "Betraying the clan and killing clan members. How could such a person be the brother I know?" Sasuke shook his head and cried, feeling very sad. "The situation is very complicated, and you don't understand it now. When you grow up, you'll understand." Fugaku sighed. Chapter 76, Awakening New Abilities. Tsukuyami Sasuke saw a few people crowding around him. In a bad mood, he didn't back down. "Fight? Do you think I'm afraid just because there are more of you? How dare you, an outsider from another village, act so arrogantly? You're the outsider. Your Grass Ninja Village is just a small village." Sasuke retorted angrily. You think this is still the Leaf Village? Your Uchiha clan is nothing but refugees now. You should behave yourself on someone else's territory." The two sides exchanged insults, and soon it escalated to physical confrontation. Sasuke had learned some basics from Itachi since he was young and had decent fighting skills. The Grass Ninja kids he was facing had weaker fundamentals, but they had the advantage in numbers. At first, Sasuke managed to gain some upper hand, but he was quickly pinned down by the group and received a flurry of punches and kicks. After the fight, the troublemaking Grass Ninja kids scattered, and Sasuke stumbled to his feet, limping as he made his way back. His heart was filled with grievance and helplessness. Why had things come to this? Suddenly, an adult man blocked his path. Sasuke looked up and saw an ordinary face, but the mysterious vertical pupils on that face deeply captured his attention. "Child, do you want to become stronger? Do you crave power?" The man's hoarse and deep voice emanated. Who are you?" Sasuke was taken aback and immediately became wary. It doesn't seem matter who I am. What matters is that I can give you the power to change everything." The man licked his lips and smiled. "Don't you want to prove your power to your parents? Don't you want to find your brother? Don't you want to return to the Leaf Village in a dignified manner, rather than staying in this weak village?" The man's words struck deeply at Sasuke's thoughts. Deep within his soul, it felt as if a power was calling out to him. Agree to him, agree to him. After Fugaku left, Uchiha Sora called Zabuza and instructed, "Go bring Yakushi Nanoyu here." Before long, Zabuza returned with Yakushi Nanoyu in front of him. Yakushi Nanoyu, known as the Walking Priestess. "Do you know why I have my eye on you?" Uchiha Sora looked at her and asked calmly. Yakushi Nanoyu lifted her head and looked at the boy in front of her, who was much younger than her, but exuded an aura of authority. Her calm heart couldn't help but stir, and she replied, "Information. Exactly. I need your information-gathering abilities to serve me." Uchiha Sora nodded. "However," Yakushi Nanoyu smiled wryly, "Leader, aren't you afraid that my heart still belongs to the leaf? After all, identity means nothing to me." Nanoyu's candid words made Uchiha Sora chuckle. "You can remind me of that. You truly haven't lost your kindness." Yakushi Nanoyu trembled slightly and then lowered her head with a bitter smile. "Yes, considering this, I might not be a truly qualified informant." Uchiha Sora shook his head. "Don't worry, I don't follow the rude organization's methods here. I only need your loyalty." "Loyalty? I don't even know if I can maintain my initial loyalty through all these identity changes." Nanoyu continued to smile wryly. Uchiha Sora smiled faintly. "Since I dare to use you, I naturally want to worry about this. Come with me to a room." He stood up and walked into a room. Yakushi Nanoyu paused for a moment, but didn't hesitate and followed him in. Once inside the room, Uchiha Sora rolled up his sleeves and said to Nanoyu, "Close your eyes, relax your body and mind, don't think about anything." Nanoyu followed his instructions, but a hint of nervousness and anxiety arose in her heart. What was the leader going to do to her? Chapter 77. The capture of the three tails, the sudden system prompt filled Uchiha Sora with immense joy. The system has been quite impressive lately. He never expected to awaken the genjutsu, technique, Tsukuyomi, which is possessed only by Uchiha Itachi. Tsukuyomi is known as the strongest mental attack, capable of inflicting tremendous damage on the enemy's psyche within the illusionary space it creates. In the original work, Kakashi was left in a hospital for a long time after being looked at by Itachi. Uchiha Sora had previously gained a lot of insights into genjutsu from Shisui, and with the help of the system's automatic training, his own genjutsu abilities were also quite powerful. However, his genjutsu could only be considered conventional Sharingan genjutsu, and its power was still inferior to that of a kaleidoscope technique like Tsukuyomi. Moreover, Uchiha Sora discovered that the eye technique ability awakened by the system could be used even in the normal 3 tomoe state. Previously, his Sharingan had awakened the ability to be immune to genjutsu, which was also born in the 3 tomoe state. Just as he was pondering, Yakushi Nan, who had been subjected to the Kodoeme Tsukumi, opened her eyes and looked at Uchiha Sora, saying, "Leader, do you have any orders?" At this moment, she already sensed that Uchiha Sora seemed to have cast some technique on her, but since her eyes were closed, she was unaware that she had fallen under the influence of this command genjutsu. This is the terrifying aspect of Kodoeme Tsukumi. Even if you cast genjutsu right in front of the opponent, they will not realize they have been affected unless you explicitly tell them. Of course, Uchiha Sora would not do that. He needed Yakushi Nan's absolute loyalty. Uchiha Sora said, "I appoint you as the Minister of Intelligence. Starting today, begin to establish an intelligence network. I will give you the greatest authority. Go ahead and do it. Let's settle this quickly," Uchiha Obito said to Pain beside him. Pain nodded and walked towards Kajutsu Nagura. Upon seeing this, Kajutsu Nagura's figure flashed and dashed in front of Pain like lightning, raising his palm to strike Pain's cheek. The powerful momentum generated a fierce wind that blew against Pain's cold, frost-like face. Pain remained as calm as a deep well, seemingly not noticing this powerful attack at all, until Kajutsu Nagura's attack was just a few centimeters away from him. A detached voice slowly emerged from Pain's mouth. "Shinra, Tensei." A massive, invisible repulsive force spread outwards from Pain's Deva path. Kajutsu Nagura's attack seemed to hit an invisible wall of air, instantly bouncing back, and his entire body was struck by a tremendous force, flying out at a speed even faster than when he had come in. Bang, bang, bang. Kajutsu Nagura's body crashed through countless giant trees, carving a trench over 100 meters long in the ground before finally coming to a stop. Dazed from the impact, Kajutsu Nagura shook his head vigorously, feeling an overwhelming sense of fear, realizing he could not defeat the enemy before him, and began to panic internally. He was already the strongest combat force of the Mist Village, yet the opponent's strength far exceeded his expectations. With the current strength of the village, it seemed they were not even close to being a match for this person. Kajutsu Nagura knew the enemy's target was him, and in order to avoid bringing trouble to the village, he resolutely chose to flee in a direction far from the village. Huh, is this the awakening of a village leader? Ridiculous, pathetic, Uchiha Obito sneered. After that, the three of them chased after Kajutsu Nagura. Chapter 78. Terumi Mei seeks help in the Grass Ninja Village. In the chief's office, Uchiha Kō was dealing with the head of Danzo that he had obtained earlier, as well as the Shisui's eye that he had pried from Danzo's head. As soon as he got Danzo's head, he had already asked Yamamoto Kaze to use a mental secret technique to read the remnants of memories in Danzo's mind, gaining a lot of secrets from them. After that, Uchiha Kō used Danzo's head to perform the impure world reincarnation, summoning him back. However, after reviving Danzo, he did not activate his consciousness but sealed him in a coffin, planning to summon him again during battles. After all, if Danzo knew that he had not only been killed but also revived for use, he would probably be so enraged that he would commit seppuku on the spot. Therefore, Uchiha Kō would not activate him for the time being. Moreover, to use Danzo, special talismans were needed to strengthen control. As for Shisui's eye, Uchiha Kō installed it in the other eye socket of the summoning black duck, sealing it together in his own arm and nurturing it with his own chakra. Because Uchiha Kong's physique was that of a sage body, and he was continuously evolving towards the Senju Hashirama sage body. The nurturing effect on Shisui's was quite good. An ordinary person might have to wait over a decade to use it once, but in his current state, he should be able to finish the cooldown in less than 3 years. This means that both Shisui's eyes could be used to activate Kotoemit's Tsukumi in 3 years. Chief, important news from a land of water. At this moment, the leader of the grass ninja, Umbu, Feng Shi, appeared at the door, respectfully saying, the subordinates around the leader of the grass ninja village were generally only guards without independent departmental organization. Since Uchiha Kō came to the grass ninja village, he had set up his own Umbu department, promoting the previous guard Feng Shi to the Umbu captain. This was also a special arrangement by Uchiha Kō to appease the ninja subordinates of the original grass ninja village. Open the door, he said, taking the confidential document from Feng Shi's hand and dismissing him. Uchiha Kō then opened it to read. Not long after, Uchiha Kō was personally received by Terumi Mei and entered the Hidden Mist village. This time he came as a supporter, already knowing that Uchiha Kō had previously helped the high-ranking officials of the Hidden Mist, who were very polite when facing him. Of course, this politeness also carried a hint of caution. The Hidden Mist village had been scared, and these high-ranking officials were somewhat suspicious. Besides understanding the detailed situation, Uchiha Kō also had another purpose for coming. After some pleasantries, the high-ranking officials of the Hidden Mist took out the intelligence decoded from the secret code left by Kirigen Yagura. Masked Man, repulsion, attraction, paper manipulation. Uchiha Kō, the Masked Man, should be the person who previously manipulated the Mizukichi. We have met him before. The following keywords should be the abilities or techniques that the other party possesses, but we do not have any intelligence on this aspect. Do you have any clues? Terumi Mei looked at Uchiha Kō and asked. Seeing these keywords, Uchiha Kō naturally understood. He glanced at everyone and said lightly, I know the identities of these people and their objectives. The crowd was excited, and an elder hurriedly said, Then please inform us immediately, so we can investigate. Uchiha Kō looked at the person, shook his head, and smiled. There's no rush on this matter. Even if I tell you, with your current capabilities, you wouldn't be able to rescue the 4th Mizukichi. The other party is organized, and their strength is above the 5 great ninja villages. Unless the 5 great ninja villages join forces, no single ninja village would be able to compete with them. Uchiha Kō's words shocked everyone. Chapter 79, The Jinchuriki Alliance? Additional update. The latest chapter of Naruto, My Sharingan Can Automatically Train, is updated first at Bikadu. The 6 Tails Jinchuriki. Everyone was taken aback upon hearing this. Elder Yuanshi said vigilantly, Why do you suddenly ask this, sir? Uchiha Kō smiled faintly. Let me tell you the truth. The other party's target is the tailed beasts. Your Kirigakure has 2 Jinchuriki, the 3 tails and the 6 tails, and it seems that your protection measures for the 6 tails Jinchuriki are quite good. Everyone was stunned again. So their target really is the tailed beasts? With the power the other side possesses, isn't a single-tailed beast Jinchuriki very dangerous? Terumi Mei frowned. I have a way. Uchiha Kō suddenly said as he looked at everyone. What way? Alliance. Uchiha Kō slowly uttered the 2 words. This was also his purpose for coming here. Alliance? Are you suggesting that we, the 5 great ninja villages, unite to hunt down the enemy? Elder Yuanshi frowned deeply. You may be thinking too simply. We ninja from the 5 great nations have long-standing grudges. Since our establishment, there have been 3 ninja world wars, not to mention other minor disputes during other periods. Just like the grudge between our Kirigakure and Awagakure, which dates back to the 2nd Hokage era. As long as there are humans in this world, hatred will never disappear. This matter is far from being serious enough to unite everyone. The elders of Kirigakure also expressed their agreement. In their view, Uchiha Kō was still too young and overly idealistic. Naturally, the alliance of Jinchuriki is fraught with difficulties, but how would one know it wouldn't work without trying? Uchiha Kō's gaze swept over everyone, and he said calmly, If you trust me, let me meet your 6 tails Jinchuriki. I will find a way to communicate with the Jinchuriki and the tailed beast within him. Upon hearing this, everyone had different expressions. Terumi Mei looked at Uchiha Kō, her eyes shining with a strange light, thinking to herself, this guy not only has great strength but also such revolutionary ideas. He's really an outstanding man. It's a pity he seems a bit young. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind dating him. The elders, however, felt more suspicion and wariness, as Uchiha Kō's request to meet the 6 tails Jinchuriki made them doubt his true intentions. Sir Uchiha Kō, your proposal is too significant. I hope you can give us some time to hold a meeting and discuss it. At this point, Elder Yuanshi said after a moment of silence, "Please, Uchiha Kō did." In fact, he had already made arrangements for the organization he wanted to create. He planned to pull the 9-tailed beast corresponding Jinchuriki into the organization and then assign each Jinchuriki a shadow-level powerhouse as a partner to form complementary combat power. If he could gather the 9 Jinchuriki and 9 powerful shadow-level fighters, this organization would definitely be the strongest in the ninja world. In the future, even if facing threats from the Otsutsuki clan, they would have some confidence. However, Uchiha Kō also knew that establishing such an organization would be fraught with challenges and would inevitably face many obstacles. Fortunately, he had enough confidence in his future growth, and he did not wish to take the path of becoming the Jinchuriki of the 10 Tails. This was because Jinchuriki had a fatal flaw. Once the tailed beast leaves the body, the Jinchuriki would die. Becoming the Jinchuriki of the 10 Tails would only give Uchiha Kō another fatal weakness and would also make him a target for the Otsutsuki clan in the future. Remember the genius, Bikudu. Calm. If your browser shows no new chapters, please try clicking the menu in the upper right corner or the bottom right corner to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 80. Meeting the 6 Tails outside the hidden mist village in the land of water, in a canyon flowing with waterfalls, Uchiha Sora, Turmi and other high-ranking members of the Mist gathered here. After a discussion, the Mist high-ranking officials ultimately agreed to Uchiha Sora's request and brought him to this canyon. Where the 6 Tails, Jinchuriki resides. At that moment, on a cliff by the waterfall, a cold-faced young man around 17 or 18 years old was sitting in a large tree. The man wore a haori and held a bubble-blowing device in his hand, leisurely blowing bubbles. "Yukigao, come down. Elder Genji is visiting," Ao shouted at the indifferent young man. Hearing Ao's call, Yukigao glanced down at the crowd, a hint of confusion flashing across his indifferent face. He blew out a large bubble, encasing himself within it, and the bubble floated down the cliff, landing in front of the group. "Elder, is there something you need?" As the bubble disappeared, Yukigao asked in a cold tone, seemingly not fond of being disturbed. "Yukigao, we have an important matter concerning the village that requires your opinion and that of the tailed beast inside you," Elder Genji said solemnly. "So please make sure to agree with us." "What matter?" Yukigao frowned, his tone pushing people away. Elder Genji's expression darkened, and at that moment, Uchiha Sora smiled and spoke up. "Let me explain." Yukigao shifted his gaze to the Uchiha clan emblem on Sora's clothing, a hint of confusion in his eyes. "Uchiha clan?" Uchiha Sora smiled slightly and directly activated his Sharingan, the 3 tomoe slowly spinning. "Yukigao, 6 Tails Jinchuriki, I believe the 6 Tails inside you will be very interested in some images." After saying that, the power of the 3 tomoe Sharingan suddenly activated. The scene shifted to a lush green forest. In the forest, a man wearing a blue haori appeared among the trees. "Is this me?" Yukigao immediately recognized the figure as himself. He didn't understand what kind of trick Uchiha Sora was playing. This should be an illusionary scene, right? At this moment, 6 figures in black cloaks with red clouds appeared in the scene. Each of these individuals had a pair of Rinnegan, and they were the 6 paths of pain. They surrounded Yukigao's path, and the leading man looked at Yukigao coldly. 6 Tails Jinchuriki, for the reconstruction of the world, we need the tailed beast inside you." "I see." The Yukigao in the scene felt the hostility from the others and immediately prepared for battle. At the same time, one of the pain figures suddenly launched a barrage of rockets from his arm, chasing after Yukigao. Yukigao hurriedly jumped aside, and the forest erupted with violent explosions. A fierce battle ensued. Yukigao transformed into the tailed beast chakra mode, unleashing the 6 Tails dissolution ability. However, under the siege of the 6 paths of pain, Yukigao ultimately fell amidst the ruins, gasping for breath, captured and taken away by the 6. The scene stopped. Seeing this, Yukigao frowned and said to Uchiha Sora, "What does it mean for you to show me this? Are you trying to tell me that someone will attack me like this in the future?" Chapter 81. The Song of the Tailed Beasts. 6 Tails compromised the illusion suddenly shifted. A chibi-style blonde boy was singing, and his voice accompanied the appearance of various tailed beasts. The first was the slumberous Shikaku. The second was the fiery Son Goku. The third was the water-mastering Isabu. The fourth was the lava-hot Son Goku. The fifth was the ever-rushing Mu King. The sixth was the calm and composed Saikin. The seventh was the flying bamboo worm Mei. The eighth was the rapping Nibi. And the ninth was the undeniably strongest Kaibai. The scene froze. Yukitaka, 6 Tails Saikin. After a long while, 6 Tails Saikin awkwardly yet politely asked, Who is singing? I really dislike that voice. At this moment, it felt quite speechless. Why should a human evaluate its calmness or composure? In unison, both a human and a tailed beast declared, I join. Great. Congratulations on becoming the first members of my organization. Uchiha Sora smiled. What's the name of the organization? Yukitaka asked. Uchiha Sora smiled slightly. This organization exists with you, the Jinchuriki and the tailed beasts as its core, and it is called the organization. In the outside world, Uchiha Sora dispelled the illusion. Only a moment had passed. Yukitaka raised his hand, formed a fist, and said, let's fist bump. In the puzzled gazes of those around them, Uchiha Sora bumped fists with Yukitaka. A surge of tailed beast chakra flowed into Uchiha Sora's body. And Six Tails Saiken's voice echoed in his heart. I have left a part of my chakra within you. In the future, regardless of what happens, you can contact me through this chakra, and I can also reach out to you. Uchiha Sora nodded. He knew that tailed beasts could perceive and communicate through dispersed chakra. In the original story, all 9 tailed beasts left chakra within Naruto, using his body as a gathering place. However, the chakra left by Six Tails Saiken for Uchiha Sora was very minimal, meant solely for long-distance communication and not for combat power. He took out a flying thunder god kunai and handed it to Yukitaka, reminding him, always carry this with you. I can provide timely support if anything happens. Okay. Yukitaka accepted the flying thunder god kunai. With the goal achieved, Uchiha Sora looked at the others around him and said, all right, let's head back. Is that it? Everyone looked bewildered. Chapter 82. Fugaku's disappearance. Disturbance in the land of Earth with the Beast Organization as a bond. A partnership has formed between the Hidden Mist Village and the Grass Ninja Village. Uchiha Sora stayed in the Hidden Mist Village for 3 days, discussing various future cooperation projects with the high-ranking officials of the village. For example, the Hidden Mist Village will open slots for the CHNIN exams, welcoming ninjas from the Grass Ninja Village to participate. The Hidden Mist Village will also regularly send elite officials to the Grass Ninja Village for friendly visits and exchanges. Additionally, there will be trade relations between the 2 nations, among other matters. After agreeing on some major directions, Uchiha Sora returned to the Grass Ninja Village, leaving the subsequent matters to his subordinates to handle. Among his subordinates, Yakushi Nanoyu is responsible for intelligence, Zabuza serves as a close bodyguard, and Aoi is the captain of the Umbu. Furthermore, the elite members of the Uchiha clan are assigned to various departments, allowing them to infiltrate all aspects of the village. Fugaku is currently leading a team to investigate Orochimaru's whereabouts and has not yet returned to the village. Meanwhile, the village's security is handled by the elite members who have been reincarnated through the Impure World reincarnation technique. Once Fugaku returns, he will be tasked with rebuilding the security forces to ensure the village's safety. At that time, the Impure World reincarnated elites will also be dispersed among various departments, acting as Sora's eyes to control the overall situation. Among them, Impure World reincarnated Yakumo has been serving as Uchiha Sora's secretary, handling some daily tasks. Many documents are directly handed over to Yakumo for review. As a hands-off manager, he only needs to oversee the big picture. In the leader's office, just as the CHNIN exams in the Hidden Cloud Village are in full swing, Uchiha Sora suddenly received an incredibly shocking piece of news. Uchiha Fugaku and his team have gone missing. When Yakushi Nanoyu personally reported this news to Uchiha Sora, he was equally astonished. Uchiha Fugaku's strength has definitely reached the level of a Kage, and with his Manjiki Sharingan, he might even be stronger than the current Uchiha, Itachi. A person of his caliber leading an elite team to track down Orochimaru would make even Orochimaru wary. How could he suddenly disappear? Where did they go missing? Can it be investigated? Uchiha Sora furrowed his brows and asked. Yakushi Nanoyu took out a map and pointed to a desert area in the Land of Wind, saying, it's here. This area is within the borders of the Land of Wind, but 10 years ago, there was an independent kingdom here, the ancient Lulan Kingdom. Now it has become a wasteland. The ancient Lulan Kingdom. Uchiha Sora's heart stirred. In the original plot, the ancient Lulan Kingdom appeared as part of a movie storyline, where a massive dragon vein power slept beneath it, a power so strong that it could alter time and space, allowing people to travel to the past and future. Could it be that Fugaku and the others have encountered the power of the dragon vein? Leader, should we send someone to investigate? While he was pondering, Yakushi Nanoyu asked. Uchiha Sora thought for a moment and replied, send someone to observe near the ancient Lulan Kingdom. If there are any unusual movements, report to me immediately. Understood. After Yakushi Nanoyu left, Uchiha Sora couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Chapter 83. surrounded on all sides. The beginning of the ninja war? Anoki looked at everyone's reactions with satisfaction. As the third Tsuchikage, Anoki has always had the ambition to make Awakens the foremost of the 5 great shinobi villages. Awakens has also been committed to developing its military strength, with more ninjas than other shinobi villages. He raised his hand to signal everyone to quiet down. Everyone turned to look at him. Anoki said, "Since you all believe that we cannot allow Kusagakure to grow stronger, then next, Awakens will launch a full-scale war against Kusagakure." Full-scale war. This is not as simple as the last surprise attack. This is an all-out effort from Awakens. Upon hearing Anoki's decision, the crowd was excited. "All right, Lord Third Tsuchikage, we will make arrangements immediately." The high-ranking officials responded. After the meeting dispersed, Anoki called over an umbu and instructed, "Contact the Akatsuki organization and tell them there's work to be done." Yes, the third Tsuchikage has always had a long-term employment relationship with the Akatsuki. "And make sure Han is prepared." Anoki added, "Yes." The umbu left to carry out the orders. Takigakure is the ninja village of the land of waterfalls, bordering the land of grass. Although their strength may not be as strong as that of the current Kusagakure, they are still formidable. Especially since the rogue ninja, Kakazu, used to be from Takigakure, possessing secret techniques like the Earth Grudge Fear, as well as the Hero's Water that can increase a ninja's chakra by dozens of times. They also have high-end combat power, like the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails Fu. However, Takigakure has never been proactive in starting trouble. Their village is hidden within waterfalls, making their geographical location quite advantageous and easy to defend. In every ninja world war, the flames of war have never reached them. It was unexpected for them to actively attack Kusagakure this time. There must be some hidden circumstances behind it. Due to the war happening over there, Uchiha Sora had no mind to continue exchanging pleasantries with the fourth Raikage, nor to bring up the topic of the Jinchuriki alliance. Kusagakure was under attack, and he needed to return to defend the village. After hastily concluding the Chunin exams, Uchiha Sora, along with Uchiha Ji and Q, directly used the Flying Thunder God technique to return to Kusagakure. Not long after returning to Kusagakure, news came from Yakushi Nanoyu that the Rain Country, which borders the land of grass, had also dispatched a ninja force to invade from the south. The Rain Country is joining in? Uchiha Sora frowned. Yakushi Nanoyu expressed her concern. According to the intelligence, Takigakure is primarily attacking us from the north, while the Rain Country is coming from the south. Both of these ninja villages are not very strong, and given our current strength in Kusagakure, we can manage a two-front war. However, the land of earth to the west and the land of fire to the east. She was worried that the land of earth and the land of fire would simultaneously send troops to Kusagakure. If that happens, Kusagakure would be besieged on all sides. And that would be a serious problem. Even with the Uchiha clan joining, victory in this war would be impossible. Chief, at that moment, FK Shun appeared before Uchiha Sora, kneeling on one knee. "We've received news from Konoha. The third Hokage has dispatched a ninja team to our village, claiming they are here for a ninjutsu exchange." Ninjutsu exchange? Uchiha Sora smirked coldly. That old fox, the third Hokage, is quite well informed. What does this mean? On the surface, it's an exchange, but is it a threat to me behind the scenes? At this critical moment when his village was under siege, the meaning of this ninja exchange team sent by Konoha could not be more obvious. Chapter 84. Raid on Takigakure, the glory of the Uchiha? The latest chapter of Naruto, My Sharingan Can Automatically Cultivate, is updated first by Bikadu. At this moment, at the western border, a large army from the land of Earth is marching forward. At the forefront is the Yellow Earth. He bears the Flying Thunder God seal, and during such wartime, it is more useful to charge into battle than to hide in the rear. Beside him is a tall man wearing a conical hat and heavy red armor. His imposing stature and calm demeanor give off an immense sense of pressure. "Don't worry, Yellow Earth. With me here, even if Uchiha Kō personally arrives, he won't get the upper hand," said the man in red armor calmly. "Han, with you here, we will definitely defeat Uchiha Kō this time, and I can redeem myself in front of my father." Yellow Earth patted his shoulder and said, "The man is Han, the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails, another Jinchuriki from Awakens. All right, let's go. At the speed of our large army, we will reach the gates of Kusagakure in just half a day." Yellow Earth waved his hand. Behind him is a massive ninja army, at least 5 times the number from the last raid. At the northern border, Takigakure is engaged in fierce combat with the grass ninjas. 3 elite teams from the Uchiha clan have already gone to provide support, each team consisting of 4 members, with the leaders being Jonin, Uchiha N, Uchiha H, and Uchiha I. The remaining members are all at least elite Chunin in strength. If Uchiha Kō were here, he would definitely recognize that this guy is also a character from the original plot. At this moment, Uchiha N is leaping through the forest with his subordinates. The other three members of the team are Uchiha ninjas, all around 15 or 16 years old. However, there is no fear of war on their faces, but rather a burning fighting spirit. From Konoha to Kusagakure, as members of the Uchiha clan, they have been holding back their anger, determined not to let the original residents of Kusagakure look down on them, and to gain the leader's recognition. They are filled with boundless courage. The youngest member of the team is a girl named Uchiha Miya, who has a plain appearance and some freckles. It is her first time on the battlefield, and although she feels a bit nervous, she shows no signs of cowardice. When we find the enemy's supply camp later, Miya, you go and stick the explosive tags while I, Numa, and Sakiyo attract the enemy's attention. On the way, Uchiha and took out 2 kunai and handed them to Miya, saying, "These are the flying thunder god kunai given to me by the leader before we set off. If anything happens, destroy one of the kunai, and the leader will come to support us in time." Flying thunder god kunai? Will destroying it really make the leader come to support us? Miya looked at Captain Uchiha, and with confusion, "Just do it. This is the leader's power. You don't need to understand." Uchiha waved his hand. "Okay." Uchiha Miya nodded, no longer questioning. "However, don't destroy it unless it's absolutely necessary. The leader needs to oversee the bigger picture. If we can't even accomplish this little task, it would be embarrassing to return to the clan." Uchiha reminded again. After a brief interlude, the four accelerated their pace. After a little over half a day, they finally entered the territory of the Land of Waterfalls and began searching for the enemy supply camp based on the information provided. After some searching, Uchiha Numa found a clue. The four followed the lead and finally discovered a small camp piled with a large amount of ninja supplies. The camp is located behind a giant rock, with 2 small teams of personnel guarding these supplies. There are only 2 teams, a total of 8 people. According to the plan, let's move. Uchiha instantly assessed the enemy's strength, confident in his strategy, and with a wave of his hand, he charged out first. His Sharingan activated, and 3 tomoe slowly rotated within. Chapter 85. Uchiha Sora arrives. Uchiha and the other 2 quickly use kunai to break the spider web, only to find that the web was made of special materials, and even the kunai couldn't cut through it. In their struggle, dozens of figures suddenly rushed out from around them, pouncing towards the 3. A flurry of punches rained down, and Uchiha and his companions, ensnared in the web, couldn't move at all. Within a few breaths, they were knocked to the ground, unable to rise again, completely bound up. At this moment, the only one who had not been trapped, Uchiha Weiyang, was startled by the sudden attack. She had just quietly circled behind a large rock near the supply camp to plant explosive tags, and peeked out to see her teammates had all been captured, which shocked her. She didn't know what to do. Clutching a kunai imbued with the flying thunder god technique tightly, she felt torn inside. With her personal abilities, it was absolutely impossible to rescue her companions. There were at least dozens of enemies lying in ambush around them. It was clear that they had been set up. However, if she destroyed the flying thunder god kunai now, it would mean that her team's mission had failed. After all the effort to establish merit, ending in failure would definitely disappoint the leader. No, she had to at least try. Uchiha Weiyang thought to herself, "Oh, there's still a little fish here." At that moment, a teasing voice rang out. Uchiha Weiyang, hiding behind the large rock, had been discovered. She had no choice but to step out and face the numerous enemies. There were 4 in total. It seemed they were all here. "Little girl, are you still going to resist?" Takigakure's ninja, Shuein, chuckled confidently as he walked towards Uchiha Weiyang. "Don't come any closer." Uchiha Weiyang raised the flying thunder god kunai and shouted, "I have our leader's token with me. Do you believe he can arrive in an instant and take you down? If you know what's good for you, quickly release my companions." Uchiha Weiyang shouted, her confidence wavering. In her eyes, the enemies before her were simply too many. There should be hundreds of ninjas. Even if the leader arrived here, could he really defeat so many? In this war, he wouldn't directly charge into any battlefield. These things were naturally left to his subordinates. However, for Takigakure to deal with enemies from all directions, it was clearly like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, a dead end. Even with the Uchiha clan support, it would be of no use. Therefore, he had long prepared many flying thunder god kunai, distributing them for important figures in each battlefield to carry 2 each. As long as one of them was destroyed, Uchiha Sora in Takigakure would sense the technique's destruction, know that something was wrong, and then directly teleport over to provide support. The appearance of Uchiha Sora brought a wave of surprise to Uchiha Weiyang and the others. It turned out that the leader could really reach the battlefield in an instant. How reliable was that? Uchiha Weiyang looked at Uchiha Sora's figure with admiration. The Takigakure ninjas, including Shueyin, were all momentarily stunned. You're the leader of Takigakure, Uchiha Sora? After a brief silence, Takigakure's Jonin Shueyin said uncertainly. Most people in the ninja world knew that Uchiha Sora was the leader of Takigakure, but very few had actually seen his photo. Naturally, Jonin Shueyin had never seen him before, and upon seeing that Uchiha Sora was such a young guy, he couldn't help but look down on him a bit. However, Uchiha Sora completely ignored him, scanning the surroundings and quickly grasping the situation. It seemed they had been ambushed. His gaze fell on Uchiha and the other three who were injured and lying on the ground, surrounded by several Takigakure ninjas. Hey, I'm talking to you. Jonin Shueyin shouted angrily when he saw that Uchiha Sora ignored him. Chapter 86. Entering Takigakure Swish. 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 After a few instantaneous movements, Uchiha Sora effortlessly saved Tsukiyo and Ushima. At this moment, the people of Takigakure had realized that Uchiha Sora was not someone to be trifled with. They exchanged glances, and for a moment, none dared to attack. Takigakure had never participated in the conflicts of the ninja world. Why were they attacking our Kusanagi village this time? Facing the hesitant Takigakure ninjas, Uchiha Sora did not rush to strike and calmly asked. It would not be surprising for any other ninja village to attack them. But knowing the plot, he understood that Takigakure was hidden behind a waterfall, making it easy to defend but hard to attack. The strength of the village's ninjas was not particularly strong. Although they had the Seven Tails, Jinchuriki Fu, and secret techniques like the Earth Grudge Fear, they could only barely protect themselves and had no energy to participate in external wars. Moreover, the current Seven Tails Jinchuriki Fu was merely a 6 or 7-year-old child, unable to exert much of the power of a Jinchuriki. They had almost no reason to participate in the war. Your Kusanagi village will soon be finished. Do you still have a mood to ask us this? Mizuki snorted coldly. We are just the vanguard. There is a stronger force behind us. You have no chance of winning at all. Not going to say anything? In that case, don't blame me for being rude. Uchiha Sora's gaze turned cold. In the next second, he drew the long sword from his body. With a flash, his figure appeared before the elite ninja Mizuki like a ghost. The long sword swept across, and lightning flickered on the blade. Mizuki was taken aback and hurriedly raised a kunai to block. Clang! The kunai shattered. The long sword sliced across Mizuki's chest. At the critical moment, Mizuki stepped back, using the force to evade, but a long blood mark appeared on her chest. Uchiha and's 4 members, from start to finish, merely acted as observers, witnessing a massacre. A gust of wind blew, and Uchiha Sora's white ceremonial robe danced in the breeze. White Death God. A certain title flashed in Uchiha and's mind. This was a title subtly circulated in Kusanagi village, related to their leader. Over 100 enemies had no power to resist under the leader's sword. The leader's figure resembled that of a death god, reaping lives one after another. Witnessing this scene, they felt not only excitement, but also a profound sense of awe. At this moment, Uchiha Sora retracted his long sword and said to the 4, You guys go back and rest first. You don't need to worry about the supply lines at the camp anymore. I will personally head to Takigakure. Yes. The 4 replied respectfully and directly headed back towards Kusanagi village. After the 4 left, Uchiha Sora formed hand seals with both hands and slapped the ground. Summoning technique. A coffin appeared before him. The coffin opened, and Yamashiro Kaze walked out from inside. Leader, the summoned Yamashiro Kaze spoke. For those who had undergone the Edo Tensei, Uchiha Sora could directly use the summoning technique to bring them from other places to his side. Therefore, although Uchiha Sora did not have summoning beasts, all the Edo Tensei individuals he had summoned could actually be considered his summoning beasts. After summoning Yamashiro Kaze, Uchiha Sora pointed to the already deceased Mizuki's body on the ground and said, Use your secret technique to search his memories and find the location of Takigakure. Yes. Yamashiro Kaze formed hand seals, closed his eyes, and placed his hands on Mizuki's head. After a while, he opened his eyes, having discovered the location of Takigakure. After obtaining the location, Uchiha Sora dismissed Yamashiro Kaze, sending him directly to the border front line for support, and headed alone towards the interior of Takigakure. Chapter 87 Uchiha Sora vs. Kakuzu. Part 1. Sitting in the front was a tall man dressed in a black robe with red clouds. his black mask covering the lower half of his face, and the forehead protector of the rogue ninja from Takigakure was particularly eye-catching. He was indeed a member of the Akatsuki organization. Kakuzu, you are too weak. You're all too weak. Ignoring the cries of Shomu, Kakuzu shook his head. Since I left, no one in Takigakure has learned the earth grudge fear. A village like this should have long ceased to exist. Kakuzu, is that your reason for killing everyone? Shoma's face was filled with grief and anger. Kakuzu glanced at him and shook his head. No, you hold no value to me. Your only use is to die, and I can earn a handsome commission from it. Commission? Shoma was taken aback, not expecting such a response. Could the lives of so many people be worth less than mere commissions? All right, once this war is over, Takigakure will no longer exist. Kakuzu stood up and walked toward Shomu, his tone impatient. Tell me the whereabouts of the Seven Tails Jinchuriki. I can make your death a bit more merciful. A powerful killing intent radiated from him. The barely 10-year-old Shomu looked at Kakuzu in terror, unable to move under this aura. What a coward. Kakuzu sighed, realizing that Takigakure was truly lacking in capable individuals. Kakuzu was hired by Inoki, and his first objective was to threaten Takigakure into waging war against Kuzugakure. His second goal was the Akatsuki's own mission to capture the Seven Tails Jinchuriki. However, even if he killed everyone here, he still couldn't find the whereabouts of the Seven Tails Jinchuriki. I won't tell you. Shoma trembled. Do you think that if you don't speak, I won't have a way to deal with you? Kakuzu sneered. After living for so many years, there was nothing he couldn't do. He had plenty of experience in torture and interrogation. At that moment, Kakuzu finally saw Uchiha Sora's face and recognized him, exclaiming in surprise, "You are the leader of Kuzugakure, Uchiha Sora?" Previously, Konoha had placed a bounty of 100 million ryo on Uchiha Sora, and although Konoha later revoked the bounty, it was quickly replaced by a bounty of 200 million in the black market. Such a high bounty had almost made him the #1 target in the black market. With a money-first mentality, Kakuzu paid the most attention to information about Uchiha Sora. Almost every time he went to the underground black market for missions, he would check on Uchiha Sora's bounty. He had always wanted to claim this high bounty, but the leader of the Akatsuki had warned him sternly not to underestimate Uchiha Sora or to make any moves against him. Oh, so it's the Akatsuki? You must be Kakuzu. Uchiha Sora said calmly. I didn't expect you to have such remarkable insight, not only knowing about us, but also recognizing me. Kakuzu replied. Faced with someone who had a bounty of 200 million, Kakuzu had no choice but to put away some of his arrogance. Uchiha Sora then directly asked, was it your Akatsuki's idea to instigate war against me? Or is there someone else behind this? Sorry, no comment. Kakuzu shook his head, pulling out a kunai, releasing a strong battle intent. Uchiha Sora smiled and looked at Kakuzu with interest. Aside from Uchiha Bito, this was his first direct contact with a member of the Akatsuki. As the finance minister of the Akatsuki, Kakuzu had survived since the era of the first Hokage. He possessed the Earth Grudge Fear's secret technique, had extraordinary knowledge, rich experience, and could seize others' hearts, making his overall strength considerable. For Uchiha Sora, he was a very good candidate for a subordinate or perhaps a source for Edo Tensei. Feeling Uchiha Sora's predatory gaze, Kakuzu's heart tightened slightly. At that moment, Uchiha Sora spoke again. Kakuzu, I give you a chance. Submit to me, join Kuzugakure, and I will spare your life. Upon hearing this, Kakuzu immediately sneered. Your tone is a bit too arrogant. Chapter 88. Uchiha Sora vs. Kakuzu. Part 2. Lightning Release. Uchiha Sora's long sword was instantly infused with lightning chakra, perfectly countering Kakuzu's arm, which had been hardened using Earth Release. As the blade cut through Kakuzu's skin, blood oozing out, Kakuzu hurriedly retracted his arm and stepped back, narrowly avoiding having his arm severed. No wonder he's someone who has been active since the first Hokage's era. He has a wealth of combat experience. Uchiha Sora thought to himself. He pressed the attack, swinging his long sword towards Kakuzu. Uchiha Sora's long sword was covered in lightning chakra, and Kakuzu dared not take it head-on, continuously retreating to dodge. Kakuzu was undoubtedly at the level of Kage, and his taijutsu was not weak, but he was at a disadvantage due to Sora's weapon. His Earth Release techniques were countered by Lightning Release, putting him in a tough spot. However, with his rich combat experience, during another round of engagement, Kakuzu intentionally left an opening, allowing Uchiha Sora to kick him, sending him flying. Seizing this opportunity, Kakuzu used the momentum to distance himself from Sora. Next, his Akatsuki cloak suddenly tore apart, and a large number of black threads surged out from various parts of his body. Earth Grudge Fear Mode. Under Kakuzu's control, the black threads danced wildly, attacking Uchiha Sora. Uchiha Sora slashed his long sword repeatedly, cutting through the black threads in front of him, but Kakuzu remained unfazed. As more and more black threads surrounded Uchiha Sora from all directions, these threads seemed to penetrate everything, and no matter how powerful the taijutsu, it lost its effectiveness against the overwhelming number of threads. Uchiha Sora knew this all too well. He immediately abandoned his sword techniques and concentrated lightning chakra into his sword, hurling it toward Kakuzu. Kakuzu tilted his head to dodge, but the next second, he felt a warning in his heart. Not good. They formed an encirclement, launching an attack on Uchiha Sora. First, the fire and wind attribute mass creatures attacked. Two mass creatures unleashed a fire release and a wind release, respectively. Fire release, fire style. Wind release, pressure damage. Both were extremely powerful B-rank ninjutsu. These were techniques Kakuzu had selected over the years by acquiring abilities through the hearts of others. The flames hit the ground, turning into a sea of fire. The fierce wind gathered, fueling the flames. The combination of wind release and fire release amplified these two B-rank techniques to an A-rank power level. In an instant, the leader's residence was engulfed in flames. Shinju shut his eyes in fear. Uchiha Sora furrowed his brow, appearing in front of Shinju, swiftly forming hand seals as chakra surged forth. Just as the sea of fire was about to engulf them, he slammed his palms down on the ground. Summoning technique, Rashomon. Boom! The earth cracked, and a gigantic gate made of gold and iron rose from the ground, blocking the sea of fire. This was a technique he had learned from various ninjutsu materials in Konoha and had recently managed to cultivate to the first step. Currently, he could only summon one layer of Rashomon. Its defensive power was far greater than that of the Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. It was perfectly suited to counter Kakuzu's combined ninjutsu. In the face of Rashomon's powerful defense, the Sea of Fire was completely blocked. Chapter 89, Uchiha Sora vs. Kakuzu, Part 2. Bikudo updates the latest chapter of Naruto. My Sharingan can automatically train in real time. Uchiha Sora's ninjutsu is extremely powerful. Ordinary C and B rank ninjutsu can reach B and A rank levels under the enhancement of his Sharingan. His lightning water combination, ninjutsu, successfully deflected Kakuzu's powerful lightning water combination ninjutsu. Following that, the fire-earth combination ninjutsu directly overpowered Kakuzu's technique, overwhelming him with a torrential assault. Earth style, earth flow wall. Kakuzu immediately formed hand signs and used earth style, raising a thick earthen wall from the ground to block the barrage of fire-earth dragon bullets. Bang, bang, bang. The fire-earth dragon bullets struck the earth flow wall, producing a series of muffled sounds. The earth flow wall was instantly covered in cracks. Kakuzu's expression changed, and he quickly dodged to the side as the earth wall collapsed. Lightning style, earth style, fire style, water style. As Kakuzu retreated in panic, he was secretly shocked. This guy, he actually masters at least 4 types of elemental changes. Is this guy a monster? He himself possessed the Earth Grudge Fear secret technique, mastering 5 types of ninjutsu by stealing others' hearts. But Uchiha Sora, at such a young age, has already independently mastered at least 4 types. This guy is truly a terrifying genius. Kakuzu's mind trembled. With no advantage in physical combat, no advantage in ninjutsu, and even less in genjutsu, he was always wary of the Sharingan genjutsu, fearing being pulled into its range. Generally, genjutsu has a relatively short range. Only some special genjutsu can be used at long distances. While he was contemplating, he suddenly felt a sense of danger. A brilliant white light suddenly surged from the side. Lightning style, light fong sword. The white light pierced Kakuzu's heart, and he looked at Uchiha Sora, who was walking out from the side, with an expression of disbelief. This lightning technique was indeed cast by Uchiha Sora, and in front of Kakuzu, another Uchiha Sora was slowly approaching him. Seeing Uchiha Sora's calm expression, a cold sweat broke out on Kakuzu's forehead. "Submit to me or die," Uchiha Sora said slowly again. "No, I want you dead." After living for over 90 years, being beaten into losing confidence by a mere teenager, Kakuzu's heart crumbled. Suddenly, he shouted angrily, and 3 masks appeared on his arm. These were the 3 black monsters that had previously returned to his body. Wind, fire, lightning. The water attribute masked monster appeared from behind Uchiha Sora's side. Kakuzu's arm gathered a strong chakra energy from these three masks. After a slight buildup, the energy suddenly shot toward Uchiha Sora. Earth Grudge Fear, final shot. The powerful energy beam shot forth with the momentum of a tailed beast bomb, reaching Uchiha Sora in the blink of an eye. This was Kakuzu's most powerful move. Unfortunately, Uchiha Sora's speed was not something Kakuzu could compare to. No matter how fast Kakuzu's chakra cannon was, it could never match the Flying Thunder God technique. Moreover, this technique required a significant charging time. Uchiha Sora used a regular body flicker technique to dodge the energy cannon. The energy cannon crashed into the leader's mansion behind, turning the entire building into dust with a loud rumble. Uchiha Sora had already appeared behind the water attribute monster. Lightning style, lightning cutter. The black monster's reaction was far slower than Kakuzu's own body. In the next second, Uchiha Sora's hand, wrapped in lightning, pierced through the black monster's body, stabbing through the mask from behind, completely piercing its heart. The black monster turned into a pile of debris and fell to the ground. At this point, Kakuzu had lost 2 hearts. Chapter 90, Kakuzu. Dead at this moment, Uchiha Sora was charging directly at Kakuzu with a wind release, Raisin Shuriken in hand. Seeing Uchiha Sora rushing straight towards him, Kakuzu could not distinguish which was the real body. But he knew that the guy holding the deadly jutsu could not possibly hit him. Black threads surged wildly from his body, transforming into a series of attacks aimed at Uchiha Sora. Uchiha Sora, wielding the wind release, Raisin Shuriken, dodged left and right, up and down, skillfully avoiding the oncoming black thread attacks, and finally got within 10 meters of Kakuzu. Then, he leaped high into the air, bringing down the Raisin Shuriken towards Kakuzu's body with great force. "You underestimate me too much, Uchiha Sora," Kakuzu shouted loudly. Suddenly, countless black threads surged from the ground in front of him, transforming into several long spears that instantly pierced Uchiha Sora's body in midair. As the attack reached halfway, Uchiha Sora was pierced all over, showing a look of confusion on his face. Suddenly, with a soft sound of bang, Uchiha Sora in midair transformed into a cloud of white smoke, disappearing along with the Raisin Shuriken in his hand. "That's a shadow clone." Kakuzu sneered. "I knew it was fake." With rich combat experience, he would not be easily deceived. However, just as the shadow clone turned into white smoke and vanished, several kunai suddenly fell towards him. These were the Flying Thunder God kunai launched before the shadow clone disappeared. The kunai did not aim directly at Kakuzu's body, but scattered around his position, forming a surrounding threat. Oh no! Kakuzu's gaze caught sight of the kunai around him, realizing they had surrounded him completely. In an instant, he sensed the danger because he knew that those kunai had been inscribed with Flying Thunder God coordinates. Now Uchiha Sora was advancing in these fundamental abilities towards a level beyond the Shadow Clone stage. The powerful energy of the wind release, Raisin Shuriken, lasted for a full half-minute before slowly dissipating. Kakuzu lay on the ground, motionless. Every cell in his body had been torn apart by the countless fine wind blades of the Raisin Shuriken, dead beyond recovery. The 3 hearts within him had all been destroyed. 3 lives could not save him. The power of the wind release, Raisin Shuriken, was truly worthy of being S rank. Thus, one of the Akatsuki members, Kakuzu, was dead. Uchiha Sora took out a sealing scroll and sealed Kakuzu's corpse within it, taking it away. Another material for Edo Tensei in hand. What a pity. Compared to Edo Tensei's Kakuzu, I would have preferred to have a living Kaku, Uchiha Sora sighed to himself as he stored the scroll away. After all, Kakuzu himself was an incredibly hard-to-kill guy. In life, he was in full condition, and his strength would be greatly reduced after Edo Tensei. An immortal body was like a useless relic to him. After dealing with Kakuzu, Uchiha Sora felt quite good, thinking of the tasks still to be done. He focused his mind and activated Flying Thunder God, instantly disappearing from the location. When he reappeared, he was already at the marked position he had set when he first arrived in the valley. The wood user, who had been transferred over earlier, was now sitting on a rock in a daze. Upon seeing Uchiha Sora appear, the wood user was startled and quickly looked over. Just as he was about to ask, Uchiha Sora spoke first. "You're the son of the leader of Takigakure, Shoma, right? I've already taken care of Kaku, and now I hope you can show me the hero's water from your village." Hearing that Kakuzu had been taken down, Shoma's face brightened, and he couldn't help but feel grateful. Chapter 91. The hero's water in hand. Natural energy? In the illusion space, Shimu was completely unable to resist Uchiha Kō's genjutsu hypnosis, and he revealed the whereabouts of the hero's water in detail. The hero's water was hidden underground, somewhere at the root of the giant tree. After dropping Shimo, Uchiha Kō swam through an underground river behind a waterfall and reached a cave at the base of the tree, where he found the hero's water stored in bottles. The hero's water was pure and transparent, looking just like ordinary water. However, through his Sharingan, Uchiha Kō could see that the hero's water contained powerful energy. Indeed, the hero's water was infused with a large amount of natural energy, which should have been accumulated over many years by the giant tree. Similar to the principle of the divine tree. Uchiha Kō thought to himself, the divine tree is an alien species that plunders the Earth's natural energy to produce fruits. In comparison, native species on Earth absorb natural energy in a much gentler manner. This giant tree that enveloped Takigakure could also be considered treasure. It seemed that, apart from a dragon vein, this place was also a good location for cultivating sage techniques. The power of the dragon vein was immense, and recklessly cultivating there was very dangerous. In contrast, the natural energy here was much weaker than the dragon vein, but was gentle and omnipresent. Unfortunately, Uchiha Kō did not know how to sense natural energy. Otherwise, he could begin his training in meditation right away. The hero's water contained a large amount of natural energy, and for someone who did not know sage techniques, to drink it recklessly, there would be huge side effects. Uchiha Kō sealed the hero's water properly, and then left the tree's roots, using Flying Thunder God to return to the surface. Shimu had already awakened from the illusion, and, seeing Uchiha Kō, he spoke with a look of fear on his face. What? What did you do to me? What? We've actually arrived in the combat zone. Shimu's heart trembled. In an instant, they had gone from Takigakure to the border. How terrifying was that? Takigakure had actually provoked such an enemy. Did they still have a chance of victory? At this moment, on the battlefield between Takigakure and Kusagakure, both sides were engaged in fierce combat. Due to Takigakure previously sending over 100 ninjas to ambush Uchiha and squad, the battlefield was left with a power vacuum, and the Kusagakure forces quickly pressed past their defenses, taking the offensive. Especially after Uchiha Kō and Uchiha Yi's teams joined later, the situation became even more apparent. The remaining ninja forces of Takigakure were no match for Kusagakure and were continuously pushed back. On the battlefield, Uchiha Kō and Uchiha Yi's 8-man team acted like a sharp blade. As members of the Uchiha clan, their strength was much greater than that of ordinary Kusagakure ninjas, and Takigakure ninjas were simply no match for them. Wherever they went, Takigakure ninjas were forced to retreat. The power of the Uchiha clan finally revealed itself to everyone. Those original Kusagakure members who had previously held some resentment towards the Uchiha clan began to genuinely admire them. Truly worthy of the Uchiha clan. Their strength never needed the support of Konoha's great tree. They were a symbol of power in their own right. With the support of the Uchiha clan, the ninjas of Takigakure quickly crumbled. Chapter 92. The Uchiha clan requests to battle impossible. Don't spread alarmist rhetoric. Do you think you can talk nonsense here just because you've captured our leader's son? I bet that Shamu is fake too, right? Don't think you could deceive us. Do you want us to surrender? No way. Seeing the stubborn resistance of the crowd, Shamu came back to his senses and finally shouted, "Everyone, run." What he said is true. If you don't run now, you'll all die here. Hey, you, pretending to be our leader's son, don't try to disrupt our morale. Someone shouted. How annoying. Uchiha Sora frowned, his expression becoming impatient. He raised his hand to form hand seals and created a shadow clone. To Uchiha Hao and Uchiha I beside him. He said, I'll leave this to you. I'll keep Shamu here, and you find a way to make these Takigakure ninjas give up their resistance. Capture as many as you can, and if it doesn't work, just kill them. With my shadow clone here, they won't cause any trouble. After speaking, Uchiha Sora activated the Flying Thunder God technique and left. When he reappeared, he was already back in the hidden grass village. The battlefront in Takigakure was already settled. However, there was still a threat from the Rain Country forces to the south. The ninjas from Amagakure were not weak and could almost match the strength of the 5 great ninja villages. Moreover, Amagakure was backed by the Akatsuki organization, which had a deep foundation and was not to be trifled with. Uchiha Sora had dispatched nearly all the original forces of the hidden grass village to hold the line and adopted a defensive posture to minimize casualties and buy time. But shortly after he returned, Yakushi Nanoyu came to him and reported that a large force from the land of Earth was attacking the western border. The troops from Awagakure were fierce and numerous, posing a significant threat. Uchiha Itachi, meanwhile, was in the Akatsuki organization. Uchiha Sora, as the leader, rarely managed clan affairs. Therefore, the only one who could handle matters in the clan now was Uchiha Yu. He came to request to fight. representing all the Uchiha ninjas currently stationed in the Hidden Grass Village. This enemy is extraordinary. With your current strength, you are likely to suffer heavy losses. Uchiha Sora looked at him and said, "Since the incident in Konoha, our Uchiha clan should focus on recuperation. I personally do not wish for all of you to go to the battlefield. Leader, now that we have joined the Hidden Grass Village, we are part of it. For the glory of the Uchiha clan, we cannot hide in the village while others charge into battle." Uchiha replied firmly. Feeling Uchiha use determination, Uchiha Sora pondered for a moment and finally nodded. "All right, I agree to let you go to battle," he ordered. "Uchiha, listen up." "Yes." Uchiha responded with a start. "Uchiha, I now order all Uchiha clan ninjas to form a support unit and head to the southern battlefield in the Rain Country for assistance." "Understood." Uchiha replied solemnly. If I remember correctly, your parents should have died in that incident in Konoha, right?" Uchiha Sora suddenly said. "Yes, leader," Uchiha said sadly. "And you still have a younger sister, right?" Uchiha Sora continued. Uchiha was slightly taken aback and nodded, recalling his sister, a gentle expression appearing on his face. "Yes. It's rare for the leader to know about these things." Uchiha Sora took out 2 kunai with the Flying Thunder God technique inscribed on them and handed them to him. "Take this. If you encounter an insurmountable crisis, destroy the technique on one of the kunai, and I will come to assist." Chapter 93. The Arrival of Konoha Ninjas. Tsukuyami, just recently deceased. Kakuzu was summoned back to the living world. His body, covered in the dirt of the underworld, gradually revealed Kakuzu's face on the body of White Zetsu. Kakuzu still had 5 masks on him. However, he was no longer wearing the Akatsuki's black robe with red clouds, but rather the ninja outfit underneath it. Uchiha Sora? At the moment Kakuzu regained consciousness, he saw a familiar face in front of him. He then looked down at his dirt-covered body and frowned, saying, "You resurrected me? Is this the second Hokage's Edo Tensei? Ha! Even in death, I can't escape the fate of being controlled by you? Kakuzu, if you had submitted to me when you were alive, I wouldn't have killed you," Uchiha Sora said lightly as he looked at him. "Oof." Kakuzu snorted coldly, clearly unhappy with his current situation, feeling a hint of regret. "All right, Kakuzu, from now on, you will obediently follow my orders and fight." Uchiha Sora waved his hand, sealing him in a coffin as they returned to the Grass Ninja Village. With Kakuzu, the front line against a Wagakure could be held for a long time. Uchiha Sora also had the energy to deal with troubles from Konoha. In the Grass Ninja Village, Konoha's 100-man team charged in without any obstruction. These over 100 ninjas were all at least Chunin level, led by elite jonin like Asuma Sarutobi. When they arrived at the training ground in the Grass Ninja Village, they saw a figure dressed in a white ceremonial robe sitting cross-legged on the ground, eyes closed in meditation. Seeing this figure, the Konoha ninjas' expressions grew serious. Uchiha Sora, feeling the suffocating and terrifying killing intent emanating from Uchiha Sora, cold sweat broke out on the foreheads of the Konoha ninjas. Asuma Sarutobi's heart tightened as he asked, "Uchiha Sora, what do you mean by this?" "What do I mean?" Uchiha Sora sneered. "It's simple. My jutsu is only released against enemies. There's no need for friendly exchanges. If you want to become souls under my blade, I would be more than happy to assist." "Uchiha Sora, we were once ninjas from the same village. I didn't expect you to be so unreasonable. Are you trying to provoke a war between the Grass Ninja Village and Konoha?" Asuma's heart tightened at his words, but he coldly questioned instead. The threat in his words was evident. This was their trump card, forcing Uchiha Sora to compromise through war. This method was exactly the same tactic that Kumogakure had once used against Konoha. However, Uchiha Sora merely smiled faintly, turned his back, and calmly said, "I'm standing right here. Whoever dares to attack me can come at me. Don't blame me if you die." His calm voice concealed a powerful, killing intent. The Konoha ninjas were shocked, looking at his back, feeling a sudden sense of helplessness. Asuma felt anxious inwardly. No, the task given by the old man is to make Uchiha Sora compromise with Konoha, and then extract benefits from him. But Uchiha Sora is unyielding, possessing such determination, which truly confounds Asuma. With the current strength of the Grass Ninja Village, they might be able to hold off Takigakure and Amigakure, but they definitely couldn't withstand a Wagakure. If Konoha were added in, the Grass Ninja Village would surely collapse entirely, leaving Uchiha Sora with no choice but to flee. The foundation he had painstakingly established in the Grass Ninja Village would vanish into thin air. Where does he get his confidence? Asuma, puzzled, glanced at a certain white-haired man behind him, and his restless heart calmed down again. Regardless of where Uchiha Sora's confidence came from, they had heavyweight figures on their side, and they absolutely could not embarrass Konoha. Chapter 94, Instant Azuma. Jiraiya appears. The latest chapter of Naruto, My Sharingan Can Automatically Train, is updated on Bikudu. Asuma was about to take action when he suddenly found his body floating uncontrollably, his arms spread wide, firmly bound by a cross. He struggled hard, but realized he couldn't break free. This is just an illusion. Uchiha Kō, do you think you can defeat me with this? Asuma shouted loudly. He was not unfamiliar with the power of illusions. It was just an illusion. As long as he held firm beliefs in his heart, he wouldn't be affected by the illusion. Uchiha Kō smiled faintly and said, "This is not an ordinary illusion. This illusion is called Tsukuyami. Enjoy the experience." After saying that, Uchiha Kō raised his sword and stabbed it into Asuma's abdomen. Asuma let out a cry of pain. The agony of the sword piercing his body was even more intense than reality. What is happening? How can an illusion have such a real sensation of pain? He didn't have time to think. Suddenly, several Uchiha Kōs appeared around him, each holding a long sword, stabbing into his body from various angles. Asuma couldn't help but scream in agony. The feeling of being pierced by so many swords made him break into a cold sweat. Is it over? Asuma looked up, staring fixedly at Uchiha Kō, relieved that he had withstood this wave of attacks. His willpower was still very strong. He hadn't fainted from the pain. Don't be anxious. It's only been 1 second. Uchiha Kō said lightly. What? Just 1 second? Asuma exclaimed. The pain from so many swords piercing his body was actually only 1 second? The latest chapter of Naruto, My Sharingan Can Automatically Train, is updated on Bikudu, an illusion that can take down an elite jonin. What kind of ability is this? Everyone was shocked and frightened. Just then, Uchiha Kō pulled out his long sword and aimed it at Asuma's heart on the ground. Not good. Only now did everyone realize what Uchiha Kō had said earlier. He was really going to kill him. The cold sword was thrusting towards Asuma when suddenly, a hand grabbed Uchiha Kō's wrist. The tip of the sword was only a few centimeters away from Asuma's body, halted in midair. Uchiha Kō looked up at the figure blocking him, a smirk on his face. Finally made a move. Jiraiya-senpai? The person holding his hand was tall, wearing a red coat, wooden sandals, with long white hair down to his waist, and a red mark under his eyes. It was none other than Jiraiya, one of the legendary three. Kid, you gone too far. This ends here. Jiraiya looked seriously at Uchiha Kō and warned. What? It's actually Lord Jiraiya. The people of Konoha were all astonished at Jiraiya's appearance, exclaiming in surprise. Before coming to the Grass Ninja Village, they had no idea that one of the legendary three, Jiraiya, was also in the team. The reason the third Hokage sent someone to the Grass Ninja Village for this mission was because Jiraiya's appearance gave him this confidence. Only Asuma, the leader of the team, knew that Jiraiya was hidden among them. Earlier, Jiraiya had used a simple transformation technique to conceal himself among the crowd, ensuring that the mission would go off without a hitch. Unexpectedly, Asuma was so useless that he fell directly and was almost killed by Uchiha Kō, prompting Jiraiya to reveal himself and intervene. Uchiha Kō had guessed long ago that there would be important figures hidden in the team, and upon seeing these individuals, his Sharingan immediately discovered the disguised Jiraiya. Stabbing at Asuma was also to force Jiraiya out, done intentionally. Of course, if Jiraiya hadn't stepped in to stop him, Uchiha Kō wouldn't have minded directly killing Asuma, a character from the original story. Genius. Remember the address, Bikudu.com. If the browser shows that there are no new chapters, please try clicking the menu in the upper right corner or the lower right corner to exit reading mode. Thank you. Chapter 95, Disagreement. Jiraiya takes action. Regret? Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Uchiha Sora couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Jiraiya snorted. I'm laughing at how naive you are. After experiencing the Second and Third Shinobi World Wars, you still cling to those unrealistic ideas. It's simply foolish. Uchiha Sora scoffed. There is no true peace in this world. As long as there are people, conflicts will never cease. Jiraiya frowned at this and replied discontentedly, Kid, your words are overly pessimistic. I believe that one day, this world will enter an era of mutual understanding. Oh, do you think believing will help? You can't change the reality before you. Not even your friend Orochimaru can be changed. Uchiha Sora said lightly. Jiraiya's body shook, and his pupils involuntarily constricted. You brat. Jiraiya felt a sense of embarrassment as he was struck at his core. The bond he had with Orochimaru was one of his greatest regrets. He never expected Uchiha Sora to know such a secret. He snorted angrily. There will always be someone in the future to guide this shinobi world towards change. I came here to meet you to confirm this matter, but it seems you are not the one who can bring about change in the shinobi world. Is that so? What a pity. I don't care about the shinobi world. I am not a person of change, Uchiha Sora replied indifferently. You have disappointed me greatly, Uchiha Sora. Jiraiya shook his head and sighed. A talent like you lacks the will of a Hokage. You possess the techniques of Konoha, but not the spirit of fire from Konoha. How ironic. Uchiha Sora waved his hand, feeling somewhat helpless. Think what you will. This boring conversation ends here. It's pointless to say more. Next, are you going to make a move against me, Jiraiya-senpai? Jiraiya's expression became serious, and an astonishing aura emanated from him. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. The powerful presence seemed to solidify the air itself. Uchiha Sora remained calm, standing firm against Jiraiya's pressure like a mountain. Though Jiraiya was strong in his normal state, he was merely a relatively strong Kage-level ninja and did not pose a threat to Uchiha Sora. It's the Flying Thunder God technique. Jiraiya's gaze sharpened as he looked at Uchiha Sora, his tone serious. You have actually mastered the Flying Thunder God technique to this extent. It should be noted that the Flying Thunder God technique is not something just anyone can master. Since its inception by the second Hokage, only the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, has fully grasped it. Even Jiraiya himself could not master such profound ninjutsu. Even if he barely learned a bit, he couldn't apply it in battle. Uchiha Sora's proficiency with the Flying Thunder God technique was likely not less than that of its creator, the second Hokage. Jiraiya, who knew how terrifying the Flying Thunder God technique was, felt a tremendous pressure. At this moment, Uchiha Sora had already drawn his long sword and charged toward Jiraiya. He formed hand seals with one hand. Bang! Bang! Two shadow clones appeared beside him, each wielding a long sword and leaping high, striking down towards Jiraiya together with the main body, Konoha-style, crescent moon dance. Three angles of sharp sword strikes descended upon Jiraiya in the blink of an eye. Bang! Jiraiya's body transformed into white smoke and vanished. Another shadow clone, ninjutsu, Wild Lion's main technique. Suddenly, Jiraiya's voice came from Uchiha Sora's side. White strands of hair rushed towards Uchiha Sora. Uchiha Sora dodged left and right, evading each attack under the insight of his Sharingan. Chapter 96, Uchiha Sora vs. Jiraiya Summoning Technique, Hashomon. As the great fireball was about to hit him, Uchiha Sora slammed his hands on the ground. A massive metal gate rose from the ground, blocking him. Boom! The great fireball collided with Rashomon, creating a loud, explosive sound. The tremendous force made Rashomon creak under pressure. The shockwave surged outward, causing the watching Konoha ninjas to raise their arms to shield themselves. The battle between the two left the Konoha crowd dumbfounded. They realized they couldn't intervene in such a fight. Jiraiya was one of the legendary Sannin, known for his immense strength, so everyone was prepared for that. However, the power displayed by Uchiha Sora was surprisingly on par with Jiraiya's, leaving everyone puzzled. After all, Uchiha Sora was just over 12 years old, barely 13. He was still a child, yet he was evenly matched with Jiraiya. As their ninjutsu dissipated, Jiraiya gazed at Uchiha Sora with a serious expression. At that moment, Uchiha Sora charged at Jiraiya with his sword, lightning shimmering on the blade. Jiraiya dared not clash directly with Uchiha Sora's sword and could only evade, constantly retreating while looking for an opportunity to counterattack. The two engaged in a frenzied exchange of attacks, leaving the spectators dazzled. Rasengan. Jiraiya spotted a flaw in Uchiha Sora's defense, raised his hand, and unleashed a Rasengan aimed at Sora's abdomen. Uchiha Sora's existence seemed highly unreasonable. If that's the case, then I won't hold back anymore. Jiraiya bit his finger, formed hand seals, and slammed his hands on the ground. Summoning technique. Bang! A massive cloud of white smoke erupted. A gigantic crimson toad appeared on the battlefield. The toad was dressed in a short coat, wrapped in bandages around its waist, wielding a giant short sword, and holding a smoking pipe in its mouth. It was none other than Gamabunta. Jiraiya, I'm having tea. What do you want? Gamabunta grumbled, visibly displeased. The enormous toad, about the size of a tailed beast, exuded a tremendous sense of pressure, leaving the Konoha crowd both terrified and envious. Is this Jiraiya-sama's summoning beast? So imposing. Indeed, it said that the legendary Sannin can summon such large creatures, dominating the battlefield. A powerful summoning beast can provide immense assistance to a ninja, especially the summoning beasts of the Sannin, which are not only massive but also backed by 3 great holy lands with their unique legacies. After Gamabunta appeared, Jiraiya leaped onto its head and pointed down at Uchiha Sora, explaining, "Although I don't want to bully a junior, the strength of my opponent cannot be underestimated. Gamabunta, use oil. I want to cover the entire training ground." "Oh, Jiraiya, for someone to earn such an evaluation from you, they must be extraordinary." Gamabunta squinted at Uchiha Sora on the ground. In his eyes, Sora was just a little kid, but Jiraiya's assessment made him take notice. A summoning beast? Uchiha Sora frowned. He didn't have a summoning beast. Although he could summon the reincarnated with the impure world reincarnation technique to assist him, it was unnecessary for him.